Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV, open forum political discussion show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot is taking place so fast within these borders that leaves everyone wondering what actually is happening. Well, one city lawyer cries out, he say that it is now official. The judiciary is in bed with the executive, and he said that is the reason why the IEBC commissioners would rather resign than accept to go through the judicial system that is hell bent to find them guilty no matter what they will present in terms of evidence. What is your take on this? Is the Kenyan judiciary in bed with the executive, and why? Let us know from wherever you are. I'm glad that you're joining us, and if you're able to get us, please make sure you invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse tonight, even as we get set to dive deep into understanding our politics and how we need to relate to the same. Well, Mother KARUA and Raila Odinga on the offensive about Kamukunji and the 12th December celebration at Jacaranda. Claims are there that media houses are being warned not to broadcast the events at Kamukunji and Jacaranda. I don't know what you feel and think about the same. Kenya Kwanza seems to be in panic mode as the momentum for Kamukunji 7th picks up, with led by Raila Odinga and Mother KARUA and all the Azimio Brigade. I don't know what you feel and think about the same. Nangoja hapa ukanambie mbivu na mbichi ya masuala haya. Karibu kila mmoja mahala popote ulipo, tunapoendelea na mjadala wa usiku wa leo, na kukaribisha kwa moyo mkunjufu tukaambatane unyo mpaka tukatamatishe kipindi pamoja, kama tumejua ni nini kinachojiri katika nchi hii. Of course, hatujasahau 100 days of Kenya Kwanza government scorecard. We are still counting how many accomplishments have they made for Kenyans, and how many failures according to their promise of the first 100 days in office. How much do they score? Let's get talking. Thank you, everybody. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera and the audio, and you will be in this space and we will get talking. Karibu sana kila mmoja, na usifuate peke yako, karibisha wawili watatu. Share that link in all your WhatsApp groups, all your Facebook groups. Let the whole world tune in, and let's tell each other the truth. The executive and the judiciary claims a city lawyer. They are in bed, and so there is no need of IEBC commissioners going ahead with the judicial trial, since these people seem to be one. The accuser is the executive, the arbiter is the judiciary, yet they are sharing bed, and so they say no need. I don't know what you think about the same. Karibu kila mmoja, na wasabai wote ambao mnajiunga nasi katika kipindi cha leo. Karibu sana. Dahi Abdi, karibu kwa show. Hi to you. Joseph Okero Osano, karibu kwa show. He said they are even pregnant. Sawa basi, Trufosa Lai, karibu kwa show. Asante sana. Kuna Masi Jessica, karibu kwa show. Nashukuru sana. Kuna Naomi, hi to you. Thank you so much. uh, Good to see you. I'm happy to be here and glad to see all of you. Please, let's keep inviting each other tukajadili mbivu na mbichi ya siasa zetu. Nakuambia Wakenya mna maneno. Okay, Mariam Kache, karibu to you. Hi to you. Thank you so much. Masi Jessica, karibu kwa show. Nashukuru tu sana tunapoanza kipindi cha leo. Naomba tukakaribishane, usitazame peke yako. Tukamakinike pamoja tunapoangazia masuala haya ya siasa zetu. Kuna nana Oginga, Nyabuto, Vincent, niko ndani, karibu sana. I'm glad that you're here. Well, tumia hiyo link, ingia studio, tukajadili mbivu na mbichi. Kuna wale wanaodai kwamba executive na judiciary na haja, kwa sababu hawa watu ni kitu kimoja. Watafanya yale wanayotaka, yale haki inahitaji. Sijui wewe unayaona vipi haya, na kama tumefikia hapa, basi nchi hii inakwenda mbele ama inarudi nyuma, na kipi tutakachokifanya ili tuiokoe nchi isirudi nyuma, enzi zile ambayo kesi zote ziliamuliwa kwa simu. Ukipigiwa simu funga huyu, unafunga. Ukipigiwa simu achilia huyu, unaachilia. Hiyo ndio mnataka kurejea pale, ama tutafanya vipi ili kila mmoja asiingie katika mtego huu ambao judiciary na executive wamefanyika kitu kimoja? They have swallowed up each other, and therefore you cannot win against a case against the executive, no matter what. One city lawyer says that's the reason why Cherera has decided to resign instead of go and appear before the tribunal that is set to listen to their cases. You say there is no need because the end, or rather the outcome, will still be the same. Do you feel the same, or there is otherwise? Of course, the propaganda machines of UDA and Kenya Kwanza is in full force with claims that the reason they are resigning is because they are guilty. Of course, claims and counterclaims will come up, but I don't think that people resign because they are guilty. When the system is twisted, you look for the way out that will not be murky, and therefore, if we had a free and independent judiciary, it is easy to walk in and walk out with justice. But when the Chief Justice is the one who swears in the tribunal, and then you're supposed to appear, and then the same Chief Justice is the one moving around with the president is the one presiding over the judiciary's report of justice delivery. Hapa unaona mambo hapa hayakai ipasavyo. Kuna mushkili mahali ambapo lazima kitu kifanyike, na kwa hivyo ndipo tunasema lazima tujitahidi kama Wakenya tukaokoe nchi yetu. Ukiendelea hivi, tutakosa judiciary, tutakosa executive, tutakosa haki katika nchi yetu na mambo yatakuwa mazuri. So everybody, let's come and talk out tonight, even as we look at these various happenings within our country and what is needed urgently to save the situation. Don't forget there is the Kamukunji the Kamukunji meeting that has been called by Raila Odinga and the Azimio Brigade in consultations with the Kenyan people on the way forward in rescuing our country from mismanagement by Kenya Kwanza. The propaganda machinery of Kenya Kwanza is calling it demonstration, is calling it maandamano. Ukweli ni kwamba maandamano hayajaitwa, labda mnakisia tu kwa sababu mnayaogopa, lakini ukweli ni kwamba yakiitishwa mtaambiwa ni maandamano. Huu ni mkutano tu wa Wakenya kusemesana kwa jinsi Kenya Kwanza inaendesha mambo, na kama hivyo ndivyo ama sivyo. So usiogope kuwa Kamukunji, na hakuna matatizo yatakuwa Kamukunji isipokuwa Kenya Kwanza ilete kizaza. Lakini demos hizo pia zitaitwa kama Kenya Kwanza haitarekebisha mwendo wake na ianze kudhamini wa Kenya ipasavyo. Lakini wakiendelea na madharau yao na kupagua wa Kenya, basi watakutana na maandamano. Tarehe 7 sio maandamano, ni mkutano tu wa Wakenya kusemezana kuhusu what next for Kenya, since Kenya Kwanza seems not to be providing the expected leadership in honor of the promises that they made to the Kenyan people. And so Kamukunji and Jacaranda meetings are consultative meetings. They are not demos, but demos definitely will come. So you don't, they are not far from the truth. They are not far from the truth. There will be demos, but not on the 7th and not on the 12th. Probably after the 12th. And if they don't play according to the book, then they will face the wrath of Kenyan. The Kenyan people have rights constitutionally to picket, to demonstrate, to participate into civil disobedience. All those things are enshrined within the constitution, and so nobody should intimidate the other and in trying to paint the whole scenario as black. It's not black, it's constitutional, it is right. And so let everybody know that our gathering in Kamukunji and elsewhere, it's valid, is all covered within the constitution, and it has nothing to do with demos, although demos are going to follow thereafter, just in case Kenya Kwanza does not style up and begin to treat Kenyans as it is supposed to treat them. The aspect of the Hustler Fund has depicted and demonstrated that Kenya Kwanza has classification for Kenyans. Kuna Wakenya wa shilingi 500, kuna Wakenya wa shilingi 2000, na kuna Wakenya wa matrilion na matrilion. Hawa watu wote wametengwa. Ndia hii fund ni hawa wa chini na wabaki huko chini, wasizidi 2000. Wakipanda sana wafike 2000 alafu warudi chini. Lakini sisi wengine tupatane huko juu kwa matrilion, mabilion, ili tuishi kwa heshima. Watu wa chini wabaki chini, watu wa juu wabaki juu. Hiyo ndiyo Kenya Kwanza inasema na masuala yake ya Hustler Fund. Lakini sisi tunasema kwamba hakuna Mkenya ambaye yuko chini ya mwingine. Kila Mkenya ana haki sawa kikatiba ambayo inapaswa kumlinda, kumtetea na kuhakikisha kwamba anafanikiwa. Kwa hivyo tusikubali kubebwa ujinga na kuendeleza dhana ya kusema kwamba some animals are more equal than others. Let's all push for justice for all Kenyans. Let us push for justice for all Kenyans. That is where we stand, and that is what should be done. The Hustler Fund was changed into Hustler Loan. So it is not even a fund, it's a loan. So wakati una apply jua ni loan. Okay? Alafu wanataka pin number yako. Hiyo tena ni ngoma ingine ambayo hatujaielewa, kwa sababu All the M-Pesa providers wanakuambia pin yako ni siri yako. Sasa wewe ukianza kushare na Kenya Kwanza, inamaanisha siri imekuwa ni wawili ama watatu. So let's tell each other the truth. Tuendelee kwa pamoja. Asante sana kwa wale ambao mnajumuika nasi katika kipindi cha leo. Naendelea kuwakaribisha. Tafadhali usitazame peke yako, karibisha wawili watatu ili tukamakinike pamoja katika siasa zetu. Kuna nani huyu? Of course Jarongo 1212, karibu sana. Kuna Mark Meki, karibu sana. Nani huyu? Isuchuku Nabweze. Okay, karibu sana. Nani? Mildred Wesonga, karibu. Favor Akitsa, karibu kwa show. Peter Mbogani, karibu sana. Elfaz Boribor, karibu kwa show. Say you should close your TV station and do what? Elfaz, you're not serious. And what are you doing here in the first place? Of course, Matoma candidates, karibu sana. Nashukuru sana. Haya, nani huyu mwingine? Manu Mbuvi, karibu kwa show. Who is this? Thank you Kitonga wetu, karibu sana. Team Azimio, Patrick Cheptoek. Oh God, Bernard was the first one to sign up for Hustler Fund. Bring the evidence. Bring the evidence. I cannot even try it. I don't need that one. Hustler what? Please, just leave me out of that. Anything from Kenya Kwanza is an irritation to my system. John Ondego, karibu sana. Hana Mbogwa, thank you sana. Manumbuvi, of course. Passionate love of Christ, karibu kwa show. Nani huyu mwingine? Kuna Sophia Omar. Hustler is a scam. I agree. STL Wonders, karibu sana. Of course, Father Darius, greetings to you. Thank you so much and blessings. Amen. Well, tusonge mbele. Let's see if the video is ready. We share it with the Kenyan people. But let's look at this. The judiciary in bed with the executive, cries out the city lawyer. How is that? And how are we going to move from here to where we ought to be? Yes, let's embrace this and be able to address it the way it ought to be addressed. Kenya Kwanza, siku 100 ndio hizo zinayoyoma. Wamefaulu kufanya nini? Wamekosa kufanya nini? Wewe unawapatia max ngapi kwa muda huu ambao wamekuwa madarakani? Walisema wakiweka Biblia chini hivi mambo yataanza kutendeka. Sasa nataka tuambiane ukweli. Yepi yametendeka, yepi yamekosa kutendeka, na kwa nini? Everyone, please, let's get in and let's weigh on this. It's very important that we assess each and every item and be able to have a position that is right and profitable for all Kenyan. So karibu sana, tukajadili kwa kina masuala yetu. It is important that we go about this the right way. Thank you. As you join, please make sure that you keep sharing kwa WhatsApp, share kwa Facebook, on Twitter. Unfortunately, we are not able to go directly on Twitter the way we have been doing because we have limited platforms that we can stream live too. So if you've been enjoying the broadcast on Twitter, please join it on YouTube or Facebook. That is where we are. Our three opportunities gives us 2 on Facebook and 1 on YouTube. So karibu sana, tukasonge kwa pamoja tunapoangazia masuala haya, na tusisahau kwamba Kenya Kwanza siku zake 100 zinaendelea kukatika. Wewe unaona wamefikia wapi katika kutekeleza ahadi zao na kuwahudumia wa Kenya? Let's get talking. Well, let's look at this as we start out. Thank you, everyone.
And appointed Mr. Ferdinand Waititu. Leo, through a Gazette notice, President William Ruto established the Nairobi Rivers Commission and appointed Mr. Ferdinand Waititu, aka Baba Yao, as one of its commissioners. And this has left me kidogo confused, because this is our president on record.
Let me say this for the record, that Kenya can only be better if we become a country of the rule of law. Any other route leads to anarchy and confusion.
You see, Baba Yao was impeached in 2020. Both the Senate and the High Court of Kenya upheld his impeachment. And as per Article 75, sub-Article 3 of the Constitution of Kenya, it means that Mr. Waititu is unfit and unsuitable to hold any public office ever again in this lifetime. Mr. President, this is you on record again.
I want to assure you that my administration will respect the independence of the judiciary, will respect the independence of all the other institutions in a manner that makes them efficient to deliver on their respective mandates.
Appointing Mr. Waititu to serve the public in this commission goes against the rule of law, goes against our constitution, goes against your word and commitment to Kenyans. Basically, it also takes away the independence of the judiciary in terms of the High Court and the independence of the Senate as an institution.
Even as president, I have limitations, and I should respect those limitations.
At what point do these limitations that you talk about come into play? Because going against the rule of law and going against the Constitution, sounds like you don't have much limitations. As a polite reminder, this is also you on record.
As I committed to the people of Kenya, I believe in the rule of law. I do not believe in the handshake stories. I believe in an accountable government held to account.
Mr. President, it is important for you to keep your word and commitment to Kenyans, uphold the rule of law, and protect our constitution.
Huyo ni Rais William Ruto akikaguliwa kwa ahadi anazopeana na vitendo ama actions anazochukua katika siku zake 100 madarakani. Kulingana na huyo dada, inaonekana rais amekwenda kinyume na kila ahadi ambayo alifanya kuhusu independence ya judiciary na kufuata sheria, kwa sababu anachagua wale sheria imesema wasichaguliwe kuwa viongozi tena. Anakwenda kinyume na ruling zote za Senate na High Court. Sasa hivi ndio mambo huenda ama ni nini? Tukajadili hiyo kwa kina. Wacha tusikilize hii nayo tunapojiandaa kujadili haya masuala kwa kina. Kama bado unaingia, tafadhali karibu. The link is in the comment section.
Even if they go to court, when the titular head of the judiciary has done what it has done.
I want to plead with you. Spare Kenyans the time, spare us the money, spare us the effort. Please resign like Commissioner Nyang'aya did.
What we are seeing now is a judiciary in bed with the executive. And the judiciary is circumventing the total will of the people by not allowing the people to challenge this matter.
Macho yote sasa yanaelekezewa makamishna Irene Masit na Francis Wanderi kuona iwapo watakaa ngumu au watasalimu amri pia.
Kulingana na kifungu 250 cha katiba sehemu ya kwanza. Kulingana na kifungu 250 cha katiba sehemu ya kwanza inasema kuwa kila tume inafaa kuwa na wanachama wasiopungua 3 na wasiozidi 9. Kwa upande mmoja kuna makamishna ambao sasa wanajiuzulu kutoka tume ya IEBC, huku 3 wakiongozwa na mwenyekiti Wafula Chebukati. Muda wao wa kuondoka afisini ni mwezi ujao. Je, hatma ya tume hiyo itakuwa ni ipi? Duncan Haemba, NTV, Nairobi.
Asante sana Duncan Haemba. Katika taarifa inayofungamana na hiyo, kiongozi wa Azimio Raila Odinga sasa anadai kuwa mkutano wa Jumatano utakuwa ni wa mazungumzo tu na wala sio maandamano. Hii ni siku moja tu baada ya shinikizo kutoka kwa Rais William Ruto aliyemtaka Raila apeane notisi ya maandamano kwa vyombo vya usalama. Kadhalika, Raila anashikilia kuwa ataandaa mkutano wa Azimio kando na ule wa serikali siku ya sherehe za Jamhuri. Sine Chazima ana maelezo zaidi.
Baada ya joto na bezo zilizoelekezwa kwake kuhusu mpango wake wa kuandaa maandamano siku ya Jumatano, kinara wa Azimio Raila Odinga sasa anaonekana kubadili mawazo.
It's a peaceful public consultative meeting. It is not a demonstration or picketing. It is just a consultative meeting with the people of Kenya.
Jibu hili likionekana kumlenga Rais William Ruto ambaye kwa kejeli alimtaka Raila aipe serikali ratiba yake ya maandamano.
Mimi nimemwambia Profesa Kindiki aulize hawa watu schedule ya maandamano, ndio tuwapatie askari ya kuwachunga wasiharibu mali ya watu. Kama wanataka kufanya every day ama every week ama every month na kwa miaka ngapi, watu waambie wanataka kufanya hiyo maandamano.
If you wanted to do a protest demonstration, you would just inform the police, provide security, and we'll do it. But we are not demonstrating. We are not going to engage in any act of thuggery or hooliganism, and no property is going to be destroyed. We urge the government not to use an excuse to bring thugs there to try to disrupt this function.
Mikono yetu kwa Bwana. Vigogo hao wa kisiasa wamekabana koo kwa muda kuhusu swala tata la kubanduliwa kwa makamishena 4 wa IEBC. Na ni komentarafu hii ambapo Raila alipanga kuandaa mikutano ya kisiasa nchini. Aliyekuwa mgombea mwenza wake KARUA pia sasa amepaza sauti kuhusu makamishena hao 4.
Commissioners represent the people. Anybody given public office represents the people. What we can see is coercion, and we can see the end game. William Ruto wants a William Ruto commission. This is what we must resist.
That the era of dictatorship is back with us, and that Kenyans should not sit back and allow these people that comfort of thinking that they can subdue all of us. We will not let that happen.
Vilevile huenda taifa likashuhudia mikutano miwili ya kuadhimisha siku ya Jamhuri nchini.
Jamhuri Day. We are going to Jacaranda garden in Embakasi, not Kamukunji. Again, that is just going to be celebrating Jamhuri Day with wazalendo wa Kenya.
Baada ya agizo lake Raila la kuwepo kwa amani katika mikutano yake, kurunzi sasa kwa serikali ambayo inatarajiwa kuwa macho.
Afanye maandamano, na rais tunakuomba akubaliwe afanye. Hata tupea askari wa mlinde, bora wasiguse mali yetu.
Sydney Chazima, NTV.
Kutoka kwenye siasa sasa tuingie masuala ya usalama. Aliyekuwa afisa msimamizi wa kituo cha polisi cha Kamukunji, yani OCS, Inspector Samir Yunus, leo amekamatwa na anatarajiwa kufikishwa mahakamani hapo kesho. siku ya Jumatano. Kumradhi, Samir anatakiwa kujibu mashtaka ya dhuluma za kimapenzi dhidi ya maafisa wadogo waliokuwa chini ya himaya yake alipokuwa Kamukunji. Aliyekuwa inspekta wa polisi Hilary Mutyambai aliagiza uchunguzi kufanyika baada ya kesi nyingi kuripotiwa dhidi ya Samir na maafisa wa polisi, wengi wao wakiwa ni wa kike. Idara ya uchunguzi wa masuala ya polisi, yani Internal Affairs Unit, imekamilisha uchunguzi wake. Samir amekuwa ni polisi mwenye utata mwingi, akikabiliwa na kesi nyingi za kuwadhulumu wananchi pamoja na kupokea hongo ovyo ovyo. Julai mwaka huu, kitengo chetu cha uchunguzi kilifichua jinsi OCS huyo alivyopokea hongo ili kumwachilia raia wa kigeni aliyekuwa nchini kiharamu. Jamaa huyo alikuwa amezuiliwa kituoni Pangani alipokuwa akihudumu Eunice wakati huo.
Okay, that is Kenya for you. And as things go, it seems that we may not improve. We may get worse. All the same, the clarifications made there, the consultative meeting in Kamukunji, and the celebration of Jamhuri Day in Jacaranda are all peaceful meetings, not demos. The day for demos will be announced if need be. But all in all, it is all constitutional for Kenyans to meet and consult among themselves with their preferred leaders on the way forward. So sioni sababu ya kupanic watu wa Kenya Kwanza, na msiogope maandamano. Maandamano ni mojawapo ya njia ya Wakenya kujieleza na kujinasua kwa mitego ambayo inaweza kuwekewa na serikali. Okay, hapo mmesikiliza Omar lawyer anasema inaonekana wazi kwamba the judiciary and the executive are in bed, and so IEBC commissioners are waiting to go before the tribunal may not get the justice deserved. They will all go through routine, just like it happened in Parliament. All questions raised before the JLAC were not responded to or accurately addressed, but still they say they have sufficient grounds why the commissioners should be tried through the tribunal. Our country seems to be under siege, and so it is our duty as Kenyans to wake up and ensure that we don't allow our country to go the direction it's headed to. The dictatorship that is envisioned and embraced by Kenya Kwanza must be napped before it gets out of hand. And so watu wa Kamukunji, tukutane Kamukunji. Wale ambao mnakuwa Nyayo Stadium, mkue Nyayo Stadium. Tutaona ni wapi wa Kenya wako na moyo wa Kenya uko wapi. Hiyo tarehe 12 na tarehe 7, na tuheshimiane. Inasemekana media houses zimepewa ilani sizipeperushe matangazo ya Kamukunji na ya Jacaranda. Hiyo ndio dictatorship nao zungumzia. Hatutaukubali. Kama una watu utakutana nao Nyayo ama Kasarani. Sisi wa kwetu tutakutana nao Jacaranda. Tutaona Wakenya wengi wako wapi. Asante kila mmoja. Nashukuru Mike amefika. Vipi lakini Mike?
Salama Bernard, habari ya leo?
Iko salama, nashukuru.
Ya, asante sana.
Tupatie habari game. Tupatie habari moto. Judiciary kumbe na nimeambiwa hapa kwamba judiciary and executive are in bed, and somebody said they are not just in bed, they are pregnant already.
Bernard, everything good that would have come out of a Raila government, a Raila Martha KARUA government was thwarted and one of the good things was to reform the judiciary. I like going back because it gives us a perspective and clarity on what we are talking about. Some of us remember the Ringera team, that Ringera, being a judge, was appointed to do some cleanup in the judiciary because it was felt that it was rotten to the core. Our judicial system was actually a marketplace where justice was given to the highest bidder. So if we had killed somebody, if we had raped a minor, if we had stolen somebody's property, dispensing justice under that system was available to the highest bidder. And Ringera came and attempted to do some semblance of cleanup, but that was not thorough. One of the things the Raila government had promised to do is to do a further cleanup or a final cleanup of the judiciary, Bernard. And anybody who has gone through a judicial system, if you have had a case in court, you can share the pain of what Kenyans go through when they are seeking justice. There are cases, Bernard, that have in the courts for 30 years, and purely because somebody buys the judge to give injunction, to buy time. Remember, Bernard, there's a lady, a grandmother, who took her grandchildren and threw them in a Machakos court because a simple adjudication of land had taken 30 years and people were dying and justice was not being dispensed. So I'm looking at it deeper than just even the judiciary going to bed with the current system. Even without going to bed with anybody, they're just too dirty and rotten. In fact, I wonder who can have the comfort and the decency of going to bed with such a dirty person, a dirty system. You would rather take something that looks decent even from outside, but it doesn't look decent even from the outside, leave alone from the inside. So, Bernard, we were to have a cleanup of the judiciary so that justice is fair and seen to be fair to every Kenyan. And the reason why I'm sharing this, Bernard, is I want to broaden the scope so that people don't think when we talk of the judiciary, we are talking of election. Every other area of the process is just dirty. The murders get away, thieves get away, and the victims become the criminals, and the criminals become the victim. We have done an inverse of that. One of the reasons, Bernard, why this government was in a hurry to allow, for instance, the 6 judges who had been not interdicted but had questionable issues that the previous president was not comfortable admitting them. And this government was in a hurry to bring them into office, despite a public pronouncement by a sitting president that he has intelligence on the character and the integrity of these people. And that one has never been contested because nobody has said there is no intelligence. And I want to share with you, without fear, Bernard, that the American government shared a lot of detailed information concerning the Akasha brothers and how they were dealing with drugs and who was facilitating their release and helping them out of the system. And there are more than 3 judges who were mentioned in the confession of the Akasha brothers in the US. Interestingly, one of them is actually sitting in the commission that is supposed to to talk about conduct and character of the commissioners. So, Bernard, you have people who the government knows have questionable characters, and the bargain they have is do this and I'll do this for you. Actually, these people are not in bed because they love each other. Each one is covering for the other. They know, the judges know that they have real issues that if they were cornered, they would not be in office. So what does the system do? It tells them, we are aware you have these issues. Some of you are receiving funds from drug dealers to postpone cases. That one is not contested, Bernard. It is plain. If you followed the Akasha brother case, they named names and they were actually in papers, in some of the papers. So these are the people, Bernard, we are counting on to get justice. And that's, Bernard, why Raila said some of these judges were threatened. Now you wonder, how can a judge be threatened? You are not threatened by a gun. You are just threatened by the issues you have. You are told, we have this, we either present it or you pass this judgment. And that's how, Bernard, the Mafia world operates in Mexico and Colombia. What they'll do is that they will put a judge in a very compromised position, either in his personal life or in a transaction that would put him in a very awkward position, so that if he raises his or if he raises or he makes decision contrary to the powers that are be, then they are exposed. And these people are just here for survival. There's nothing like integrity or due process. Judges, over 70% of the judges in Kenya, Bernard, are corrupt, and that one you can say very loudly and nobody can question, because every person who has gone through a court system will tell you at some point they had to really compromise their way out to get justice. Even just getting a date mentioned, you have to bribe, otherwise you can be told your case will be heard in 2028 and there's nothing you can do. So we have a dirty system. For me, it is not just a judiciary going to bed, but a rotten judiciary. Whoever is even quoting such a dirty partner is also just as dirty. No wonder they are pair. On the meeting of Kamukunji, the dictatorial tendencies of some of these people, Bernard, are very amazing. Somebody wants to tell you the composition of who should attend a meeting. He tells you that if your daughter does not appear, then that meeting is not genuine. Why would, even during Moi's days, he didn't dictate to the likes of Matiba, Shikuku, and Orengo that for you to go for a gathering, your children must go there to show that you have a cause. Gatherings are provided freely by the Constitution, and the composition of those gatherings is by free will. There is no Kenyan who will be forced from his house to go to Kamukunji, and there is no Kenyan who has to go to Kamukunji with his son or daughter for him to be admitted at the gate or at the entrance. It is not a requirement in law that you have to walk with your son or daughter for you to attend a rally. So the stupid statements being peddled that for Raila to attend a meeting, he has to carry his daughter. The question I would ask, what is it that you are planning against the child of Raila that you really want him to attend that? And some of us remember very well how a convoy of vehicles were shot at when Raila was coming from JKA, and his daughter was actually in that car. Are you, after finishing the business you didn't finish then, or what do you want to do so that maybe the succession plan in the family is not there. So I want to say, Bernard, that you cannot dictate to us how, who, and when to meet. We don't need to give you a 10 years or a 1 year timetable. It is as and when we feel like meeting. Bernard, if you want to go to Uhuru Park tomorrow, you'll go. You don't need permission of the county council, county government of Nairobi to tell you whether you can go and walk around and take photos at Uhuru Park. Those are some of the liberties that were fought for by our fathers of democracy, that allowed Kenyans to walk freely. The young generation is not aware that just very recently in our lifetime, people, even during the day, a police officer will stop you and ask you for your ID, and they used to call it kipande. And Bernard, kipande is borrowed from the colonial words because there was a kipande that was being put on the neck of our grandfathers who couldn't move from one county to another without an express permission from the regional commissioner Mzungu, who would write a letter to say that you are coming from Trans Nzoia and going to Central to see your son in Alliance High School. Otherwise, you wouldn't pass through different borders. So the kasumba yenye hawa mandugu zetu wanayo ni ya ukoloni, hata sio ya kidikteta, ni ya ukoloni. Unajua dictators came after independence, but now we have people who are even going further back. Dictatorship is not good enough. They want to go further back into, so soon they will take us to the cave age, where people will be walking with stones and hats and cow skin and behaving like primitive people. We don't want to go back there, and that's why Raila is saying that we need to arrest this before it gets far. Countries that have spilled to dictatorship saw such things happening, and they thought, this is just a one-off. And slowly by slowly, some of those countries have never been able to recover, and they will never recover because they have a stronghold of dictatorship that is anchored into the nerves of their countries, to the extent that to dismantle it is near impossible. So the right thing to do is mti unaokunja kama ungali mchanga, samaki unamtengeneza angali mchanga. Those are the words I hear Swahili say, and this is the right time, Bernard. You cannot allow it to take root, because we shall never be able to uproot such tendencies. And just look at the composition of these people, Bernard. The likes of Rigathi, the likes of Ruto, and our brother Mudavadi, who looked like a gentleman. They are surrogates of the KANU regime, and the hangover of the KANU tendencies have never gotten out. We thought with the time they would have gotten out. So actually, it's a fellowship of dictatorship that has regrouped, and the script they are reading is the scripts of the 70s and 80s, and they have just perfected it. When you see a former DO who used to walk around like a supreme chief, he's behaving exactly the same way, and his boss is equally behaving the same way. So we have to get Kenya back to its course, and this is the right time, Bernard. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mike, for that one. We appreciate it. It is about time we began asking right questions in order to demand right answers. And a government must be accountable to its people, and we are keen to see to it that this one doesn't grow out of shape. Samaki mkunje angali mbichi. So wale wanasema we give Kenya Kwanza more time. We have given them enough time, and the time we have given them, they have not shown us anything that helps us to believe that they are able to handle the business of this country rightly. With every passing day, they are disappointing. And so kama Wakenya tumeamua turejeshe mamlaka na uongozi wa nchi hii kwa mkondo, si ile njia mbaya ambayo Kenya Kwanza inaanza kutupeleka, ambapo judiciary itafanya kazi kulingana na mapenzi ya executive, parliament itafanya kazi kulingana na mapenzi ya executive, Wakenya wataishi kulingana na mapenzi ya executive. Hiyo haikubaliki. Katiba ilindwe na katiba itetee kila Mkenya equally. Hapo ndipo tumesimama. Kwa hivyo mkutano wa Kamukunji, mkutano wa Jacaranda na mikutano mingine yote itakayofuata, shinikizo ni moja tu. Tunataka katiba itawale, sio Kenya Kwanza. Katiba itawale, katiba iongoze, ili kila Mkenya awe salama, kwa sababu sisi wote si watu wa Kenya Kwanza, lakini sisi wote ni Wakenya. Sisi wote si watu wa UDA, lakini sisi wote ni Wakenya, na katiba ni ya Kenya. So katiba ya UDA ifanye mikutano ya UDA, ifanye mikataba ya UDA, lakini kifika kwa uongozi wa Kenya, katiba ya Kenya itawale. Na katiba ya Kenya inapeana mwongozo jinsi commissioner atatolewa kwa ofisi, jinsi commissioner atawekwa kwa ofisi. Kama hizo mikakati hazifuatwi, basi hiyo serikali isiyofuata sheria inapaswa kuchukuliwa hatua. Na kwa vile judiciary ishanunuliwa, parliament ishanunuliwa, basi wananchi tu ndio suluhisho la mwisho kutatua mambo haya. Before Alex can come and continue with the submission, let's play this video. And the people in the comment section, please, let's keep it up. Let's keep it neat and ensure that we are sharing whatever quality content that is helpful to Kenyans, especially those who come here seeking for clarity and seeking for information. So don't just share anything. Let us ensure that we are sharing good content that is going to be helpful for those who are seeking information. Tusiwe tu hapa kwa sababu tunamaliza muda ama tunazozana. Tupeane information ambayo inasaidia. Ni nini kinachokera na kwa nini kinakera na vipi tutakavyo litatua, mipaka iko vipi, na tukifanya hili ni makosa, kwa sababu propaganda machinery ya UDA ni kuchafua kitu kisafi na kufanya kitu ambacho kina nafasi kikatiba, wakifanya kisiwe cha katiba. Sasa hii wanadai kwamba commissioners wana resign kwa sababu they are guilty. That is not the truth. The truth is they are resigning because they don't see justice through the tribunal. Why? The person presiding over the tribunal is the same person who presided over the petition at the Supreme Court, and the same way she saw hot air, she will see hot air with this tribunal manenos. And so as the lawyers cry out and the commissioners cry out, we need to listen as Kenyans and be able to appropriately follow through. Tusidanganywe na waongo hawa wanaodai kwamba wanashinda ile hali wanapoteza. Okay, let's listen to this even as we proceed further in the conversation.
People are defending. You've seen the president, you've seen Gachagua, you've seen Ishungwa. They are defending what they are eating. You remember what Uhuru said at Kajiado? Wacha wao wakae, si tunakula nyama. The people who are eating, who have appointed their brothers and their tribesmen into PSS position and cabinet secretary, are now telling us, leave us in peace. It is very painful, let me tell you. It is very painful, especially for the sons and daughters of Omugusi. You are being told, we cannot give you a position of a PS because it can suffocate you. It is so painful. The questions Raila Odinga is asking, are we Kenyans going to sit and leave the two communities eat and use our taxes to the exclusion of the other Kenyans? That is the fundamental question. I'm not worried about the Cherera issue. I'm worried about our Kenyans involved in this government. Still, the president and his deputy are more Kenya Kwanza. They are not the nationalist leaders that we are seeing. How many people feel inclusive in this government? None. Very few. Gachagua, the deputy president, has now galvanized the Mount Kenya region. Sorry, I was in Meru for a funeral of a friend of mine. And the argument there is that more positions are coming in Mount Kenya region. More positions are going to Rift Valley. Which positions are going to the Kisii Nation? Which positions are going to the Indian community? Which positions are going all over?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the voice of the lawyer airing what he feels and reads in what is transpiring right now. Mama Mary sent me this. I found it very interesting. I want to share it before Alex can speak. And probably Mike, you will also weigh on this. Mexican residents tie mayor to a tree after he failed to fulfill his campaign promise. The residents have been without water for a week. I think we need this rope here. We need trees. Zile miti tulikata tunataka mlete kamba na mlete miti, okay? Tufunge wale watu walipromise hawaja fulfill 100 days, watu wafunge kwa miti. Alex, karibu. Vipi lakini?
Yes, Ben. Habari ya kushinda.
Niko salama, nashukuru. Karibu.
Asante. Sasa leo sijui ni kwa nini na feel tu vizuri. Hello, can you hear me? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we can hear you, although your volume is a bit low. Just you can raise it.
Okay.
Voice.
Okay. How about it there? Now, is it okay? Can you hear me now?
Hapo sawa, endelea.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, sawa. Sasa nashukuru sana siku ya leo. Kwanza nataka kusema naendelea vizuri sana leo, sina bandage kwa mshavu. Naona Mungu ananisaidia, nilikuwa na shida kidogo, lakini naona pia napona vizuri. Hata nilikuwa naona kama nitaenda Kamukunji, lakini bado siruhusiwi na daktari. Mombasa na Nairobi ni karibu. But ile ingine ya Jacaranda, wacha tuone. We are the foot soldiers bwana. Baba akisema mimi ni nani nipinge bwana? Sitakuwa mimi nimefanya dhambi kuliko hata yenye mapasta wanafanya kwa kanisa. Kwa sababu wamegeuza kanisa mahali pa kupiga siasa na kutukana baba. Unajua, I love church and I respect church leaders here so much because I'm also a Christian and I'm God fearing. But we are creating a picture that sometimes Tafanya believers watakuwa na roho wanaomba kwa nyumba bwana. It's really, really, really disappointing. The right time has come. We are shouting here, and sometimes when you shout here, mtu anaweza fikiria, and we are counted in. That's why you see even Baba inasemekana ana wafuasi. We're counted in there. That's why you see it looks strong and stronger, because our simple shouts that we are doing here, we are making sense in a way also. And you can see most of the things we discuss here, you can see they are back there. Ziko kwa ground. So that's why I was telling you, we have nothing to do, just to shout. And today it was proven beyond reasonable doubt kwamba that unajua wanasema ni maandamano, lakini KARUA has pronounced it clear and very much clear to everyone else. Ingawaje doubting Thomases will twist it the way they want to make them to please their mouths and their ears, because sometimes they want to give themselves what they want to hear. But I'm seeing fireworks, not in the terms of violence, but people are tired, watu wamechoka. And that simple, you see, when Nani was in Utawala, Raila, I took a lot of time reading, what is this, and I could not see it. But later on I realized there was something called peace in Kiamba. So that was a message. And we cannot afford to ignore that. There must be a reason, because they are the people of Kenya. So the peace in Kiamba, it has a meaning of which we will be told also. Again, nimesikia vizuri sana na Mradhe. Mradhe has a very strong point there. So it means the Kamukunji meeting is a very strong meeting. Believe me, you, Kenya Kwanza wameshtuka, because they were trying to bring propaganda kwamba KANU wametoka, Jubilee wametoka, Wiper wametoka, but they were all represented, which is an achievement. To us is an achievement, and is a very strong message to every Kenyan who is seeing what is coming in front of us. It is so sad. It is really sad for the judiciary. It is really sad for the judiciary to join the executive. It is really sad. But now, my message is concerning that. The placards, what are we going to write when we are going for the meeting? We need to send a message. So everybody else should come up with a message. You see, like I can say, Mama Hot Air, name it. You see, these things, we have to spell them. Wale wataongea kule, lakini sisi tuko na ujumbe gani? Because ile utawala tuliona ujumbe. So we are just full of information. Let's not just go to shout baba, no. Let's send some information. Tuongeze ile uzito yenye wakina baba watatoa na KARUA. And what is ours? What do you have in you? Write it there. Let somebody pick on it. Let somebody give it out. So we read what is there. Because where I am, not everybody is where I am. Kuna kitu naona mali niko. Kuna kitu mwingine anaona mali huko. Kuna wewe unaona mali huko. So how can you bring it into the limelight? Write it up. Come on. Yeah? Let them read it, because not everybody will talk there. The population will not give a chance to talk, just a few leaders. But our information in a paper will be read, and the information will be taken home. So we have to find a way of also reaching there. Even if you're not there, maybe somebody is an American, cannot reach there, but write that information. We put it in paper. We can even write it here. So we send that message that the people feeling like this, wherever we are, the position we are in, this is how we feel it. So with one agenda that they sound like the way out easily accepting that. Pengine ni kwamba my worry is, this is my worry now, from the looks, now hooligans, to do some fishy things, then they put on the outlet, ni wao ndo wamefanya, to find somewhere to cling on. So there's a possibility, like Mother KARUA also tried to insinuate. So also we should advise our people that when you go there, let's just go there. Kitu tufanyikie huko, lakini tusipitie kwa mashop ionekane tumeenda kuloot. Because we have our information and the information is very clear. And I know watu wakitoka huko kwa mkutano ndio inaweza tokea hizo shida pia, kwamba kutoka kule ndio tulianza kufanya vitu kama hizo. So we need to be cautious also. Yes, wakiattack population pia hawatanyamaza, but now cameras, this is where we should involve cameras. Let the cameras speak. Let the cameras speak. Let's put this thing in cameras, the pictures. Let the pictures show the reality. They have to show the reality with the pictures. So those who are cameras, phones, let's use it to the highest to prove that the technology today is accepted and is working everywhere. So when we have phones, we have what? Those are our jeshis, our bundukis, not stones and name it. So my concern is, let's use our cameras, let's use our phones, journalists, please, to bring the real picture out of the day. Okay, another one that I would like to share, because I'll come back later on. My worry with our government is the open work is to check them, check and balances. But opposition starts, they feel bad and they say, no, we want you to check us. How? You want to give us how to check on you, how we work? We have our way of doing it. And if you cannot understand what we are doing, now we have decided to consult people on what we feel is not going on well. Why again you're crying and you're bringing so big names on us, the names that we don't hold, and we are Kenyans, and if you start to you start to call a leader like you wale watu, is that respect? Wale wengine, does it portray some respect or humility or kind of, lack of respect is very big in Kenya Kwanza. They feel they're only the leaders, the remaining people are just people who are there to back from the background. So if you can't respect a leader like you, how do you want to be respected? But now our leaders are telling them, if you don't respect us, but the people of Kenya have respect for us. So we have a lot of things to express to these people so they can understand we are Kenyans, all of us. We need equal service. We need respect. Never respect you. So respect is a two-way traffic. You give it, I take it, I give you too. But they are lacking that respect. And let me tell you what, my friends, this is just a start. Hii ni mwanzo tu. I think kuna English kuna sema the beginning of the start. Yeah, so, but I think things are coming. Because from Wednesday, wakati watatoa zile ninio zote, it won't be the same again. Na siku ya sasa hiyo holiday, Kenya won't be the same again. So, naweza wachia hapo, lakini kitu naomba ni kwamba, what message do we have in us? And how do we make it reach there? The power of camera. We have to make use of the power of camera so that even those people who are trying to plot hooligans, we can, tunawamulika. This is how it was. Then we bring the whole story, collect it together. Then the truth will be known. So the power of camera is my simple message that I want to give. Okay, Ben, for now, I can stop there, but I'll come back because I'm also rearranging myself after 1, 2, 3. Okay, but the message I think is taken home.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you for that. We appreciate it. And we are all vigilant, ensuring that the right thing must be done for our country and our countrymen. Nobody should be discriminated against. And the Constitution has provision for everyone's safety. So we are not receiving any favors from Kenya Kwanza or from UDA or from anyone else. We are all catered for by the Constitution. And so all the people in power must take care of each and every one of us, not to turn us into UDA or turn us into Kenya Kwanza. They should leave Kenya Kwanza and UDA Constitution to do UDA and Kenya Kwanza affairs. But when it comes to Kenya, we have the Kenyan Constitution that needs to be applicable for every life, every family, every community. Failure to which we must hold them to account. Karibu sana wote, asante sana kwa wale wako kwa comment section. Derek Pole unasema mtu amejinyakulia simu yako ukiwa kwa gari. Samahani sana, ni Nairobi. Nairobi. Pole lakini. So thank you for making effort to be on the chat section. We pray for a turnaround. Things will turn around for the better. God is on the throne, and everything will be all right. Let's listen out to this video before we can listen out to Guru making his submission. Okay.
Imposing his aid to the people of Bungoma. Speaking in Bungoma during last-minute campaigns for the outfit's candidate Wafula Omunyinyi, former Defense CS Eugene Wamalwa and former Kakamega Governor Wycliffe Oparanya say the Ford Kenya party leader has held the county hostage and thus want the residents to reject his candidate, saying Wamunyinyi is the most experienced choice. Earlier in the day, the 11 candidates appeared before the IEBC, where the county returning officer assured them of preparedness to conduct the exercise. Alan Uchanda with that report.
48 hours before the 600,000 registered voters in Bungoma County head to the ballot, and the key political formations in the western region are making the final appeal to the electorate. Monday, Azimio team combed the county, making several stopovers, wooing the residents to support their man, former Kandui Member of Parliament Wafula Wamunyinyi, terming him as the most experienced out of the pool of 11 contestants. The Azimio brigade says it would be prudent to have a senator from a different camp with the governor for meaningful oversight.
Ukienda Trans Nzoia, sisi tuko na gavana wa Azimio na tembea. Lakini yule anachunga yeye ni seneta wa Kenya Kwanza. Sasa mambo Trans Nzoia yako sawa, Busia hivyo hivyo. Tuko hapa kuwaomba watu wetu wa Bungoma fuweze kubukule watchman wa Azimio.
Sasa mkichukua mtoto mweke ati seneta, mtu anapepea mwingine briefcase atakaue keka awe seneta, mtakuwa mnafanya nini? Jameni watu wangu, mtakuwa mnafanya nini? Huyu Wamunyinyi tukiwa na yeye, mimi nikiwa gavana, tumetetea watu wa miwa.
Wamunyinyi lost his Kandui seat to Ford Kenya's John Makali following his bitter fallout with his former party boss Moses Wetangula. Kenya Kwanza has two of its sister parties, Ford Kenya and UDA, each with a candidate, which Azimio is keen on capitalizing on.
Ukiangalia wale wamesimama wote, mimi tu ndio naonekana nilio na experience na uzoefu ya mwaka mrefu, miaka mingi. I am the most experienced among all the candidates. Mimi ndio nimekomaa, ndio niko na uwezo wa kufanya oversight.
Earlier in the day, the 11 candidates appeared before the IEBC for familiarization of ground rules. The county returning officer, Grace Rono, assured them of preparedness and readiness to conduct the exercise, but with an appeal to residents to turn up, as past mini polls have seen low turnouts.
All the materials have arrived, even the strategic materials have arrived, and we are ready. We are set for that day. So I will urge the people of Bungoma to come out in large numbers to come and elect their senator on that day.
Tafadhali jitokezeni tupige kura. IEBC imefanya kazi yake, tumeelezewa vizuri, kila kitu iko mufti. Tokeni hiyo siku ya tarehe 4, tafadhali wote kwa wingi. Elect your senator.
Yale ninataraji ni kwamba IEBC itadumisha upeperushwaji wa matokeo haya jinsi inavyotakikana, kwamba uchaguzi huu utasimamiwa bila shutuma, bila upingamizi, bila bugdha yote.
Independent candidates have, however, called on the electoral body to lay a fair playing ground for all contestants, claiming those fronted by political parties have had an edge over them. Alan Ochanda, KTN News.
And in crime news.
Okay, that's the latest from Bungoma, and I think all system going. We will have a new senator in Bungoma. So watu wa Bungoma, jitokezeni, chagueni senator ambaye atafanya kazi. Msichague mtu wa briefcase. Umeambiwa hapo na the most experienced and best performing former governor, Oparanya himself. The Mlembe spokesman, according to Buhungu too. All the same. Guru, vipi lakini?
How are you?
I'm well.
Yes.
Yes, karibu.
You are telling us that Judiciary is in bed.
Somebody has said it's not just in bed, they're already pregnant.
You know, there is a statement that goes that don't believe it until it is denied. When a government official denies something, you know that that is the official position. What the president said today, that he knows there is a debate on whether he has compromised the judiciary. He says that he's never made a call. I think it is only logical to think that the opposite is the truth. Otherwise, how would you come to that conclusion if you are not guilty? Initially, it looked like Martha Koome would turn out to be one of the best CJ in Kenya. But I do not know what miracle she is going to perform to return the confidence that the Kenyan public had started having with the judiciary. Maraga and the first CJ, Murunga, was it Murunga? I think they had set some Mutunga. I think they had set some standards, and some of the standards that they had set is to put a clear demarcation between the judiciary and the executive. And that demarcation is what gave the people of Kenya confidence in the judiciary. And it was not out of disrespect for the presidents that were there then. The late Mwai Kibaki and retired President Uhuru Kenyatta. Patrick. So you could obviously see that the two men made a deliberate attempt to project the judiciary as equal to and complementary to the other two arms of government. But what we have right now is a very scaring picture where there seems to be more than warmth. And I saw Senior Counsel Abdurahi even criticize what the judiciary and the CJ had termed as warmth between the executive and the judiciary some time back. So with that, even if there may be no other concrete matter, the public would naturally start asking themselves what exactly the judiciary is doing. Worse, what has been witnessed in the recent weeks are cases that have been in the corridors of justice for several years being thrown out in quite unclear circumstances, and nobody is coming out to explain how and why. So in that circumstance, therefore, the general public can only start having conscientious. Is it that the political establishment will now be having a say or directing the manner in which cases are handled? Why now? Well, I understand there is a row of unrelated issues. They could as well have been acquitted on merit, but the avalanche of the cases that are now dropping out of the corridors of judiciary is causing suspicion. Some of them have to do with murder, very serious offense. Others have to do with fraud, embezzlement of public funds. And then that suspicion is extended further when you find some of these individuals appointed to serious public offices. And therefore, the general suspicion is that there is a linkage on those issues. I need not mention names here, but it is in public domain that several people who have had cases, and some of them are still in court, serious cases, are now managing serious institutions in this country. Therefore, if that is the case, and the president says that he's following the law, you would wonder then, somebody here, I'll mention the name, like Ferdinand Waititu. I thought the court had said that he cannot hold any public office until his case is heard and determined. But what we see is appointed to manage a public office. Is this coincidence? We cannot tell. But the suspicion is up there in the air. It's for you to guess what could be happening in the background. The judiciary is particularly a very sensitive docket. It is possible to play politics this way or the other way because politics have no form or even formula. But judiciary works on a script, and the script is in the constitution and in the law. And therefore, anytime it deviates from that, it becomes a serious societal problem because people start wondering where they would run to. Should there be a need to have a cushion? You are aware, Bernard, there's a statement that was made the other day that those who have developed their properties on other people's plots, that the properties will not be destroyed, that there will be a tete-a-tete between the two parties, and you have a win-win situation. Now, when you make such strong statements that touch on individual rights to property, then you can see there is a problem, because the spirit of the law and the constitution must always be supreme. People must know that there are consequences for the actions that they do, that in matters of law, there is very little room for negotiation. You either follow the law and the constitution, or you face the consequences that are prescribed. And therefore, we have a long way now. I think people are getting a bit jittery in the sense that when there is such warmth between the executive and the judiciary, it means the confidence that even if you are violated by the state, it will be hardly possible that you have confidence that your rights will be safeguarded through the judiciary. And that is the greatest problem we have. You are aware that during Moi's time, people are taken to the court at night and jailed. And without any recourse, you just find yourself serving years in jail, simply because the executive and the judiciary were working in tandem, which shouldn't be the case. Now, you are aware what happened with the PSs. Somebody went to court, challenged the appointments. A decision was made that it was premature to take the case to court. What followed was drama, because over 20 PSs were actually interviewed in various buildings within 1 hour, taken to the office of the president and sworn in the following day, very early in the morning. So when you start doing things in that manner, you just raise suspicion that there is more than meets the eye. Because why couldn't they follow the same initial interviews that were public and that were transparent. So let me stop there, Bernard, so that others can make their remarks. But I will close again by saying, in the official circles, don't believe anything until it is denied. Now we know the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Saguru. Excellent. We appreciate that. Wakishaanza kukana, bas, kuna mimba. But all the same, we must all take responsibility as Kenyans. There is something seriously wrong, and that is why we need to consult and be able to take a stand that is going to salvage this country. We cannot go back to where cases were decided by people who are outside the court, that the judge sits on a case and then he receives a phone call and say, jail that one, he jails. Release that one, and it's released without consideration of any evidence or whatsoever. That if you are politically correct, you enjoy. If you are politically incorrect, you suffer. That cannot be a way to help this country. Never. So as Kenyans of goodwill, let's be vigilant, let's speak up, let's shout to zushe kama ni lazima, ili nchi yetu ikue huru. There is no way you will be wronged by the state and go to a judiciary that is a friend of the state.
What has happened?
Looks like Bernard has been cut off, or maybe we can continue. ama system imefanya ile kitu.
I'm not sure what happened. I'm not sure what happened, but I think I'm happy I'm back. Let's have public participation.
Thank you, Bernard. Can you get
Ben,
me?
wamefanya hiyo kitu tena.
Are you getting
I
me?
think I should buff up my security. They must be on my neck again.
Watafanya hiyo kitu.
So as a public participation, you need to do something about your volume.
My volume is very low.
Yes, we need it very high so that we can hear without straining.
Okay, are you getting me? Is it
Just
any better
improved
now?
kiasi.
Okay.
You can't go higher than there.
I'll try to talk louder.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Okay. So, Bernard, there's two issues here when it comes to these issues of rule of law in our country. The part of the Constitution talking about integrity. You know, our Constitution is modeled after the Constitution of the US, where integrity is a key part. So, holding any public office, starting from the highest office, the president. Now, from the little or the much I follow about the United States policy, even having cheated on your wife is enough to knock you out of being able to run for public office in any capacity, whether it's to be a governor, to be a president, whatever. Now here we are having a crisis, or whereby even the people holding the highest office have would not be considered to have integrity. Because, for example, now the present president you're having and the previous one, they even had cases at the ICC where they were accused on crimes against humanity. It's a very big charge. So you see, under normal circumstances, if the Constitution was really being implemented, such people not you cannot cannot even stand for governor, cannot even run for governor, let alone president. Now, when you have a president who has such a high, high level of lack of integrity, he has so much baggage in terms of corruption cases that go back up to 2007, and of course the Y2K implications that was used to forcefully eject people from the some areas of the Rift Valley, like Molo, when it came time to vote and all these things. It's hard for such a person to be able to implement something which he himself, as is normally called the high priest of corruption, himself, he has a problem of integrity, not a small problem, like a big, big problem of integrity. So how do you expect such a person to implement the constitution in terms of integrity? He can't. Number two, this our justice system. I remember when Dr. Mutunga was at one point was talking somewhere, and he was saying that during Kibaki's reign, at no point during Kibaki's reign did Kibaki call him up and ask him for favors, or ask him, can you go against the expected to do him a favor. And which in our country, I think we can talk about Kibaki being the most democratic, or the most what we would consider a democratic leader. Now here we're having a case whereby we are having a leader who has integrity issues, and by this problem started from Uhuru, because Uhuru threatened the judiciary when they announced the election results. So from there, the executive began a journey of intimidation, whereby they were intimidating anyone who is not in agreement with them. And for sure, it's possible for that to happen under the Constitution, and of course under the prevailing circumstances. It's very possible to do that. Now, unfortunately, the judiciary was intimidated during Maraga's tenure. Their budget was cut, and many other things. There was a lot of intimidation here and there. And then now the intimidation moved from the executive, it went out to the legislature, where anyone who was not on the side of the president, anyone who had gone to the vice president's side, was removed from public PSCs. They are called parliamentary select committees. So if you are chairing and you are supporting Hustler, you are removed. If you are a chief whip, if you are a speaker, if you hold any position of influence, you are removed. So you see, this president had been set from back when I think the second term of Uhuru is where this intimidation started, whereby the judiciary was being intimidated, the executive was being intimidated, and I mean the legislature was being intimidated and and controlled by the executive. Now it's not only the judiciary which needs to have clear demarcation, and the alienation is also the legislature needs to have a clear kind of separation from the executive. But now, from the president, which Uhuru had said of calling people to Sagana Lodge to try and influence them, MPAs, Mara MPs, all that drama which was going on during that time, it set a precedent. And Hustler has just merely, harnessed or how can I explain? He has just perfected it. Let's put it like that. He has perfected it, and it has become, by the way, a way of how things are handled. By the way, even in other public institutions, whereby, for example, boards are normally manipulated by being given gifts by the management and kinds of things. So bribery, and then so that things can go according to what the executive would want. Number 3, there's a big problem with the judiciary in Kenya. Okay, when I do follow, crime cases from the US. I'm interested in crime cases, and I follow. So, under normal circumstances, what is supposed to happen? Okay, like for example, in the US, what happens is that what would be the DCI does the investigation and comes up with what is called the probable cause affidavit. So, probable cause affidavit is supposed to be given then to the office of the ODPP, and a judge is then supposed to go through it and see whether this the probable cause to start a trial on a case. Now, in Kenya, I don't know how things exactly work, because a case can start without there being sufficient evidence. So, like for example, the Cohen case, okay, the body was found in the compound of the lady. So now the lady was arrested. She was immediately presented to court, and probably the evidence is not enough. It doesn't pass the threshold. You see, like in the US, whereby there's a threshold, and if a sheriff or attorney is bringing a case, it has to have a probable cause affidavit which passes the threshold before any trial starts. Now in Kenya, it's the other way around, whereby you start the case, then you start looking for evidence once you started the case. And cases are started based on public outcry, or based on the on the whim of the DCI, and the ODPP. So we cannot say. You see, for ODPP actually to throw out some of these cases, it may be quite true that there's no evidence actually, or the evidence is not ample to secure like a murder charge. Murder charge, you have to prove beyond shadow of doubt. So we have that problem. The other thing is that cases in Kenya, they take too long, particularly even civil cases, they take too long. But if for the cases we have been following, popular cases like murder cases, it takes a minimum of 7 years. So you really wonder, as in like in the States, it can take like a month. Once the trial begins, it takes 2 weeks, 1 month at most, and the case is dispensed. And even there's a judiciary, there's even a jury which is involved. It's not only the judge who comes up with the ruling and the sentencing. So Kenya, I think we need to overhaul how, first of all, that clear demarcation between all these institutions of government, from the legislature, the judiciary, the ODPP, the TCI. There should not be any influence or external kind of, okay, the president can appoint, fine, but once he has appointed, he should not now again come back to start, interfering with what the institution should be doing, including even other institutions like the IEBC and also the ESC. Because like lately we've been seeing that ESC is being used to fight people who spoke against Hustler, like Atuoli, like Morade, So it becomes that now all these institutions, instead of carrying out their independent mandate, they are now becoming tools at the disposal of the executive to return, to revenge, and it has gotten to a situation whereby now, if you have a problem in terms of you're involved in corruption, what people are doing is that, or you've not been paying your taxes, like the senator for Nakuru, Keroche, CEO, you join government so that you are protected. And since the majority of the people who are really wealthy in this country, in one way or another, they have been involved in corruption to get to that level of the kind of money they have, whatever they are having. So the thing is that now it's become a kind of an unwritten understanding that if you are in any government or wherever you are, if you know you are having issues with KRA, you know you are having corruption issues with the ESC, if you know you have embezzled funds, you need to now look for a way to get into government. So if you look at the panel of the people who are in government now, majority of them, they have issues. Like, let's even talk about some people who they were having betting companies, and then the betting companies, I don't know what happened, and they are now no longer able to have majority of their holding. So they run for MP, but what they're really after is to secure their bag. You know, they are seeing that being outside government, you cannot be able to maneuver. But once you enter into government, you'll be able to maneuver. If KRA has closed your plant, like for Keroche, once you get into government, you'll be close to the power, to the corridors of power, and you can talk to them nicely. And they open your plant, and they write off even your taxes. So that's the kind of the level of banana republic we have turned into. But the main cause has been that us, we also don't elect people based on integrity. Because now you see, once you elect somebody who has so much baggage in terms of they have cases in SEC, they have court cases, they have court cases in ICC, like that's just like going to just elect a hyena, to rule a country. I mean, what else can you expect? The man is used to just flaunting the rule of law does not exist in this world. Yeah, if he has the ICC cases, he just uploads all the witnesses. They are now no more. I mean, you can just see the president. So I don't know why Kenyans usually assume that if someone has a certain president, that that electing them or them going to church or them being associated with the church suddenly will change. Someone up to the last minute, you cannot see anything positive that has come out of this guy. Up to the last minute, by the time we are going to vote. So why do you vote for such a person? So we have a problem in terms of ourselves as the electorate, the caliber or the types of leaders that we elect. We only look at the monetary, and we normally vote based on tribal allegiances and and emotions and protest voting. You see, so we have a lot of problem. But because if you look at like Kibaki, because me, I normally benchmark with Kibaki because I think Kibaki was the most democratic and the most closest to the spirit of the constitution, since it was even promulgated while he was president. So that's the kind of a democratic leader. Now that's the type of a leader that we need, that should be there in a democratic country, whereby, like for example, like what was happening in the States about Trump. You see, Trump actually was not a leader who was reflecting the spirit of the U.S. Constitution, and he was having the same kind of issue whereby he was balkanizing people, because previously there was Obama who was a black. So of course the white supremacists, they were not happy about Obama having been having 2 terms in the White House. So he was able to balkanize them so that they can vote him in. But and then after that, of course, he continued with the extremist kind of ideologies of that the Mexicans should not be in the U.S. and those kinds of things. And the establishment which was there was somehow able to remove him. Although I understand now he wants to come back again in the coming election. So these struggles, they seem to be there. But you see, I think that once people realize, whoever had voted for him apparently was, some of them changed their mind in the course of his tenure, and they realized he's not a democratic leader. He's not a leader who reflects the true face of a democratic countries like the US. So they removed him within the first term, you see. So us as an electorate, we also have our part to play, that we should also measure the caliber of the leaders that we are putting in. Not, and then also this thing of, our panel, the choice is so narrow. We seem to be just perambulating around the same group of people from one election to another, like there are no other people who can serve. You see, so I don't know, but I don't see anything changing. Let me be very honest. I don't see much changing, and actually, okay, I understand what Azimio is trying to do, and what Akina Morade and the rest are trying to do, but I feel that that, to be very honest, I feel that it was a mistake for Uhuru to have handed over the government to Hasna. That's what I feel, because now removing him from there, because the type of a person he is, he's not a person to be removed by outcry, or he's a hardliner. He's been a hardliner since Y2K. He has been a hardliner in 2007 when he wanted Raila to reject the Prime Minister compromise. He wanted him to go for presidency. You can see in the previous election, he was a hardliner when Uhuru wanted to give up the seat. So don't think that this guy is going to leave that seat under any circumstances, unless short of, I don't know, death, or I don't know what. He will do anything and go to any length. So I think the mistake was made in handing over the power to him. Let me just be very honest, because now, to be very honest, our options are really limited. They are really, because you see, if we're dealing with someone who is like Baba, who can compromise, that's okay. But this is not someone who can compromise, not someone who can, who can give in. He's not someone who listens to other people. He's a dictator. So we'll have a hard time trying to change things. It's just going to be a game of cat and mouse, whereby now it's you go to rallies and you demonstrate whatever, then he comes, he balkanizes this other. It will just be a merry-go-round up to until the time when his term ends. And of course, when it ends, you want to secure another term that can continue. Because there's nothing much. If you look at this, we are now at 100 days. Can you really tell me one good, besides the so-called fertilizer which was brought here, which I understand cartels took over and they were selling 4,555 up to 6,500. That's about the only thing I know that he has done, which you can say now is what he has done. This guy will not do anything for this country, because for him, he had been campaigning for 10 years. That investment of campaigning for 10 years, he wants to return back that money, and of course, to be able to situate himself. And as I've told you, the way government is run in Kenya, government is equal to business. Major businesses and industries are run by oligarchies. So the thing is, if you are not in government, you cannot secure even what you made through corruption, or you will not be able to manage to even get business if you're not in government. Because like in the counties, usually these governors, when they come in, they build hotels, like these Western hotels. So they go to various counties. So when you're in government, when you're the governor, you give out business to your hotel. So the moment when you leave, the other next governor comes and builds another hotel. And he gives, now it's a situation like that, whereby there are so many hotels and those kinds of things. So in Kenya, you'll not be able to survive outside. So what I wonder is everyone going to be able to fit in the government? Because for you to be able to do business, you need to be in government, especially if you're you're in the major industry. For you to be able to keep your wealth, especially ill-gotten gains, you have to be in the government. If you have corruption cases and you don't, you have a problem, you have to be in the government. You have to be somehow aligned to the government. So we're going to have a bigger crisis, because it's going to be a do or die for most people to be in any government. Because the moment you leave, you can see what has happened to the Moi family. So who wants to go through that kind of humiliation and what? So it will become more and more vicious, for you to stay in government, because do or die. You have to be there. If you're not there, now problems start for you. Where did you get this done, and all this. And that's why you're seeing all the thugs, all the all the wrong people, they are all trying to be aligned with it. And that's why Waititu now are being given jobs to committee, to head committees which are cleaning Nairobi. I thought Nairobi River can be cleaned by NYS, Rwanda. So now we are supposed to be saving money and cutting back on expenditure, but creating jobs, and of which I'm sure those jobs are not paying us kidogo money. So we are creating now jobs for people who have plundered and have been, they've been impeached, for them to be able, because they supported the government. That's the kind of scenario which we are in. We can't lie to one another, Bernard. We are in a kind of a ditch. In fact, not a ditch. A ditch is even good, because we're in a free fall. We are just going down and down. And I don't know. I think that Azimio will have to meet this very seriously and really rethink, especially if they're able to pry to pry power out of this man's hands, to think next time when they're handing over power, because some people don't deserve, even if they're elected, they don't deserve. Election, by the way, even political scientists, they are normally they're saying that sometimes this issue of voting and masses, that democracy, the majority have their say and the minority, the majority have their way and the minority have their say. Sometimes the majority is wrong. Yeah. Even Hitler, he was brought in by a majority, but look the kind of a mess he did. So we might have to be in a situation like the US, whereby there's other, forces, bigger forces, which influence the type of people who are allowed to run for these seats and all this. Because once you put a very wrong person there, it's just downhill from there. And somebody who is so power hungry, like Hustler, letting go is gonna be so hard. And you can see now IEBC, two commissioners have already resigned. So the whole IEBC will just be people. Yeah, thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, public participation, and thank you everybody for your continued followership. It's like my internet was misbehaving, so it threw me out. I think it is now fixed, so we can continue. No panic, everything is all right, na tutaendelea na mjadala wetu mpaka tamati. Kuna mtu anauliza Francis ako wapi? Kwa kweli siwezi kusema sijui kule yuko, lakini namtafuta, akipatikana nitawaeleza kule yuko. He promised to be here, so I think last week, so but he was dealing with something, so I don't know whether it's true or not, but I believe he's safe and secure, and so is other participants into this particular program. Naomba tu tuhakikishe kwamba tunadumisha heshima na tunachangia mjadala ipasavyo, both on the comments and on the wherever studio presentation. Let's add value to the debate, do justice to the debate by ensuring that we are citing what needs to be cited, exhibiting what we are saying, and ensuring that we are helping the country move forward by availing the required insights into our current situation. Tusiwe tu mjadala wa kubadilishana mawazo, lakini mawazo hayo yawe ya faida na ya muhimu kwa kusaidia nchi kusonga mbele. Wale ambao wanaona kwamba serikali iko sawa, mtatupatia sababu, kwa sababu sisi tuna hofu kwa vile serikali imeanza kwenda, na uhusiano ambao uko katikati ya judiciary na executive is very suspicious, to the extent that I don't think you can take the executive to court and succeed anymore. From the last month and the behavior of the judiciary in releasing all cases that are concerning people who are UDA friendly or Kenya Kwanza friendly, it painted the judiciary in bad light. And then to make that, more clearer is the way the Chief Justice is behaving. She's either at State House or State House it is her at her office. We cannot trust that kind of relationship to be a healthy relationship that can help the progress of this country. The independence of the judiciary is vital, because we can take the executive to the judiciary. We need to be sure that the judiciary is going to decide without undue influence. But if things are behaving the way, things are looking the way they are looking, then it is clear that we are losing the judiciary, and we may find ourselves where we were in 2007. The reason why ODM could not go to court is because they knew even if they went there, there is nothing coming from there. Why? Because the judiciary then was an extension of the executive. It did everything the executive wanted to do. And so we seem to be quickly backtracking to that particular scenario, and it is a disturbing scenario. So wengine wenu ambao ni millennial amuelewi haya mambo, ni afadhali mpeane sikio la kusikia, mkaelezewe na wale waliowatangulia wawaambie makosa yako hivi wakati mambo yanaenda hivi. There is no way we can have that close relationship between the executive and the judiciary, and still the judiciary sits in a case against the executive. It is not possible. Even if my brother is a judge and there is a case against me, my brother cannot sit in that case because he's an interested party. So the closeness between the executive and the judiciary is making the judiciary unable to preside over the cases fairly, or even to be seen to be fair. So sijui Martha Koome atatumia sabuni gani kujiosha kwa haya mambo, lakini kulingana na vile mambo yanakaa tayari, and it's hardly 100 days ya Kenya Kwanza, ni kubaya. Na hii ndio sababu mojawapo ya maswala ambayo tunaenda kuyajadili wapi, Kamukunji, ili tuelewane hii nchi tunaiendeleza ama tunaiacha itokomee vile inavyoendelea. Karibu kila moja. Kuna video moja nataka kucheza ya Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, kisha tumsikilize Chaga aseme ya kwake tunapoendelea na mjadala wa leo. Karibu kila moja, naendelea kukaribisha wawili watatu. Usitazame peke yako. Share that link with everybody in your life so that nobody is left out.
Hili kupanga huu mkutano, tunajua ya kwamba tuko na fedha za kutosha, kwa sababu mimi mwenyewe nilikuwa kati ya wale ambao walikuwa wanatafuta hizo fedha, na hizo fedha sio zao, ni za kusaidia kuleta amani kwa Kongo. Tunaelewana wenzangu? Na mimi mwenyewe nataka niwahakikishie kesho mtakuja. Kwanza tumalizane na hizo shida zenu za kibinafsi ambazo mko nazo, si ndio? Ndio sasa tuingie kazi ile ambayo imetulete na tuweze kufunga kikao hii kwa njia ambayo inastahili. Tunaelewana wenzangu? Tunaelewana? Na wale ambao wanahusika, msifikirie ya kwamba amani ni kitu ya kucheza naye. Amani sio kitu ya kucheza naye. Wawe hapa, na kama hawatafaulu, mimi sina shida kusimama na kuambia dunia mzima ya kwamba msiwapatie hawa watu pesa tena kama hawawezi kupanga vikao na kutusaidia kwa njia ile ambayo inastahili. Tunaelewana wenzangu? Tumekubaliana wenzangu? Tukutane hapa kesho saa 4. Munipe nafasi sasa niende, na mimi nitawastaki sasa mpaka kwa wakubwa wao. Labda wanafanya hivi kwa sababu wanafikiria mimi sio mkubwa, lakini bado mimi niko na sikio la viongozi na nitawastaki kwa viongozi wenzao. Tunaelewana? Wahakikishe leo walale kule wanalala, watafute ile ambaye, na sio kutafuta, walete walete ile ambaye ndiyo haki ya wale ambao wako hapa siku ya leo, kwa niaba ya wale wengi ambao wamewachwa nyumbani. Kwa hivyo mimi nawauliza kwa heshima, nawauliza kwa aibu, kwa sababu ni aibu. Mturuhusu tujipange, tukutane hapa kesho saa 4. Tumekubaliana? Tumekubaliana? Mungu awabariki, mulale salama, tukutane saa 4. Asante sana.
Okay, that is former President Uhuru Kenyatta. Seems to be having issues with the peace meetings in Congo. Sijui mnasoma lipi kwa hilo, lakini tutajadili kwa kina. Kuna huyu Kericho TV News anasema Congolese issue is not Kenya. Mimi nashindwanga watu wengine, sijui shida yao ni gani. The Democratic Republic of Congo is part and parcel of the East Africa community. As at now, we are even sharing passport. So kama wewe uoni Congo na Kenya wako related, either shule zifungwe, tuendee school fees ya wale watu walienda shule kama hawa, turudishiwe school fees kwa sababu they wasted school fees. They went to school and got nothing. Bwana Chaga, karibu tafadhali. Chaga, sauti yako hatuipati.
Mnanipata sasa?
Hapo sawa basi.
Yes, sawa brother Bernard, Mike, Guru, public participation, alafu na Roda. Nadhani nyote hamjambo. Leo sitakuwa na mengi kwa sababu nimevunjwa moyo kidogo na kinacheleza kuweza kujitoa pale, so akilini nikawa na maswali. Hivi hawa nao ali miongoni kama wale ambao waliweza wakatoka upande wa UDM wakarudi, wale wa UDM walitoka kwa Azimio wakarudi huku, au ni ule uoga kwamba tukikaa hapa na hatuna thamani, wanao kwa ofisi ni wachache? So nikawa na maswali kwa kuweza kujiuzulu, lakini pia baadaye pia nikapata kupata moyo hivyo pale nilipoona Martha Karua baba wamesimama na kuweza kuhutubia taifa zima kwamba sisi still bado tutaweza kuwa kwa maandamano kwa minajili ya kuchakachua yale ambayo tunayoona si sahihi katika taifa letu. Hivyo wao wajiuzulu wasijiuzulu, sisi tutasimama na wao. Kidogo pale nikapata moyo mpya, lakini amani ilikuwa imeshatoka pale asubuhi tu niliposoma hiyo karatasi ambayo inamuonyesha kwamba yeye kajiuzulu. So ukweli ni kwamba mengi tu yamezungumzwa na Martha Karua na ni mambo ambayo yapo. Alafu kitu ambacho pia kimeniweza kunivunja moyo zaidi Bernard leo ni ile sarakasi tumeiona pale kwa Judiciary. Ishara wazi ile ndoto yangu niliyoitabiri pale mwanzoni kabisa katika hii panel kwamba imetimia sasa kikamilifu. Judiciary iko chini ya executive, of which itakuwa ngumu sana wewe kuweza kuripoti chochote kinachohusiana na serikali, especially wale ambao wako ndani ya KK. Kwa hivyo judiciary hiyo ishatekwa na hatuna jinsi wananchi. Kwa hiyo itakuwa ni jambo ambalo ni la kusikitisha mno kama Wakenya. Pia hili tunaloliona hivi, wengi tumeadaika kwa sababu ya siasa propaganda. Ni jambo ambalo linanihuzunisha zaidi, kwa sababu ikiwa mahakama zetu zitakuwa hazisimamii haki, je, tukimbilie wapi? Kwa sababu kwa ishara tunayoiona, sidhani kabisa kwamba utakuwa na maamuzi zaidi. Ni sarakasi hizi, lakini ni sawa, ni wakati wao. Wakati wao wafanye kile wanachokiona ni sahihi, ni wakati wao wafanye yale ambao wanaona kwao ni sawa, lakini na imani Mungu siku zote hashindani na mwanadamu. Ipo siku haki itasimama, maana naamini haki haizami Bernard, haki huelea. Kwa hiyo maandamano yapo, na si maandamano bali ni mkao ambao utakuwa pale Kamukunji tarehe 7 ili kuweza kuelezwa waziwazi, maana kama ni siku zao 100 ndio hizo zimeshaelekea kuisha. Kwa hivyo baba asimame na wasimame wanaazimia wote, pamoja na sisi wafuasi ambao wengine ambao wataweza kubahatika kufika pale, kwa sababu sisi wengine tuko mbali. Laiti ingekuwa ni mahali ambapo naweza fika kwa mguu wangu ama kwa pikipiki yangu, basi ningeweza kuhudhuria pale na mimi pia nikawa miongoni kwa wale ambao wako, lakini sasa niko mbali. Kwa hivyo ni mambo ambayo nitafuatilia, lakini na imani nafsi yangu itakuwa Kamukunji. Halijanivunja moyo kabisa hili kwamba labda liniregeshe kwamba hati pigeni ndio nilegeze misimamo yangu. Niko pale pale, mimi msimamo wangu hautaondoka mpaka nihakikishe kwamba hii Kenya imepelekwa katika hali ya usawa. Sina shida mimi na serikali, lakini iwe inafanya vitu ambavyo vinaonyesha usawa. Lakini haya majivuno na majigambo na kila mahali mmeteka. Sasa thamani ya mtu mpiganiaji mageuzi kama baba leo anakuwa ni mtoto kama kikaragosi ambaye hana maana tu. Heshima kwake imevunjwa kwa sababu propaganda. Yani nimeenda sokoni leo, yani jinsi baba anavyotafasiriwa nimesikia kutokwa na machozi. Zile thamani vyenye anakatwa haswa na hii young generation yenye ipo, wasiomjua thamani yake kwa wapi. Watu washapumbazwa na hustler fund. Hasikii la mteka maji la mwadhini wala la mteka maji kisimani. Thamani imeshushwa, na ambavyo si jambo zuri, kwa sababu heshima ya huyu baba inafaa apewe heshima yake tofauti, heshima ambayo hakika katika wakombozi na waliojitolea kwa kauli na roho yao moja, hatutaweza kumpata kiongozi ambaye ana roho kama ya huyu mzee. So ni jambo la fedheha sana kuwa ni mwenye kudharauliwa, hususu haswa na hawa chepukizi. Maana Ruto nitamuita ni chepukizi, Gachagua nitamuita ndumbukeni tena chepukizi, kwa sababu hawa wametokea tu, wamekuzwa humo ndani, kufumbwa nao, at least ndio wamekuwa watu leo wanamnyelea, wanamuona baba si lolote. Pili, nimesikia wakila wakizungumza maandamano hayafai. Nimemsikia Cherigei akizungumza, seneta yule Cherigei, kwamba hakuna haja maandamano, kwa hiyo waende wajifungie ndani ya nyumba baba na rais, wazungumze, wakitoka pale watoke na suluhu. Fine, lakini ni juzi tu deputy president akisema baada ya kwamba wametoka Korea wamefanya mazungumzo na watu wa West, yeye ndio alizungumza waziwazi juzi tu kwamba hatutaki msaada wowote kutoka kwake, hatutaki ushauri wowote kutoka kwake, hatutaki lolote. Sasa kama hamtaki ushauri wowote na yeye, vieje leo mnataka muingie kwa nyumba kwa sababu mmetishiwa kwamba watu wataenda kwa maandamano? Leo muingie tena mzungumze yapi, na wakati mlisema hamuhitaji ya Raila, kwa sababu Raila kama mtatazungumza naye basi atataka handshake. Kama mtuzungumza naye basi atataka nusu mkate, na nusu mkate kwenu hakuna, handisheki kwenu hakuna, kwa sababu handisheki ndio kigezo kikubwa cha kutia ufukara katika nchi hii. Yale mabilioni mmepora na yameregeshwa katika hizo kesi ambazo zinasemekana za maonevu, hayo yote mmeyasahau na yamesahaulika kabisa kwamba ndicho chanzo cha umaskini hapa, lakini yote amefunikwa leo. Mahakama ndio hiyo metiwa katika kiganja cha mtu. For real, we are now facing a bad situation. So sisi kama wanaazimio na Wakenya wazalendo wenye kuitaka haki, si kwamba hati vingine tuangangana kwa sababu ya kushula ni, lakini tunahitaji Kenya ambayo itakuwa ina uhaki katika kila sekta, yenye kumjali mtu yeyote katika Kenya hii awe na nafasi ya kuweza kusema yes na kujivunia kwamba hakika niko katika Kenya hii. But wacha tukutane hapo tarehe 7. Wakati wa tarehe 12 sisi tunaungana na mzee pamoja na mama tukisherekea siku ya wazalendo. Wao wafanye yao na sisi tuko Jacaranda na kina ndugu zangu akina Nuru Okanga huko, tutapigana vifua huko, na pia nitamwalika bwana Sheikh Ngawa awe pale, at least tujifariji na sisi, lakini tuhakikishe kwamba hii tumecelebrate kivyetu kwa sababu Kenya na wenyewe sasa hivi, ila tu ngoma ya kupigwa haikai kupasuka. Ngoma ya kulia sana ndio haikai kupasuka Bernard, kwa sababu hiyo ngoma ile ya kulia, atakaye kuja anapiga ngoma hiyo, atakikuja anapiga ngoma, haikai kupasuka. Kwa hiyo waende polepole, waende polepole, waende polepole. Alafu jambo la mwisho kabisa ambalo nitalizungumzia ni ni kuhakikisha kwamba sote tumesikana. Wale ambao tulikuwa tumesimama kwa haki tusimame hapa, tusiyumbe yumbe, tukiwa na msimamo tuwe na msimamo. So those supporters ambao tulikuwa tunamsupport mzee, tusihadaiwe na haya maneno. Haya ni maneno tu yanapita. Tusimame katika msimamo wetu, ndivyo tutaweza kuikomboa hii nchi, ndivyo tutakavyokosoa hii nchi mahali serikali itakuwa imefanya mambo ambayo yatakosea katika taifa letu. Lakini kama tutaanza kugawanyika kwa sababu tumedanganywa na hustler fund iliwe, lakini misimamo yetu ibaki pale pale. Wale wata access wakaweza kupata shilingi ngapi, wale ni haki yao, na ikiwezekana pia wasilipe, tuone hii Kenya watafunga wangapi, kwa sababu na imani wengi wamekula na wengi hawataweza hata kulipa hiyo pesa. Kwa hivyo hiyo ishaliwa, lakini tusimame katika haki. Kwa bena leo mimi nitafuya pale kwa sababu moyo ulikuwa na uzito mno, hata sikutaka kufuatilia vitu vingi leo. Kwa kweli nilipoona hayo mambo hayo, nikasikia moyo wangu kidogo umeenda sehemu nyingine, kwamba sasa ndiyo mwisho, kwamba hasa hakuna kitu ambacho tutaweza kufanya, kwa sababu kama ni wenye kuwatetea ndio wao wameshabaki wawili, ambao najua kesho pia asubuhi sija tukaona nao wamesema tumeresign. Sasa kama tunawatetea na hawa watu wameenda, tunatetea nini hapa? Je, hii si mpango? Hii ndio nikawa na maswali mengi kichwani Bernard. Ela moyo tu umeregeshwa tu baada ya kuona wametoka pale, kiliendea kuzungumza mbele ya umati kwamba waondoke wasiondoke, sisi bado tutenda. Hapo kidogo ndo nguvu, lakini tangia asubuhi Bernard sikufichi, hicho kilikuwa kinaniuma, kwa sababu wenye tunapigia kelele ni wao, na wana washatoka. Je, nao hawa washalamishwa mlungula, wamekuaje? Kwa hivyo nitakomea pale. Asante Bernard, asante Bernard.
Okay, asante bwana Chaka, tunashukuru. Kama vile umesema, ukweli ni kwamba wajiuzulu wasijiuzulu, safari inaendelea, na sababu ya kuendelea safari sio kutetea tu hao, bali kutetea katiba na jinsi watu wanatolewa ofisi. Kama wanashinikizwa kuondoka na Kenya Kwanza na ni makosa, hayo makosa yashafanyika, na kulingana na process ambayo vile imeenda, it's already off. Vile walitolewa IEBC, it was unprocedural. Vile walishughulikiwa bungeni, it was unprocedural. Then wanawaambia waende tribunal. Hiyo tribunal pia is unprocedural, and so there is enough evidence to prove that Kenya Kwanza is hell bent to twist the constitution and do what they want, and that is what you're going to protest against. So whether their resignation is not aborting the process at all, the cause still remains. The injustice weighted upon the 4 commissioners. They have left the office unprocedural, under the straight. In fact, the fact is there was express orders from the president to the Kenya Kwanza parliamentarians to see to it that these 4 commissioners are out of IEBC. Sio swala ambalo tunakisia ama tuna analyze. Alipeana hizo orders na ikatangazwa hivyo katika national television. And so ni swala ambalo lazima maswali yaibuke, na kulingana na hotuba ya baba on the 7th atakuwa bado anatibua ni nini haswa kilitendeka Bomas na results ilitoka wapi. So hii game iko bado. Then tunaenda kufanya consultation. So mwambie anaitwa what? Cherengei. Baba hizi kwenda chumbani kuongea na Ruto kama hatujamtuma. So anakuja kwetu tumpatie ujumbe. Okay. So akishachukua ujumbe wa Wakenya wote ndio atakuwa na kitu ya kupeleka mezani kama ataitwa. Yeye ni mjumbe wetu. So sitamwambia handshake haiko. Uchaguzi kama waliiba warudishe. Biblia inasema mwizi akipatikana kama ameiba arudishe mara 7. Akipatikana. So kama kulibwa, sisi this time hatutaki understanding hapa katikati, hatutaki nusu mkate. Yule aliyeiba arudishe ng'ombe yetu, mwenye ng'ombe yupo. Hatutaki story atutugawane. Hiyo iliisha 2007, ikaisha 2017. Sasa hivi kama uliiba ng'atuka, mwenye kiti apewe ili inji isonge mbele. So hiyo ndio ujumbe tutapatia baba. So wakiitisha hivi vikao wajue kwamba they surrender, we take over, or we fight until the last minute. That is the order. Hakuna kitu kingine. Wacha hiyo wanaitisha ni nini watu waongee. There is no talking. There's no talking about you stealing what is mine. And then you want us to talk about what? Return kile umeiba. Wakisumbua sana tutaenda wale wachawi wa Bungoma. Watu watumiwe nyuki wakule nyasi kwa sababu wamezidi nao.
Pia huko padi mtao pia tutawaongezea kidogo ili ukamate zaidi.
Yes, watu kule nyasi watumiwe nyuki wakiri maneno walifanya nini kiliendelea. This country must heal once and for all. We can't go back going through the vicious circle.
Bernard, kidogo tu bado zangu zinaisha, nichangie jambo moja limekuja katika akili. Moja tu, okay. Na kuomba tu dakika kama moja tu, hata hayafiki moja. Unajua ukweli ukidhihiri uongo unajitenga kando siku zote Bernard. Kwa sababu hivi yani ni kama tunalazimisha yani serikali lazima kwamba watu wazoe, yani wakubali tu kirahisi, kwa sababu ilikuwa kauli hiyo mbiu kutoka tangia mwanzo. Chaguzi zinafanyika hivyo, mambo ya vurugu mwisho ambao wewe kubali tu, kwa sababu tayari rais ni mmoja na ndio ambayo yuko Kenya. Kwa hivyo hivi vitu ndio ambavyo vimeturegesha nyuma. Kama kuna makosa mtu akubali makosa yake, vile wamebebesha kinachereza makosa na mizigo, nao kama kutakuwa na makosa wakubali makosa yao. Kama waliiba kweli tarehe 7 ijulikane waliiba kweli, wakubali na wafunganye virao kama walivyozungumza. Wapishe watu wale ambao uongozi ni wao, wabaki katika uongozi. Haya mambo kwamba ngoja tuzungumze kwa sababu angalau Kenya ni bora kuliko kitu kingine, haya mambo yafike wakati wa mwisho, kwa sababu kama tutendeza hivi basi hili jinamizi tutakuwa nalo, kwa sababu mipango tayari ishakamilika. Sasa hivi plan zao zishakamilika, ndio kila kitu. Maana alivyomaliza kula akakimbilia tayari kwa parliament kwa Ichungwa. Yani ile ndoto yangu Bernard ikatimia, kwamba wana capture judiciary na wata capture na parliament. Sasa hivyo ndivyo vimefanyika, hakuna kingine. Kwa hivyo sasa wanajua majority kivyo vyote sisi tutapitisha chochote ambacho tutakiona ni sahihi kwetu na ni cha kufeva sisi watu wetu kwa upande wetu. Hivyo kama kutakuwa kuna makosa yote as from tarehe 7, watu wasiregeshe, wasirudi nyuma na wasitake tena kutuita ngoja mzee tuzungumze hapa. Hapana, ikigundulikana kweli ushahidi umepatikana ni mzuri na unatosha, umwagwe mbele ya wananchi, wajionee, wananchi waamue. Hapa Uganda ni sisi wananchi tutakaoamua hatima ya hii Kenya, si wanasiasa tena palipofikia. Asante Bernard.
Okay, thank you, that's well put, we appreciate it. And hapo ndio msimamo upo. Kuna huyu anaitwa Mavela, you are posting the same thing over and over again. It's called spamming, and that will put the channel in problem. So please just post once, we'll know what you are saying. So please correct that. Don't post same text over and over and over. Please, it is important that you do that, or else itabidi kufungie nje kwa sababu umeanza kuchafua the show and the channel. Thank you. Naomba tumsikilize Roda ndio turudi kwa Mr. Guru. Mike ameenda. Dada Roda,
Hello.
karibu vipi?
Asante sana. Hello, how are you? Sijui kama leo mumeona kitu kwa YouTube. Unajua leo oh my God, nilikuwa sad. I don't know whether you saw something in the YouTube. I hope watu naelewa vile nasema. Mtu alikuwa ameandika hapo kwa YouTube ati Uhuru Mteuli amekufa. President Mteuli. Oh my God, nililia peke yangu hapa. I was very sad. Oh. Nikashida, what happened? Nikapiga watu simu nikamwambia oi. Afu nikasema pengine ni propaganda, si kitu ya ukweli. Sasa leo nimekuwa very sad vile watu walikuwa wameandika hapo kwa YouTube leo. Sasa watu wakuwe si vizuri kuandika mtu amekufa na si vitu za ukweli. Sasa nimeona leo akiongea nikafurahi. I was very painful. Nikasema just 3 months amekuwa retired, tena amekufa at road accident. Oh my God, I was so sad. Wow, inajua leo sitaongea mambo mingi. Leo nitasema about I'm so happy today. I saw today our opposition leaders. I was very excited. Wakiongea about kwenda in Kamukunji. They were very, very, and in fact we have a very smart opposition. They speak very well, with peaceful. Yeah, they still have those people. They're sad. They're still painful. Especially Raila Odinga and Mother KARUA. They're still hearted. The same here. I'm still after elections. I'm still painful. So leo nikaona wakiongea, nikaona Murathe. Something I was very excited today. Watu walikuwa nadanganyana kwa social media, sijui Jubilee, sijui nini. Waone wako pamoja. Jubilee, Azimio na Wiper, na wakasema baka KANU. Wako ndani. Sasa wale walikuwa na spread propaganda, Azimio tuko sober. Nikianza mimi nakuanga na sober. I really believe Azimio ni watu love our country. Azimio ni watu kind, na vile mimi nawapenda. Mimi na follow feelings na roho yangu. Nikisikia roho yangu ina kitu, naona kwako kuna kitu. Sasa mimi nikafurahi, nikaona vile Mother KARUA anasema kutakuwa na peaceful, na wakasema ukitaka kufanya demonstrations unaweza kuwa na security. By the way, it's a way even European too. When people are doing the demonstration, they used to talk with the police officer, then people, they can go around and they say how they feel. So this demonstration would be very nice. People, they go and it will be peaceful. Baba alisema demonstration itakuwa peaceful. Kamukunji ground tarehe 7 na Jacaranda itakuwa mzalendo. Sasa mimi on 12th of December I will celebrate muzalendo. So if you live in Nairobi, wherever you live, come and join Azimio la Umoja. Sisi tuko pamoja wote. Sisi tuko wa Kenya. Tutashika sisi wote pamoja. Let me tell you what the enemy have been trying to split our country. I'm telling you, this is a time the whole world will come to see the way people think Kenya, we are tribal, we are divided. They will see Kenyans tuko pamoja, we love one another. Oh my God, I'm telling you, if Kenya we come together, oh my God, we defeat the enemy. Oh, we defeat the devil. We say the devil go to hell. You know, devil did agree with Jesus. Just so the devil, if you don't agree with me, go to hell. We are going to cast the devil in our country. You are saying you are defeated in the name of Jesus. Kenya is belong to God. We are belong in one family. Kenya, we are one family. Yes, we are one family. To come together. Oh my God. It's the same when we go to heaven. Tutaenda sisi wote pamoja biguni kusere. Unajua the heaven. The heaven that is no death, no secret. Tutaselebrate sisi wote. Heaven, sisi wote. Kenya, the same. Thank you.
Okay, asante Roda kwa mchango wako. Then ningependa tu kuelewesha kwamba watu wana YouTubers wanatengeneza an alarming title, an alarming story, so that many people can view, then they get many views, they get paid for that. So you get those, when you get such a story, confirm first, call ulize inini ama check also another media house which has reported the same story. But just reading so and so is dead, some of us have died so many deaths according to the news people, the fake news people, and it's all about now. When you get anxious, namna hiyo utaambia watu watano wataenda kuangalia, waambie wengine watano waangalie, for at the end of the day mtu amepata 300,000 views. Okay, now YouTube is going to reward him for bringing 300,000 views, even if that story is not true. So unaona ma celebrities kama wa movie actors wanasema wamepata road accident, mara mwingine alikufa akienda kujifungua. You hear those fake news. It's all people who are twisted in their understanding, so they will want to use people's emotions to get some cash for free. So don't respond to such until you have verified, and that's why we also check everything. Mtu anaweza hata kutumia video, lakini confirm first before you share, or else you will be part of the extension of this and this. There are some alarming messages unapata at leo WhatsApp itafungwa. Kama unataka isifungwe sambaza hii kitu kwa groups 10. Okay, they just using you for advertisement, for their own benefit, for no apparent reason. Bwana Guru, karibu, endelea.
Yes, 100 days. We are just under 20 days to the magical 100 days of any regime during which tunajua which direction the regime is moving. I think it is good to just be candid that what has happened is that this regime has been trying to roll back all the programs that the former president had put in place. Kazi kwa vijana ikakunywa maji, pesa kwa wazee ikakunywa maji, subsidy ya fuel ikakunywa maji, subsidy ya chakula ikakunywa maji. Project kubwa zile zilikuwa zinaendelea kama Mau Mau Road zikasimamishwa. Sasa tunaelekea kusikia subsidy ya education inatolewa. So then you ask yourself, what have they done? Nasema wameleta fertilizer ilikuwa inanunuliwa 6,000. Sasa wanauza 3,500, lakini hata kabla ya hawajaingia ilikuwa inasemekana kwamba ungepata mfuko na 2,500. Kwa hivyo hapo wakaongezea 1,000. Nini ingine wamefanya? Wakaleta hustler fund. Uende uchukue 500 uweke biashara. Hiyo tu ndio mambo mbili ambayo imeonekana kwamba wamefanya kwa hiyo siku zimepita. Hiyo ingine ni kupea watu chakula kwa vijiji wale wameadhiriwa na njaa, lakini hatujui ni kiasi gani wamepeana, isipokuwa zile lori unaona zinakuwa flagged off. Tuwezi jua kwa uhakika hii ni chakula kiasi gani, lakini niseme hivi, there is as much as the government can do in terms of PR and propaganda, particularly when you are in power. You can do propaganda when you are in the opposition, and it works very well. In fact, today, the president himself said that opposition politics are very easy to play because you are supposed to criticize and nothing more. Nobody will hold you responsible. So, but when you're in government, he was telling his MPs not to be tempted to join the opposition in any way and in any activity, because there is always that temptation to hammer the government. But it's sad also that the first days of this government, about 80 of them now, do not indicate a government that is well grounded with the capacity to solve the problems that we have. And kwa sababu ya hiyo naona hapo mbele kutakuwa na shinda kubwa, na serikali yote ambayo inaingia through a populist kind of propaganda, wakifail kufanya vile walikuwa wameahidi wananchi, sana sana wanaanza kuwa watu ya kujaribu kudhibiti hali, na they are very sensitive to criticism in most cases. Na Bernard, ni kama nilisikia ulisema media imeambiwa isije ikaenda kucover ile rallies mbili, na zaidi ya hapo kuna wanahabari wamepigwa makonde wakifanya kazi yao. Pia kuna kwani Bernard ameenda? Okay, na pia unaona tu kuna mambo ambayo kila sekta kuna hiyo msisimuko ya kudhibiti hali. In parliament unakuta wale wako siasa upande wa Azimio wanajaribu kufurutwa. Hatujui ni ushawishi gani unatumika. Kwa hivyo unakuta serikali ya aina hiyo ambayo inaingia na what we call a populist propaganda, wanafika pahali wanalemewa, wanaanza sasa kutumia nguvu kudhibiti hali, kwa sababu ile inafuata ni wananchi kutokelezea na kuuliza watimiziwe ahadi. Na sasa hapo ndio tuko na tunangojea hii mkutano ambayo itakuwa Kamukunji na Jacaranda, ili ukweli udhihirike kulingana na vile wananchi wangetaka kuambia ulimwengu na kuambia serikali. Na ni mzuri leo nimefurahi kwamba kama tulivyosema siku ingine hapa, hii mambo ya maandamano na mikutano, kuna wale ambao wanashikwa na uoga katika serikali na wanaanza kusema kwamba mikutano ya aina hii ni ya furugu na ni ya kuharibu mali, ilhali hali si hiyo. Ni vile wananchi wamepatiwa nafasi na katiba kutoka kwa manyumba zao kwenda kwa barabara, kwenda kwa viwanja, kujieleza vile wanafikiria, kusherekea akiwa kuna kitu kizuri, kulia akiwa kuna kitu ya kulilia. Kwa hivyo ni mzuri leo imeambiwa mzuri kwamba hiyo itakuwa mikutano ya amani na iko kwa katiba. Kwa hivyo hii kenjeri kwamba sijui watuambie Shendu, sijui hii maneno Bernard tulikuwa nayo between 2005 and 2007. Hii kejeri kujipiga kifua kwa watu ambao wako kwa serikali sio jambo geni. Lakini matunda yao ilikuwa ni matunda ya uchungu na ilikuwa matunda ambayo ilikuwa mbaya. Kwa hivyo tungeomba kwamba tusinje tukafikia kiwango hicho, na ndio sababu ni mzuri kuanza kuongea mapema, ili pakiwa kuna njia ya kurekebisha namna ifanyike ikiwa mapema kabla tujafikia ile mwaka ya 2027. Pili, vile tunaelekea ni kwamba IEBC lazima kukawa na mkataba wa vyama vyote vya kisiasa, wakubaliane kwamba huyu referee atakuwa namna gani. Uwezi Bernard, wewe najua una support AFC Leopards, unaingia kwa uwanja na Gor Mahia ambayo Rivali ndio amechagua, wewe utaingia kwa hiyo mechi? Haiwezekani. Sababu bale ni mpishano. Kwa hivyo itakunja kuwa kwamba hii mazungumzo tunayo lazima ikatuelekeza na njia ile inatakikana kama nchi, akiwa kuna nia njema, kukiwa kuna nia njema. Lakini hata hivyo, sometimes people say that changes just come. Changes don't just come. Sometimes they are made to come. That is how multi-party was introduced in this country. We hope that reason will prevail, especially on those who are holding power, to know that there are other Kenyans, majority actually, who would want to do things differently from them. So wacha ni simamia hapo, naona Mary amekuja na yeye atupatie yake tusikie. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Guru, for that. And probably there could be a twist into what Kenya Kwanza is doing to prove their propaganda right. I remember when we went for demos in the confession of Sonko about getting people in ODM t-shirts, let them go and ban vehicles, then it is implicated it's ODM that did it. I feel there could be some planned rowdy people to pretend to be going to Kamukunji. Then they begin to loot shops and all that to look for an excuse to ban the gatherings that they are posing a security problem. And so there will be no more political rallies. There will be no more gathering because there's looting. So when you listen to the president and his deputy, bado wako na ile mentality ya DO na chief. So the Azimio team needs to have that our Kibra vote protection wing to fish out any strange people that may come to cause havoc in a peaceful gathering simply because they want to paint the meetings in bad light. Right now, I don't think we should leave anything to chance. Since we are going to push for justice, we must not allow our hands to be soiled so that we don't qualify to ask for justice for the Kenyan people and for all the country. Thank you. Mr. Guru, if you have something to say on that before Mama Mary takes.
Yes, I think one thing that we must keep talking is that picketing, political rallies, demonstrations are not illegal activities. They are very well written in the Constitution. How to do them is also written therein. What not to do is also written therein. And therefore, it would be tragic for a leader or leaders to want to deny the people their right to express themselves on the basis of fear. If you are confident government, you don't fear people. You engage them. You discuss. Even those who did not vote for the current leadership, they are Kenyans and their views. Maybe their views are different from what the government of the day thinks.
maybe they would have wanted 6,000 in their bank accounts rather than the 500 Hasra fund. And there is nothing wrong with that. It's only that it's a difference of opinion. And therefore, I think sobriety should be the key point here. We have very well experienced leadership of Raila Odinga and Mother Wangari KARUA. These are not novices in politics. They have been there even in the worst of times, and they know these things. And like they said yesterday or some days, ago, is time that those who have experienced the history of this country to start having a debate with the youth so that they can understand that what they enjoy today did not just fall from heaven. It came through blood, sweat, and tears. And some of those who sacrificed will never be paid by anyone except God. And their names will remain interred in the history of this country. Some of them lost almost everything. Somebody like Jindo Matiba, he was a billionaire. And by the time he was dying, I think his wealth had depleted so badly. But you see, it's a choice he made. So it would be tragic if the youth, like who want the last days of his leadership, that we will get to a point where we have now to fight again, like we did in 1990s, to reclaim what rights we have. Why would we want to keep quiet until a time when we will have to expend a lot of energy to reclaim rights? It's better to talk early enough, and that is what Baba is advocating, that before this monster rears its ugly head, it is nip in the bud, the monster of dictatorship. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mute your mic, Mr. Guru. Let's now listen to Mama Mary. Karibu.
Hi everyone. Mimi mzima na nyinyi nawaona ni wazima kwa sababu mnatoa sauti na mko hapo kutetea nchi yetu. Nasalimia Bernard, Guru na Rhoda, my sister. Yes, today I just want to say that nilifurahi sana kuona how Azimio team standing in the talking what we want actually the country to happen. Now, the only urge I'll give the Kenyans, I'll say Kenyans, because I know, ninaamini hata kuna watu kutoka UDA wame join the other side because of if they have the right mind to see how the country is going and what is happening. I know there are many of them who have crossed the floor and joined the good team, which is the one fighting for our country. What I'm trying to say is that Azimio people, please be vigilant. Be vigilant kwa wale watu ambao wanaweza zusha vita ama mzozo wowote katika mkutano utakaofanyika. Kwa sababu hivyo ni kweli, Bernard, I'll support you 100%. There are those gangsters who can be sent there who don't care what happens. To do mzozo ndio kusemekane hiyo ndio hali ya mkutano wa baba. I pray that God initiates and make those be seen before even they act, and they be taken care of, whoever want to bring violence in that meeting. That meeting is for the whole country. It's for Kenyans. It's not for UDA, it's not for Azimio, it's for the Kenyans. And Kenyans have really felt the pain and the pinch, the very short time this president has ruled this country. We are feeling the pinch, and we can't hide it because it is really showing already. Watu wameumia, wamelia, na wanaona kweli ni giza tu iko mbele. Hakuna mwangaza. So Azimio people, together with the UDA that feel they want to fight for this country, please be vigilant. We want to have peace, and Baba is not encouraging, is not inciting anybody to do any wrong within that meeting. He wants people to have peace. And there is nothing good like the truth, like the facts. Fighting somebody with the facts is always the best, rather than throwing stones or throwing bullets or whatever that can hit somebody. Use the facts, and that one will paralyze everybody, whoever is against the maendeleo ya Kenya yetu. Sisi ni Wakenya wazalendo, tunataka nchi yetu iwe na amani, tuweze kuendelea na kazi zetu. Let Baba tell us the way. Let Baba preach the peace of the country. Let Baba preach how we can recover our country, because it is really lost. The lawyer who was talking there is a Kenyan. He knows the law. Why is it that the judiciary can sit down in their benches, in their chairs, in the office, really, just to rule things that they really know it is wrong? But even us, lay persons, lay people, we can see they're wrong, but they want to do that because they are able. Not that they are capable. They are not capable. They are able to do that just because they have the power. They should be ashamed, because what we are learning is like those people never went to school. They were got from either from the field and brought to the office. If you went to school, Mother Koome, stand with the law. Stand with what it means, what you learned in class. You are not taught to swindle. You are not taught to be bribed. You are not taught to go against the law. You are taught to use the right law for the people not to suffer, and stand in the middle and see what is going on and what is right. This judiciary, it's like a mother telling her children, I'm not your mother. That is exactly what it is. Because the punishment they are giving us, it's something that can really make us very, very angry and feel bitter about this, because we cannot run to their office for help. Where else? Do we have another court? Do we have another judiciary out of the country that we can go? We want to use the judiciary that is, we are paying taxes. They are being paid with our taxes. We are working hard to pay taxes so that they can get their salary. But how do you expect us to pay taxes so that you get salary and subdue me? Who else is going to take care of me? I'm here crying as a Kenyan, asking where are we heading? You being the president, what's wrong with you? Why do you think that you can take all what matters to the public, to the inhabitants, to the people of Kenya in your pocket? Where do we go? We have seen your steps are really directing us to a ditch where we cannot come out. Why do you want to do that? Why do you want to finish us? Why do you want us to feel miserable in our own country? I believe we have a long way to go talking to you and letting you know that we are not stepping back. We are not going to relax until you leave us alone. And leaving us alone is to let those offices that we have put for our safety, for our country, to work for us, to work freely and give us services that we need. We don't want to be feeling that I don't want to go to that office because there will be no service since it belongs to Ruto. That office, really, it's us paying. It's us working so hard outside. We don't get handouts. The government is using our brains, is using our minds, is using our blood and all our energy to betray us. It's not the way you are doing, Mr. Ruto. We are here as Kenyans asking you to change your way, but if not, we can change your way. So we are asking you to stop the treatments you are giving us, to stop interfering with those individual or independent offices. You let them give us services which they are supposed to give, because our life is in danger while you are there on that chair. I have a case I can't take to the judiciary because it will not be ruled in the right way. I have a problem I cannot take to an office because that office, those people will look at me and they'll tell me they cannot do that. Or they will do to the contrary. Is that a country we live? Is that the country we are going to live? Is that really the life that Kenyans want? We refuse. We don't want to be commanded in such a way that you feel that you don't belong and you belong. Because why do I not belong? I'm not being given service. Why do I belong? Because that is where I come from. What a pity. What a life in that country. We want peace. We want our country back. We want to have a peaceful working situation, environment, because I'm not depending on the government. I depend on the government for peace, freedom, and liberty. And that is not what we have right now. We are being squashed. We are being put under a heavy burden that we cannot tolerate. I feel bad. And I believe Kenyans are listening. Let's not let our country go. Our country is very precious. We need it. And we want to live there happily. This is my song. I want my country be free from interference. And that freedom will come because of us uniting and talking the same tale, giving that we are not going to accept. We want our country back. Baba, we pray for you. Stand with us. We will stand with you and we will support you. And we are happy that you are still soundful and you are still strong. Stand strong. We are behind you. And this country, it's our beloved country. It's our heart. It's our soul. It's our everything God gave us. We have no other country. Thank you so much. And I hope everybody will work hard to see this country come back to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama Mary. We appreciate that. And it's our prayer that that is coming to pass in our day and in our time. We must not relent until we get everything on track. When things begin to get out of hand, we all revert to the basics. It seems that Kenya Kwanza is determined to make we define church. I say that religion is the perfect science that makes easy things difficult and understandable things not understandable. Kenya Kwanza seems to be out to make understandable things not understandable and make easy things difficult so that it looks like it's working when actually it's not working. I would that as Kenyans, we must be strong in ensuring that we don't buy into the deception that they want us to follow. And now with the propaganda of Mandamano and the making fun of the calls for the discussions and Kamukunji and all that, as Kenyans, remain sober. Let's remain sober and ask critical questions. 100 days are running out. What direction is Kenya Kwanza giving to this country? Is it viable? Will it be able to carry the 50 plus million of us in the next 2 years? Because we are increasing with every passing day. What plan is there to sustain the population of 50 plus million Kenyans? Will this so-called hustler fund, does it have any hope of sustenance in terms of making life better for Kenyans? I don't see any difference between the hustler fund and Fuliza. It has added no jobs. It has added no better option because we have apps for borrowing loans, plenty of them on every phone. Adding another one called hustler fund doesn't change anything. And so, in my opinion, Kenya Kwanza are still toddlers as far as governance is concerned, and they need to sit back and learn from the experienced what needs to be done. Right now, they should be consulting widely and slowing down in order for them to get what they need to do. Instead, they are busy undoing what has been done and doing nothing in its place. What takes over kazi mtaani? What takes the place of subsidy on petrol? What takes the place of subsidy on food stuff? What takes the place of subsidy on education? How are we going to manage after all these things are taken away? So as Kenyans, tukutane Kamkunji na tuhakikishe kwamba hatuchezi this time round. Usikubali kutumiwa vibaya na usikubali kufuata propaganda. Tumefuata propaganda muda mrefu na imetuchanganya sasa hivi. Sasa unaona serikali ambayo tuko nayo haijui right from left. Wanakaa kana kwamba ni kubulldoze. Kwenda kanisa wana bulldoze, waongee mara moja waende. Kwenda kanisa sasa sio kufuata ibada tena, ni kulazimisha wachungaji wapeane microphone wa address. This time we must wake up as Kenyans and begin to do what is right, and that is demand what is required from this Kenya Kwanza government. If not, tutawatimua, na hilo ni jukumu letu pia kuwatimua kabla ya muda wao. We have every right in the constitution to do that. Anybody calling it treason, he's misinterpreting the constitution. It is you either deliver or you get out of the kitchen. That is how it goes. So if Kenya Kwanza wants to stay like what Ruto is saying, 10 years, let them perform. Let them make life better for Kenyans. Let them make education free, make food available for every Kenyan, make business thrive. Let the importers enjoy importing, exporters enjoy exporting. Now, somebody sent me a document that says that the West has given a circular demanding that all the flowers, horticulture, coming from Kenya needs to be tested for GMO. If they have any form of GMO, they will not be admissible in the West. So the West is bringing GMO and then demanding that the flowers we are sending from Kenya to the West should not have any elements of GMO. Now look at that. And then the president is the one who goes to sign those kind of agreements. So even the horticulture that has been earning foreign exchange is all going to be messed up by this madness of GMO. Now, all this is because somebody's not thinking through before making decisions and is not consulting widely. He thinks by him thinking in his own way, he's able to cover up all the base. It doesn't work that way. So Wakenya lazima tujihadhari na uongozi mbaya, na kama serikali haifanyi kazi yake isivumiliwe. We are not here to endure the government. We are here to enjoy the services the government is offering. If the government is not offering right services, we should hold them to account. Failure to which tunawatimua. So there is no government is inakaa pretty atitakuwa hapa for 10 years. There is nothing like that. There's nothing like that. If they are not delivering in the first 2-3 months, watimuliwe. We can always have another election and we can always get a new government at any time, constitutionally for that matter. Moi called for snap elections after every 3 years or something. 92, 93 there was a snap, 83 there was a snap election. I think somewhere 83 snap election. I think somewhere 85 there was a snap election. So we can always have this thing working. Tusisumbuane hapa, it is cast in stone that we should have elections after every 5 years. If the people in office are not delivering, watimuliwe. And the constitution envisions that and makes provision for the same. So if President Ruto is not delivering, atimuliwe tena haraka sana, kwa sababu hatuna muda wa kupoteza. Wanafunzi wanapaswa kurejea shule na wanapaswa kujua school fees inalipwa na serikali ama inalipwa na wazazi, na ikilipwa na wazazi, wazazi wanafanya kazi katika kiwanda kipi? Serikali imetengeneza viwanda vipi ambavyo wazazi watafanya kazi wapate hiyo hela ili walipe school fees? You cannot withdraw subsidy without making provision where that subsidy is coming from. Pesa ya wazee mnang'ang'ania nini? Wazee walilipa gharama yao, washa serve serikali, washa serve nchi, wakamaliza muda wao, they have retired, something that they are enjoying in their wee hours of their day. You are still following, you want to eat it. Are you not looking for curses on yourself? Afadhali sasa mnachukua ya watoto mnakula, mnataka ya wazee pia mkule, mnataka ya chakula mkule, ya petroli mkule, ya vijana mkule. Sasa ni gani itafanya nini wapi? Hey, let's let me get this video and then we move forward. So GMO inayotoka Afrika imekataliwa Amerika. Lakini Amerika ikubaliki Afrika. Hey.
Alituongoza sisi kumpinga Ruto ni Uhuru Kenyatta. Ukweli si kweli? Tunamwambia Raila atamrithi ama si Uhuru asema hivyo? La ajabu, Uhuru ampawa kazi na Ruto ama hakupewa kazi? Hivi Uhuru haenda Kongo, Ethiopia, si ndio mpatanishi wa Afrika nzima? Kazi ampwa na nani? Sampwa na Ruto. Uhuru hakumpinga Ruto. Sasa wewe Mheshimiwa Rais, huyu aliongoza Kenya nzima akiwa rais kukupinga usiwe president, umempa kazi. Cherera wamfuta. Haki iko wapi hapa? Kuna haki hapa? Huyu ndio Kristo. Huyu ndio Kristo wa Ruto. Basi kama ulimpa Uhuru kazi na alikupinga, kejeli, akatoa pesa, akakupinga to the last minute, na ushampa kazi, na Cherera usimfute kazi, mrudisha IEBC. Hilo la kwanza, unless wewe ni mnafiki. Jambo la pili, vyakula viko gali. Uhuru Kenyatta na Raila walikuwa na subsidy kila mwezi bilioni 8 kuwapa millers na wengine bei shuke chini. Rais wetu ameingia, ameondoa bilioni 8 ya kila mwezi ya kusubsidy chakula viwe rahisi. Asema anunua mbolea. Jua kali hili, hiyo mbolea inafanya kazi gani? Nauliza kwa heshima tu, umeondoa bilioni 8 ya subsidy kwamba uweze kusubsidy upoe mwaka mzima, maana wanunua mbolea, vyakula viwe vingi mashambani. Ukame huu hakuna mvua, hii mbolea inafanya kazi gani? Nyinyi Kilifi mshalipata mbolea au Kilifi nyinyi? Mleta mbolea nyinyi na Ruto nyinyi? Mmeleta mbolea huku? Sasa mbolea mpeleka wapi? Bilioni 8 zirudi kwanza, subsidy endelee, unga, sukari, unga ngano, majani ishuke. Mvua itakaponyesha, Bwana Ruto, ondoa bilioni 8, vyakula mashambani viende sokoni. Unless uwe mnafiki. Jambo lingine, ameondoa kazi kwa vijana. Vijana kwa siku 400 ikiwasaidia. Rais ameondoa, asema sasa nendeni mkajenge. Haya, Kilifi kwa jengo wapi waende vijana? Huko Kilifi Ruto ameanza kujenga. Sasa umeondoa pesa za vijana mtaani, wasema vijana wakafanye kazi ya mjengo. Serikali imeanza mjengo. Malindi kwa jengo ya Ruto. Hapa Dabaso kwa jengo. Tezo, Chumani, Kilifi mjini, Mtwapa. Sasa vijana wakajenga nyumba gani apate hizi 400 zao ulizoziondoa? Tungeshe hizo nyumba waende wakajenge. Kama huna, rudisha kazi mtaani, pesa ziendelee. Jambo lingine, rais amekosea Waislamu vibaya sana. Cabinet ina mawaziri 22, Waislamu wampewa 2 peke yake, Adan Duale na Salim Mvurya. Ni bodi ya kanisa ama cabinet ya Kenya? Waislamu bilioni 15, wabunge 22, utupe nafasi 2. Are you serious? Are you serious? Waislamu wa Kenya na Wakristo ndugu moja bwana. Ndio leo tuko na mng'aro. Mng'aro Mkristo, mimi Muislamu. Raila Mkristo, mimi Muislamu. Na huyu mwingine Mkristo, mimi Muislamu. Waislamu na Wakristo Kenya hatuna vita. Na hakutakuwa na vita inshallah. Kwa sababu Mungu wetu ni mmoja. Jamani, ongeza na waziri wa Islamu. Utasema tumewapatia Nurdin Haji, tukapatia ule CCI mdawa DCI. Hata nyinyi speaker ni Mkristo, wa bunge kuu, wa senate ni Mkristo, mkuu wa polisi ni Mkristo, mkuu wa jeshi ni Mkristo, bado hujafanya kazi. Halafu akasema atampa wanawake. Alhamdulillah, wanawake 7, mmoja ni dadangu Aisha Juma. Hebu Aisha simama. Simama Aisha. Mpigeni makofi akanka. Wanawake 7, hakuna mwanamke mmoja Muislamu. Hiyo ni haki. Waislamu wanawake hawajasoma, hawezi kuwa mawaziri. Nafasi 7 za kina mama wote wa Kristo. Where the Muslim women? La mwisho mkae. Haya, kukali kwa watu kusafisha Ikulu. Kama kuna mashetani Ikulu watolewe. Wakaanikwa mabishopu peke yake. Nauliza, kuna watu mahodari wa kuchoma majini kuliko Waislamu na Qur'ani yao? Hivi huko kanisani ndio kuna dua za kuchoma majini Ikulu peke yake, msikitini hakuna. Ikulu ni ya taifa, ni ya Waislamu, Wakristo, Wahindu, Wazwakaya, Njuruncheke, dini zote, ile Ikulu ni yao.
Okay, thank you everyone. Let's continue with the conversation. Rhoda, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Nilikuwa nasema unajua kama sisi tuko watu opposition, me I'll be always opposition wa Azimio la Umoja, and I love Azimio na leader wangu ni my king Raila Omolo Odinga. Hata wakimtukanana, unaona kama vile alimtukanana jana Sunday, wakaongea vitu vibaya huko, yani they just want us, we feel irritated, we feel sad, we feel they have never understand God is still our side, na Mungu ataonyesha na dunia zima watajua Mungu kwa sababu ya sisi, kwa sababu Mungu anajua roho yetu. Sisi ni watu wa ukweli, sisi ni watu tunapenda amani, sisi ni watu tunapenda nchi yetu, tutakagi kupiganisha watu. Ni sisi tunaona, sisi tuko watu tunaona 18 watu 18 watu wanaona bere, sisi tuoni hapo tu, unaona kama uda wanaona. We are real and God actually we are really blessed. Mungu ametupatia hiyo grace ya kuona vitu watu wauda hawezi ona. Hao watu kama Ruto na huyo deputy wake. So we are really blessed. Actually, we already take for granted. Unajua kama saa zingine naongea na watu, they don't understand me. By the way, me I have a counselor. Since this election what happened, every month I have my counselor, because I need somebody to talk with me. Otherwise, if I stay here alone with the darkness, I just feel depression. I don't want to feel depression. I must find somebody to talk with me. So huyo baba wa Mombasa anaongea ukweli ati Uhuru alipata kazi ya kuweka amani East Africa. That's good. Na Raila Odinga hata yeye anatakikana akuwe ni opposition leader. By the way, according to our constitutions, not only our constitution, whole world, when you're opposition leader, you need to have your own office where you can represent, even you're meeting even ambassadors, even you are meeting these big people, because you opposition. I used to see the country I'm living, opposition leader, they used to go to they used to if the government they don't do the right thing, wanaenda live, wanasema we don't agree, and that's the way we want. They go, even they used to go to the parliament, wanaenda kwa parliament, kwa sababu this country is ruled by the party leaders. Atunanga ni president. That's the way we want. We want Raila Odinga to have our own office where he can, all opposition leaders, because watu waliamka asubuhi kupiga kura, wakapigia Raila Odinga na muri hata hisi kitu ya kuambia ati hakuwin. Munaona vile kulikuwa na watu wengi sana huko kunaitwa Kasarani. Hii ni kitu mtu, this is something fact. Hata yeye Ruto alisema hivi, his propaganda, siku ile aliwin, aliongea kwa Bomas huko kwake. I'm watching those video even now. Mimi naona video zote Ruto anaongea, mimi na kile anaongea afanyangi. Akasema hiyo election nobody win or lose. Alisema hivyo, nobody lose or win. Na akasema yeye ana believe opposition. Akasema anataka serikali yake ikiwe na opposition. Vile alisema opposition ni must anaheshimu opposition wetu. Wale leaders zetu wanapatiwa mshahara kwa serikali na wanapatiwa. We don't want handshake. We want they have their own office, stable office, very nice office, and they get salary from the government. They treated the same good and cars for the government and security. Si mtu kama baba wanaongea vile wanamtaka mzee wa kuzuia. Baba si mtu wa kuzuia, is my king. Ni mtu alifanya campaign. Mimi sijaiona mtu alifanya campaign ile Raila Odinga whole Kenya. Alienda mpaka huko Turkana kuuza ODM yake, party yake. Sasa na alifanya campaign, na ni mtu amefanya campaign kutoka 2007. Tunaona vile walimfanya. Kibaki akamuiba kura live tukiona hivi, akamuiba kura. 2013 akaibiwa kura. 2017 kila siku anaibiwa kura. Kwa nini wanakuwa na muibia kura? Kwani hawezi kuwa president wetu? Kwani hao wanakujaga president wao ni nani? Wao si kama wao. We need to treat every Kenyan the same equal. Kwani Luo si watu binadamu kama watu wengine? Ati wawezi rule in Kenya. Na sisi wote ni wa Kenya. No, we have to stand. We say Baba must be respected. Si watu kama Gachagua wanamuitaga mzee wa kuzuia, hata namuonanga 18. Wewe uonagi 18. Mimi naona 18. Mtu yule anaona 18. Unasimama na ukweli na justice. Watu wale wanaangana 18 ni watu wa Western. Watu wa Western wanamuona nyinyi mkiwa 18. Wanamuonanga nyinyi mkiwa mafala kwa sababu mnaitikia vile wanamwambia. Instead of muambie sisi tuko very smart. Unaona? Sasa asante sana.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda. Appreciate everybody. Nashukuru kwamba bado tunaendelea na mjadala wa leo. Asante kwa wale ambao mnaendelea kukaribishana na kupeana maoni yenu. Ni muhimu tukae tukielewana. Na huyu Geoffrey Ruto anasema yule Sheikh ameongea is one sided. Inji mzima inapokea mvua isipokuwa coast. Sasa ulikuwa unataka aongee kuhusu inji nzima ama aongee kuhusu coast? Si ulikuwa Kilifi? So anasema kwa sababu ya hiyo fertilizer inafanya kazi sehemu zingine isipokuwa coast. All the same, this is politics na mwamba ngoma uvuta kwake. Tuendelee kuvutana, lakini ukweli usemwe. Inji inapaswa kuongozwa kwa njia ambayo inafaa kila Mkenya, si sehemu moja dhidi ya sehemu zingine. Let there be a balanced way of governance whereby the people who are having rainfall are having their planting season, harvesting seasons, while the other parts are also taken care of. To be a father of a big family requires you to carry everybody in your heart. You cannot say that because these ones are this side and these ones are not on this side cannot be taken care of. They all need to be under the same umbrella and be able to receive the services available equally and in their unique differences. That's how governance is done. All in all, let's keep talking. Naona Chairman Clint amefika. Sijui ana ujumbe upi. Amevunja sheria ya kujificha nyuma ya curtain. Uko tayari kulipa fine ama utalipa fine ama utaonyesha sura yako?
Nitatuma kitu kidogo kwa sababu najua saa hizi opposition hamna kitu. So kama ni kitu kidogo mnataka msimame hapo kwa barabara tunaleta.
Tumewatisha mpaka hata hamwezi kumzika.
Wewe kijana unajibu na wewe kijana unanijibu kama nani? Acha kunijibu bana. Kama utaki mkutano toka. So Ben, when William Ruto met Jeremiah Kikwete, huyu rais wa zamani wa Tanzania, alisema kwamba the current IG is the most useless person he has ever met in the world. Hiyo ilikuwa before election. So IG alikuwa na expect huyu jamaa kishinda uchaguzi afanye kazi na yeye. Na asha declare is the most useless person in the world. So the IG knew his fate. Huyu mtu akiwin, I'm out. The same thing happens with all other government employees that politically took sides and they were not even supposed to take sides politically. And again, the reason as to why these two candidates gave us their manifesto was because Kenyans were to decide, mimi napenda hii manifesto, mimi napenda hii ingine. So Kenyans that believed that 6,000 will be disbanded to them on every 28th day of the month, walipigia baba kura. Wale tuliamini Hustler Fund, though tulikuwa tuna expect ikwe 1,100 kuendelea, na saizi tumepewa 500. We believed kwamba Hustler Fund ni pesa inaweza nunua boda na ilete stock ya mboga. But tumeshangaa imekuwa 500. Hakuna kitu tunaweza fanya juu ni decision tulimake. Lakini kusema kweli tumeshtuka ni kwa nini imeingia 500. Na si 500 unapewa pap. You have to wait hata please call me ukitumiwa unafikiria ni 500 imeingia. So as we wait, tuna regret kidogo kidogo, lakini pia si sana, kwa sababu ni decision tulimake asubuhi na mapema. Pili ama tatu, Ben, I don't feel good when someone like Martha Karua, who failed to even deliver her polling station, is refusing to recognize William Ruto as the president of the republic. Anamuongelesha kama mtu wa village yake eti huyo Ruto. I think the woman needs to move on and accept William Ruto as the president. Hata kama wako na njia yao ingine wanataka kubatilisha uongozi wake, kwa sasa hivi Ruto ndio rais, na huyo mama anafaa kujua kwamba William Ruto anastahili heshima. Sisi kama mahasla mnatuchekelea juu ya 500, lakini pia sisi pia tunaudhika tukiona rais wetu tuliyemchagua asubuhi na mapema anadharauliwa. Watu wanamtisha, watu wanamjibu ovyo ovyo. Kwa mfano yule jamaa alimjibu wakati wa kampeni, nako amesimama mbele ya rais mtarajiwa na anajibu rais. Yule naye Ruto alimalizana naye papo hapo. Lakini kuna wengine saizi ashaapishwa, lakini unakuta mtu bado anamuongelesha ni kama ni former governor. I really feel a lot of pain when I see such. And Kenya was ruled using the handshake government from 2017 to 2022. And this was the problem. They were ruling without the rule of law. They were negotiators. They were negotiating. Nani amefanya kosa, tumshike tusimshike. So what William Ruto is trying to do, the guy is trying to follow the law. And 2010 constitution was very strict, ambapo rais akiamua kuifollow to the latter, watu wataumia. Saizi Martha Karua ana feel suffocated kwa sababu William Ruto is strictly following the law that other presidents ignored. Say for example, kumtoa Juliana Cherera kwa kiti, tungewatoa kama Murkomen na Susan Kihika pale kwa Senate. But rais ameamua, Wakenya wameenda wakaapil, kazi ya rais ni kuform tribunal. Amefuata hiyo sheria yote mpaka hapo. Hata hajaimaliza na Martha Karua anapiga kelele. So ni sheria gani ya kumtoa IEBC commissioners yenye Ruto amefanya vibaya to warrant all these press conferences?
Okay, thank you. Good question. Let me answer you. Any commissioner of IEBC, if there is any misconduct, first and foremost, that matter needs to be addressed internally with IEBC. Then if it defeats IEBC to solve it, IEBC should appeal to the Public Service Commission. It is the Public Service Commission that is supposed to sanction the parliament, JLAC, to do what? To call for petitioners against the commissioner. It is not William Ruto, it is not State House, it is not UDA. So the violation of the law began right from the IEBC. It did not go to the Public Service Commissioner. It was taken directly to Parliament. It is William Ruto who constituted the JLAC and told them to hear the petition. He sent the petitioners. The petitioners were asked, produce evidence. No evidence. Which part of the constitution did the Gerera violate? They did not point out any. But still, because they were under pressure, they say they have sufficient ground to recommend tribunal. Before they recommended, the tribunal was waiting at State House. Is that following the law?
Okay, Ben, I appreciate for your correction. But if at all, as IEBC, they were to solve these issues internally, kama ile siku ya kutangaza kura, Cherera 4 washasneak wameenda Serena. Sijui mliwabukia hiyo hoteli sangapi, mkasema kuingia ni sangapi, kutoka ni sangapi, kuorganize ma microphone. Tungesolve sangapi na washakimbia wakaenda Serena. Tungewafuata mpaka Serena ndio sisi kama IEBC tusuluhishe hii mambo yote.
The election was in August. We are in December. Chebukati is still the chairman. After the Supreme Court Chebukati was to call for that internal cleaning. That's what the Supreme Court said. Wapange maneno yao vizuri. Badala yeye organize makomishona wake, yeye anazurura, akizurura. Akingoja rais atimue the 4 commissioners. Kwa sababu hataki kuachia funguo. Na time yake imeisha. Ambia Chebukati aende nyumbani, apatie Cherera funguo.
Ben, Cherera alijaribu kunini, alijitaint kutokana na hiyo Serena chapter yake. So Cherera 4 lazima wataenda nyumbani, na tutatafuta tena namna ya kuwatafutia hata makosa kama ni kidogo mpaka wawekwe pingu, kwa sababu that was a serious mistake that they were doing. They could have disagreed in Bomas in public. Kulikuwa na microphone, hakuna mwenye alikuwa anatumia, ni huyu Masai wa Rungu alikuwa anatumia hiyo mic. Wangesema huko wakiwa pamoja. So the 4 IEBC commissioners, niko sure wameresign wote, ni venye tu government inatoa resignation moja. But I'm sure they have all resigned. So kama hii IEBC ndio mlikuwa mnaenda kuandamana Ben, na wote washatoka, hii maandamano ya Dar es Salaam sasa ni ya nini? Cherera ndio huyu
hakuna maandamano tarehe 7. Tarehe 7 tunaenda kuongea kama Wakenya. Tumeobserve Kenya Kwanza vile wanafanya uongozi wao in the first 100 days. Hata 100 days
imeisha.
Ngoja, haijaisha, misbehave. Wanavunja sheria, wamechukua judiciary, wamechukua parliament. So kama Wakenya tukiwa na shida tutaenda wapi? Hiyo ndio maswali tunaenda kuzungumza. Tukishamaliza Kamukunji tutasherekea tarehe 12. After tarehe 12 ngoja maandamano tutaanza. Maandamano bado, sahi ni consultative meeting, then tutapanga mikakati. Tukianza maandamano mtatafuta helmet. Wacha kutishika sahi. Mambo bado, sahi ni consultations.
Nyinyi Azimio sijui mnatakaje. Mnasema tumechukua judiciary. Kama leo ni judiciary walitu invite tuende we go and bless their function. Mbona msisemi judiciary ndio imetuchukua? So Azimio people, get your facts right, then people to meet in the field. Alafu mimi nafikiriaga siku ya holiday ina taking over na military. Sasa nyinyi pia mkoe na yenu mpaka mpewe mapolisi kanjo watembee huko wapige saluti. My friend, hiyo siku nayo mtalia machozi, to be sincere. National celebration itakuwa moja with the government of the day. Jaribu hiyo ujinga tarehe 12 eti tumeenda maombi. Baba amai lead maombi wapi? Hiyo siku mkae nyumbani kama mwezi attend ya William Ruto, alafu on 13th mkwe na yenu. Lakini hii Nairobi yetu moja haiwezi kuwa na functions mbili.
Tena half screen kwa national TV. Tuone Wakenya wako wapi. Jacaranda ama Nyayo Stadium. We want to know which government is for the people and which government is for the Chebukati and the team. That is the purpose of 12th parallel meetings. Wazalendo wa Kenya wako wapi?
Hiyo siku Kindiki asipotoa zile lori zenye hazina dirisha na ama kutoka kwa government. We can't allow such nonsense. Na sisi rally yetu ya mwisho
alete malori ajaze Jacaranda. Tutazikimbiza tukipeleka vigilante house.
Sisi rally yetu ya mwisho tuliomba Kasarani tukaambiwa ni ya baba. Tukaenda sijui hii uwanja mwingine inaitwa Moi sijui nini, tukaambiwa huko kutakuwa na sports na hao watu wa sports hawajasema tarehe. Tukauliza sasa tutafanyaje? Tukaambiwa Kenya ni kubwa, hata Turkana. Na nyinyi mnataka siku yetu ya holiday mshare na sisi Nairobi. Bana Ben, Kindiki asipofanya hivyo
Turkana, perekeeni watu wa Turkana Jamhuri. Mmewa neglect, mmewanyima chakula ya msaada.
The fifth person to resign after Irene Masti.
Si tuko na Nairobi, na Nairobi ndio kwetu.
the fifth person to resign after Irene Masit will be Kindiki. Asipotoa hizo lori hazitadirisha. Hatuwezi bana, tarehe 12 I want Kenya Kwanza only in Nairobi to celebrate the holiday. Hatutaki hiyo ujinga eti tuko na watu wawili kwa kampi yetu na sijui Jacaranda imefurika, watu hawezi hata tema mate. Hiyo ujinga Ruto akatai.
Empty seats. Prepare for empty seats to address it for 2 hours.
Finally nikimalizia, Ruto should behave as a president. Hawezi kuwa anajibizana na watu hata hawana nguvu. How on earth? Act presidential, man. Kama Moi alijaribiwa hivi, leo hii unatusiwa na president of the LSK. Leo kesho unatusiwa na sijui mwalimu kutoka wapi. Kuna mtu hapo nimemsikia akiongea Coast mbele ya Raila, mbele ya public service minister. Na huyu jamaa kuna siku aliomba, Uhuru alitengeneza rally akapewa microphone aombe. Sikumwona kwa video, lakini hiyo sauti ni yeye. Maombi yenye aliomba akitajataja Ruto, I think anafaa wekwe ndani next week. Hata kama si kwa hii kosa ya sahi, ikuwe ile ya kitambo. Kwa sababu Ben, these are the people that are showing disrespect to the presidency. Leo ni Ruto ako pale, kesho pengine itakuwa ni Winnie Odinga. You never know. So respect to the president, I think hapo napo Ruto should not bargain. He has the powers. Hizi powers zake zenye Uhuru alikuwa anajaribu kureduce eti winner takes it all. Ruto ni winner takes it all president. Let him act. So hii tabia ya tumempigia kura asubuhi lakini anatusiwa hadi na walimu wenye wana security. Bana, hiyo nayo naomba i-change. Mtu atusi rais leo, after 20 minutes ndani. I think Kenya will change. Lastly, nimeona msichana wa Ruto leo kwa gazeti ametolewa CV, ako na meeting kila mahali. Na si mbaya, hii kutangatanga imefanya babake sasa hivi ni rais. Lakini kitu inaniuma Ben, venye watu wanampenda, akienda pale watu wanajaa, watu wanapanga laini, magavana wanamsalimia. Na shuku 2027 anaweza sema anatosha na ashindane na babake. Hiyo tu ndio sitaki. So aache kutangatanga kwanza, kitu inaweza mwambia ameiva 2027 atake wavai pamoja na babake, which is not good. So kwa hayo machache Ben, my president should act presidential. Baba tu ndio nafikiri hawezi shikwa, lakini kina Martha Karua wafinywe. Hata ana MP moja wa kwenda kusimama na yeye. So let him act presidential. Afanye vitu bana. We gave him all the authority, winner takes it all presidency. Let him act, I beg. We can't have the sheikh who has nothing apart from the kofia yenye ako nayo abusing president eti Waislamu sijui wamefanya nini. Not good, man. Cabinet, we have 22 people. Kenya has 47 tribes. Kama jana nimesikia baba akilia kwa microphone, wakisisi Kenya, wakisisi wa Kenya. Tungetoa ministry ya 23 wapi tupewe wakisi? Surely. Tulipeana zikaipi.
Clint, naona uko tayari kutetea serikali yako kivivyote vile. Lakini misrepresentation mimi sitakubali. Baba alisema vizuri. Permanent secretaries ni 51. Okay? Of all 51, hakuna mmoja hata Mkisii. 51, tuko 46 tribes. At least you would have distributed Mpajoni apate ingine, Kweks apate moja. Angalau kukuwe na equal representation. Sio 10 from Mount Kenya, 10 from Rift Valley. Alafu hao wengine wanadistributiwa one by one kama mahindi kwa kederi.
Ben, wakisi wako na minister. Sisi ya Mabei tuko tu hivi venye unaniona hivi. Hata picha sina kwa hii forum. Sisi tuliachwa tu hivi. Mabei tuliachwa tu hivi.
Let's do this. Thank you. But I'm happy that you're advising your president to be presidential. Please work hard. Let him understand that being president is a responsibility. It is not an opportunity to hang around and answer to every...
You should also behave. Unani advise ni work hard na tuko kwa serikali, wewe upinzani. Work hard ukuje kwa serikali.
Serikali gani? Hala. Is limping government. Government that cannot tell us how our children are going to school. Government that has not decided which education system should be used in Kenya. Government that cannot tell us whether GMO is bad or good. Ni serikali gani Bwana Clint mnajaribu kutupatia? Ama ni mzigo tu mnapenda kutubebesha kama Wakenya? Enough. Thank you, Fatma. Imesemekana enough is enough. Thank you very much. Naomba hivi nao Elin amefika, Mato the prophet is here. Alisema asiitwe nabii kwa sababu kuna nabii mwingine. Uongo. Duke is also here. So Eli, what are you saying?
Good evening, everyone. With all
Good
due
evening to you.
respect to... Thank you. Mine is a very quick one. With all due respect to Clinton, Okoth, and his democratic rights to spout all that nonsense. I wonder whether we have two groups of people here in our forum, jokers and serious people, because for the length of time I've known Clinton in this forum, he always comes across as a person who wants to sound like Kwamchesi Makoha, trying to be satirical. But other people in the forum, especially those who are busy typing out there, they may not know that this is what Clinton is trying. You see? So please, Clinton, I think whenever you're trying your best to be a joker, put one or two, opening statements to say whether you are serious or not. Because I know very well that you are joking, and we're in a serious forum. There are people watching this because they're serious. But if you want to tell us you're joking, fine, just tell us before you start talking. That's me. Thank you.
Point made. Nico Dhiambo anasema baba aliwapatia Wakisii komiti gani kwa Senate? Nico Dhiambo, baba kwa Senate? Ni chairman wa komiti ipi? That's question number 1. Question number 2. Uongozi wa komiti zote parliament na Senate unapigiwa kura na officials. Sio baba anapeana majina, unapigiwa kura na members wa hiyo komiti. Ukipita sawa, usipopita sawa. Uliza Wetangula. Thank you. Where are we? Okay, Mato, are you set or we give to Duke? You're mute.
Give it to Duke. I'm on the road. I'll be set in about 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Bwana Duke, where at now? We can't see your face. You're hiding today.
No. Good evening, good morning. What I wanted to say is that... Are you getting me?
Yes, we can get you. Good morning to you, Karibu.
I was saying that there is a statement which you made. I want to start with that. You said that the procedure of maybe of the 4 commissioners being removed from office must start from within the commission. That statement is not factual. And if so, you have to substantiate it with maybe applicable rules or articles of the Constitution. So you have to distinguish between the rules within the company and that maybe within a nation. So I think you are getting something wrong about that. What I can say, I want to maybe talk about the 4 commissioners a bit. I'm actually very upset with the 4 commissioners, because if you are maybe being prosecuted falsely or something of that kind, and if indeed you are doing the right thing, I don't think you will be scared even going to Parliament to answer specific questions. Just to go to Parliament and answer, just say the truth of what transpired or what happened. Just give the facts. So the same will apply to the tribunal. So because it will be live, we will be watching it. So if it will be biased, we will be able to see that as Kenyans. So I expected them to go either to Parliament. They did not go there. They faced the tribunal and they gave their facts. Let them just say the facts. I don't think if they are not even confident to answer specific questions, then maybe they are in the wrong side. I may conclude that. Number 2, about tomorrow's consolidated meeting.
Before you
Yes.
go there, you are aware they are not required to appear before the committee in Parliament by law. You are the lawman here.
No, not at all. Which one?
They are not required to appear before the committee. The committee is supposed to hear the petitioners. The petitioners are supposed to substantiate their claim. If the committee is convinced that the substantiated petition warrants a tribunal, that's when they recommend a tribunal. Then the tribunal is the only one capacitated by the constitution to summon them to appear, not a parliamentary committee.
That is not true, because your first statement has said that the committee must substantiate the petition. So if somebody has gone somewhere and said you are active, maybe substantiation means maybe you will be there, you will be asked 2 or 3 questions.
No,
and number 2
means every claim I make, I provide evidence. That evidence, if it's convincing to the committee, in the eyes of the committee members, where they are supposed to even take a vote, okay? If it passes, then the tribunal goes through. That's the only thing that is required. Then now, when they are called by the tribunal, they will be responding to the questions now tabled where? In the parliament against them. You go to accuse that Duke is the commissioner, but he did this and this. I prove it by on this particular day, he was here, he received this bribe from so and so. I adduce all that evidence to the committee. Then the committee looks into the evidence and my claim. If they are convinced whatever I said is right, then they will recommend a tribunal to investigate. That is how Nancy Baraza was removed from Deputy Chief Justice. So it's not the to and fro what you are trying to adduce at this point in time.
No, you see, the problem with you is that you are not specific. I know that the parliamentary committees can summon anybody, any Kenyan, to answer specific issues which are raised by Kenyans. What you are failing to state that provision which says that if you are summoned by a committee, or you should not go there, or you are not supposed to go there. You are not stating that provision, whether from the constitution or elsewhere, which states it's not a must for you to go. They simply gave excuses that they were not available and sent their lawyers.
An independent commissioner, okay, right? And there is a petition for your removal from office. You are not required by law to appear before the committee.
Which one? Which provision is that? I'm saying that provision which says that, not what you are saying.
You don't answer to for example, I cannot go to appear before the High Court, okay? All right. Then I go to appear before the Court of Appeal for the same crime in the same accusation.
No, you must
I don't know if
consider.
that makes sense.
No, you
I
have to
cannot go to
consider.
defend myself. Niende could defend myself in parliament. Then after that, I go defend myself before the tribunal. That's double jeopardy.
No, it's not double. It's
You
actually
don't try me
stages.
twice for the same crime.
No, it's simply the stages of prosecution. For instance, if you go maybe to the High Court and then you go to the Court of Appeal, you are actually mandated to appear in the same stages.
Not
So
on the
it's
same,
about.
not on the same case.
No, I'm not
It is
against what you are
different.
saying, but I want you to identify that provision. Because
What?
if you read the provision which says that you should not go to Parliament to be asked questions, if you are the member of an independent commission.
You go to the constitution, look for the removal of commissioners from independent commissions.
But I've read that. It's actually Article 251 and it says
it tells you that you go and appear before the committee in parliament, then from there you go and appear before the tribunal.
Yes.
No. Cite it out. Give me the page. Hey,
read Article 251.
It is not there.
Okay, that's you. For what I was trying to say is that these commissioners, even there is a KTN news, there is somebody who tried to look for those commissioners, and they never wanted to even speak one word. So that behavior raises many questions, because why behave in such a way? Because if you are saying you are on the right side of the issue, then you should be confident. You should even happy to have a forum whereby you will be able to explain and you substantiate why you are on the right side, or why you are right and why they are wrong. But if you are trying to have some opaqueness, you don't want to appear in any committee, then I think there are some serious issue. And I'm very sure all of them are going to resign, so that tribunal is not even going to do something. Having said that, regarding tomorrow's event, Raila Odinga said that it's not going to be mass action or a demonstration. It's something going to be. He's going to consult Kenyan about many issues. The top of the list being the 4 commissioners who are being removed from their office. That's okay, but what I don't want is destruction of property or preventing people. Yes, Mary, you can come in.
Let me say something, Duke, before you go far. You are talking about the 4 commissioners. When they were in Parliament arguing about why these commissioners should come to the questioning, I remember very well I listened to Junet, and Junet said, where are the matters that we are discussing here? And the chairman of JLAC said, we have it. But we can't see it, Junet said. We wanted to see where we are heading. They were not brought to the table. That is my problem, because there are times whereby you cannot take somebody to court against your words. My word against yours. So I think there was a problem there, I hope I understood well, because when there was no case for these people, what they were accused for, despite of what these people are saying, or the bloggers or whatever all around the country, I did not understand why they didn't have a proper accusations that is written and given to people to understand why they are going to the parliament or to be questioned. That is my problem.
That's not true, because if you know the way you have to submit a petition to Parliament, it must be in writing, in writing, and all members of the committees were actually given copies of the petition, to the extent that even those who brought the petition, they were there. They were asked questions. What is the petition about? And they explained that. They were there, the two who brought that petition. So if somebody has written a petition, he has brought that petition to Parliament, those petitioners are there, they are being asked questions by parliamentarian, then you say you don't see the petition, then there must be something wrong with you, because the petition was actually even sent to the 4 commissioners, and they were summoned, and all of them failed to appear. So I think I cannot accept that, because we watched the 4 petitioners, there were 2 being asked questions. But I think that's not true. What I was saying is that I don't expect. For me, what I can propose is this: if maybe Asmio wants to demonstrate how to do something, that let them do that in a civilized way. And in many occasions, I say, if you want to do a demonstration, you can do demonstration maybe within the CPD. That's where we have parliament buildings, we have the office of the president. But trying to take it to areas which may be, we know some areas are actually prone to chaos.
So, Bwana Duke.
Yes.
It's clear that there are no calls for demonstrations yet. There is gathering. The Kenyans to be given opportunity to give their views on how Kenya Kwanza is handling the affairs of Kenya, the state of the nation. It's not even about the 4 commissioners only. The 4 commissioners is just one item. There is an issue about kazi mtaani, issues about GMO, issues about subsidies. Okay? How Kenya Kwanza is doing away with everything that government was offering Kenyans, and their first 100 days walisema ukiweka Biblia chini, hii na hii itafanyika. What has not taken place? Why it has not taken place? It is wrong for you as UDA people to push the propaganda narrative because you want to preempt it. Demos are coming, but we are not yet at the level of demos. Demos will come, and when it comes to demos, you know that we know what to do. We don't take lessons from UDO Kenya Kwanza on how to do demos. We are experts in that one. So your advice wacha tu. Saa hii tunaenda Kamukunji kuongea. Tuseme tumekwazwa hivi na hivi na hivi, baba tumekwazwa hivi na hivi na hivi, na tunakutuma okay, ufanye hii na hii na hii. Baba does not do anything until Kenyans have given him mandate. So he's coming for mandate so that he will be able to go and agitate for us what we need. If you call it demos, no problem. But they are not demos yet. Demos unajua, we can close University Way, Uhuru Highway, El Selassie. We can fill that city within 5 minutes. No vehicle moving. So don't tempt us too early.
You did not listen to what I said carefully. First up, I said if they want to do demonstrations, I was proposing what should do. And don't say that you are experts in demonstration, because if we are going to scrutinize previous events, we have seen a lot of many innocent people dying, and we have witnessed the destruction of properties. Because actually, when you cause somebody to die or somebody not to do business, you are not even affecting those at the top because they are untouchable in some way, and also they have a lot of wealth. So you affect the common man more, and members of Asmio included, or Kenyan citizen.
Duke,
so that's what I was saying.
That's why I'm telling you they are not demos yet. When they
yes,
will be
but
called,
what I'm saying,
if you know. But
if that's a consultation,
whatever happens during demos, you know, you are too keen into assessing the damage without appreciating that every progress this country has achieved so far, it has come out of those demos. If they were not there, we will still be having one party state. Moi will still be president today and forever. So it's you know, kuangalia side moja without looking at the entire scenario. It is
no, that's not true, because we have seen many mass movements whereby results have been achieved without people dying. So don't say that it's a must.
Kill people. The people who kill people are police.
You know, do you know how it happens? Because
don't turn this thing into an Azimio thing or demonstrators thing. Demonstrators don't kill each other. It's police who open live bullet on the people. So the people who commit crime during demos is the police. And then you're coming here to say what? That demos cause people to die. It is not demos. It is police who are irresponsible in handling demos.
No, not that. Of course, they are high-handed. I agree on that. But
it's not high-handed. It is mess. It is abuse.
No, you know, I've been involved in many demonstrations, so I know what I'm saying.
So
part of the demonstrators
demonstrators who kill each other. The demonstrators bomb themselves.
You listen.
Suicide bombers.
So you give me time, I explain. Maybe when a demonstration starts, you find that the policemen are actually not having issue. What happened is that you find a few individuals who start throwing stones to police, and I've witnessed that several times. That's number one. Number two, you find other people trying to root, maybe cars, something of that. In a group of demonstrators, there are also many bad elements. So those few bad elements are the one which causes the commotion. And because we don't have enough policemen, so when they see that, they also start, that chaos starts. So it starts from that. But what I'm saying, if it's going to be a consultation or consultative meeting, what I can say is that we need, I don't think you can do that in a ground. It needs to be more organized in a way, because if maybe you call many people to Urbak, I don't think all those people can speak. So we want an organized forum where many people can have a chance to speak. And I'm waiting for tomorrow to see whether it's only the top politicians who will be giving lectures to Kenyans.
I know you're concerned. You want to control our numbers.
No, it's not about numbers. It's about...
Bana Duke, let me remind you, all the elections that were conducted by KANU in Kasarani, they were passed by acclamation. Acclamation. It's called acclamation. Yes. As many as for this say aye, aye. As many are not say nay, nay. That case is closed. So it's a matter of the people who are submitting make their submission. Then a question is put, and the umati inaamua, inakana ama inakubali. So hiyo maswala ya kusema twende kikao cha, please, wacha kutuchanganya tafadhali. Wewe wachia mkutano wetu, sisi tunajua vile tumepanga na tunajua vile Wakenya wanafanya uamuzi. Government ijipange vile itatupatia security, na wasilete mahooligans waanze kulutu, waseme ni Azimio wameluti. Tunajua hizo propaganda zenu. Mjipange, okay? Sisi tushamaliza kuongea na Wakenya, tutawakujia kama Wakenya watakuwa wamekasirika na wanataka haki yao. So prepare for that. Don't preempt our demos. They are coming if you don't style up. You tighten the rope around our neck, we are coming for you. That is not a threat. It is a statement of fact in terms of Kenyans using their constitutional right to participate in civil disobedience against bad governance. And Duke, I hope you're here with the administrative power.
No, I don't have.
You don't have? What happened?
No.
You threw them away?
I don't know, because when I log in sometimes and I find I'm unable to. I don't have them. So maybe it's the management team.
Test login. Rhoda, I'll give you 1 minute. Single minute, please.
Yeah, I just want to say, according to the law, whole world, every democracy country, police, they used to protect those who are going to do demonstrations. And so the government, they need to be responsibility to protect us as we are going to do demonstrations. They protect us in Kamukunji ground. They protect our king, our parties, oppositions. They have a responsibility. If something happened, they are the one. They are the one charged for everything what we do. They're the one which, I mean, if people are doing demonstrations, the police need to follow us as a back when we are going to demonstrations, because that is our right, because that is our constitution. Because we know why we are going to do demonstration. But it's going to be rare for Kenyan people. We want the government to hear our voice, what we think, freedom expressions, right? And then on 12th December, we are going to Jacaranda. Jacaranda, we are going to celebrate Mzalendo. Mimi nitakuwa Mzalendo. And that still the government needs to responsibility, and they take care of our party's leaders. That because they know Ruto said he want opposition. He said that he want oppositions to correct them when they're doing mistake. That's what we are going there to do, to correct them, because we want to change them, because they cannot think. Because it's tunaona 18 we want to change their way of mind of thinking, on mind or way to see. Actually, they need to be happy. We are correct them, and we are change them the way of seeing things. Actually, they need to be treated as like a king and queens. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhoda, for that. We appreciate it. And that is what is supposed to be done. The bad elements Duke is talking about, it is the police responsibility to find who is looting. Let those people be gotten, not to open fire on the public. The police are supposed to provide security, and they're supposed to provide security both to the people's properties plus the people. So if there is any bad elements in the demos, let the police be able to scrutinize that, be able to catch the bad elements, and not to blanketly say demos are bad because they will bring bad elements. No. Police will provide security, arrest those who are breaking the law, but not a matter of blanketly saying demos or gatherings are bad. We have been gathering during the campaign. The police never said gatherings are bad. What makes them bad right now? All right.
Let me conclude what I was saying. You see, of course, the security officers have the mandate and responsibility to ensure that gatherings are ordered in a way. But we have a scenario where you find those bad elements start throwing stones to the police. Or, for instance, there is one who's being arrested and the crowd starts to resist that. They start throwing stones. So that's how a peaceful gathering degenerates to chaos, and sometimes the policemen are forced to use bullets. So it's also the responsibility of those who are going to this gathering to be orderly and to ensure that security officers are not enemies. Some of them, when they see security officers, they start chasing them with stones. They don't want them to be there. So there are a lot of issues which needs to be addressed for a demonstration to be peaceful in a way. Now, regarding
Now,
the judicial,
Bwana Duke, are you aware that the law of self-defense demands that if somebody is attacking you with stone, you cannot answer with bullet? If somebody attacks you with
which
a
one is
knife,
that?
you
Which
don't
one
know.
is that? You know you can throw a stone and kill somebody.
I'm telling you the law of self-defense. You are not supposed to respond to if somebody is attacking you with a piece of wood, you cannot respond with a knife. The response is supposed to be equal to the aggression. So if the
So are you
people are
trying
using
to say,
stones, the
are you
police
trying
cannot
to,
open live bullet. That's contravening the law.
let me justify why? Because if maybe you find you have like 10 police officers and we have 1,000 people, and if you don't shoot maybe to scare them, they come to you and maybe they may kill all of
You
you.
shoot in the
So
air. You don't
there's several considerations
it
you
would
have
be
to.
wrong to terminate anybody's life, even in self-defense, especially if that person is defenseless. That is not attacking you with a gun. You cannot respond with a gun. It's against
So
the
are you
law.
saying that somebody cannot throw a stone to you and die?
I am telling you, it is against the law to attack somebody with a gun who is not attacking you with a gun. You can only respond with a gun if the attacker has a gun against you. You and your
No,
Sharia.
that's
So,
not true at all.
okay, go and check the law
Somebody can kill
and
you
come
even
and
using a
argue.
knife.
All the same, let's do this, please. We have taken too much time there. Naomba tuokoe muda na we tafuta administrative power. Mi nataka kuondoka hapa. Tumpatie Lily ndio turudi kwa Kenyan with love. Lily, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How is everybody?
We are good, we are good. Karibu, karibu.
Yeah. Duke, how can you justify somebody to shoot somebody whether somebody is defenseless? I think it's not right. Yeah. So what I've been observing is about this Kenya Kwanza government and the way they have taken over all institutions. Naona sio, it's not the right way, because at our four shelelas, so there was no need for them to go through all that process, because there was nothing else could come out of it positively. So there was no need. So tunadanganyana hapa ati waende wakwenda nini kotini au nini. There was nothing different could have come out from it. The best thing for them, it was just to resign, which is unfortunate, because I find it in the future, it will affect everybody not to to be truthful. It's kind of an oppression. You cannot express or to be honest with what is going on in our institution because you are afraid that you be a victim. So I don't view it as a positive thing. So those people who are kind of like saying that you are doing wrong, that is not right thing. Whereas the judgment was written that Shebkati was the one who was kind of in the wrong. But why did not call Shebkati to question him? And they called the other four. Me, I always believe that everyone has a right to say, then kind of like kusema venye, how can I say it? What is right? Ili zote tuzonge nchi ikuwe nzuri. But if you keep on judging others because they have opposed you, that's not right. So yeah, that is for me. And about these rallies we are going on, or the meeting, I think it's a good thing because we are it's to highlight things which are not going right in our country. But the other ones to demonize what is going wrong to be put right, I think is being hypocrisy. And yeah, and that's all I have to comment for now.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Lily. That is a good perspective, and it's important because even the agency of removing the commissioner is suspect, because these commissioners have just served for 1 year. They have a contract for 6 years. The elections is not coming any soon. That is unless the Kenya Kwanza government collapses. Questions is, are they suspecting that their government will collapse and there will be a need for elections soon? I don't know. But the only best explanation is that there is a cover-up program taking place at IEBC, and they were afraid that in case these people are left to take charge of IEBC, they may be able to tell some hidden stories behind concerning the elections, and therefore jeopardize their continuity into their wrongly achieved presidency and the leadership. But all in all, ukweli utajulikana. Baba amesema atatupatia ukweli on Wednesday.
I think to be quite honest, I feel like there will be even no need of going to election on 2027. We might as well all of us boycott it and let him rule, because if he's going to form that IBC and do his selection, what's the point for people to go for election? That's how we have lost faith. Even judiciary, I was so, when Mother Koome was elected as a judiciary, as a judge, the supreme judge, I was thinking maybe things will go in the right way, but whereas things has gone badly, I would rather bring Malaga back, because as Uhuru said when he was leaving, that we are not being consistent. One rule this way and the other one, so you confuse people. So, and that is not fair. We should be consistent, people who following the law, so our country can improve and, be like, people can trust on us. Now, where are we? Everybody is confused. This hustler fund is nothing. Even you are making people to be in more trouble by kuchukua mkopo. They are not able to even to buy unga for it. What is all this about? I would like to see kazi kwa vijana to come back. Thank you.
Okay. Asante sana. We may just end there in terms of either boycotting the elections or we conduct our own elections in our own place, our own way. If worse come to worse, we'll end up there. And I believe that's part and parcel of the push. The push that begins on Wednesday, it is going to culminate into a huge political storm in the country, which I suspect can end up into people going independent, people declaring independence. If the Kenya Kwanza don't handle this thing wisely and carefully, we may just end up there. Because especially hiyo maneno ya IEBC, because kama Ruto anaenda kuchagua commissioners wa IEBC, aset hiyo nini vile anataka, then there's no elections. There's no election, there's no need for elections at all, hakuna haja. So we just declare independence, let him conduct elections in his region, we conduct elections in our region, na tunaendelea na serikali yetu. Kenyan with love. Welcome with love.
Vipi mkubwa, nimesikia ulipata pesa ya Hustler Fund. Unaona venye umevaa suti leo?
Wameniingilia leo ati mimi ndio nilikuwa wa kwanza kuapply pesa ya Hustler Fund. Sasa mkiona hii tai na 500 naweza nunua hii tai.
Ile kitu umekosa, ile ulifanya makosa, wewe unatucheza bwana.
Angalia tu tai.
Wewe unatucheza bwana. Wewe badala ya kwenda kuchukua shati ya yellow ukachukua ya pink.
Wacha uongo. Wewe kwanza ndio unakuja hapa na vitu za yellow. Inaonekana they are beginning to quote you. Please resist.
Yetu ndio umekosa wewe, kazi ya hapa, yani sisi tunalia hapa Hustler Fund. Kumbe wewe ulishakula.
Mimi hata jina yangu hawalijui na siwezi ingiza hiyo app ya Hustler Fund kwa simu yangu. Sitaki umaskini.
Nimesikia mpaka mnaitishwa pin number.
Ndio watukuweke pesa wenyewe.
Yaani, so unaenda kujiwekea, unaweka pin number yako, ni kuitisha, unaitisha pesa ya M-Pesa, unalipa nini ndio uweke pin number yako bwana. Ni nini mnatufanyia? Anyway, sawa, watu wenye wamekula Hustler Fund kama wewe tunawaheshimu, ni sawa, kuleni kwa upole na muache kutusumbua.
Wacha nitakuchezea wimbo ya Hustler Fund shortly. Wewe endelea kufanya submission.
Clinton ndio amenichekesha. And let me start at that point. People need to understand Clinton. Clinton, we've known him for a long time hapa. Ni mcheshi sana na lazima usikize Clinton vizuri kitu anasema. That guy is not in nilimshika kitambo sana nikarealize kwa hiyo side yenye anajaribingi kusema. Kwa sababu pia mimi nimeswitch, pia mimi niko UDA squeeze on my first beginning. Wacheni kutusumbua bwana, kuleni pesa. Tukiwapatia pesa kuleni na muache kutusumbua. Acha nikuwe Clinton sasa. Sisi tunawaletea pesa na mnatusumbua akili. Tena tulirudi tukawaambia sisi ni Mafia. Na hamkutusikia, tumekuwa tukiimba hapa mwaka mzima. Sisi ni Mafia, watu wa UDA. Sasa tunaenda tunakuja tunawaonesha sisi ni Mafia, hatupendi ujinga. Hatupendi watu wako na makesi, sijui ati mnatuwekea kesi hapa, sijui tuliiba pesa gani. Pesa gani tuliiba? Na tukiwa president na sisi ndio tumeshika serikali, nani aliwaambia kuna judge hata anaweza persecute? Tutatoa hizo kesi zote zote. Haki ya mama, hakuna hata moja mnabaki nayo. Na mjaribu kwenda maandamano, tutawaguza na tutaleta serikali. Sisi ndio tuko na serikali. Tutakuja tuwagonge nyinyi wote kabisa. Hakuna mtu anafaa kuongea kitu. A dictatorship, please agree. Tukiamua sisi ni dictators, kubalini, mumekaliwa. Tutagonga. Moi hata alikuwa amecheza kidogo, sisi ndio tutacheza sasa mzuri. Sisi ukicheza kidogo hivi tunakuuma.
Ndio tutawachia nchi yenu.
Na tutahama na nyinyi.
Tuone hiyo pesa mnataka kula kama mna ya kutosha. Sisi tuende na
yeye. Mtakula by the way. Rosaf. But anyway, let me get serious. Bernard, I think where we are headed is that we're in a good space. We are in a good space. The one thing I like today is to see Mother KARUA tell Baba usianse vitu za ujinga, and for her to stand up and actually answer those questions that they were being asked, because that's the deputy president of Kenya, the one that is supposed to be the deputy actually the one that is. Today on the comment section, Bernard, I asked somebody that was talking Matopo Koivo, and I asked them, so do you really understand? Because they were talking about the constitution, and I asked them, have you ever seen which constitution are we living in that we had a president and the deputy president being given the same handwritten certificate? Where has it ever happened? You know, Kenyans actually never look at these details. Where has it ever happened? When has it ever happened? I mean, we always have a deputy president certificate and a president's certificate. So what was this that was in such a hurry that made them share a certificate? If anybody remembers, they held a handwritten certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, my Kenyan friends, be it UDA or be it Azimio, what is happening right now is what we've always been telling you guys. And it's coming real fast. Bernard, I expected it to be at least 3 months that Ruto, Nani, I expected it to be bigger than that. I mean, longer than what Uhuru told us. But at this time, it's happening so quick, so fast, because of what we call illegitimate government. Bernard, uwezi danganya kila siku na ukaponea every time. It will come to bite you. And it's starting to bite. And it's going to bite. And it's going to be harder than what even Moi was. If Moi was alive today, would not even want to be where he is today. I mean, what is happening today? People have conversations. And Bernard, we've been here. And you remember, you know all the times that we've spoken around about this thing. What did we say? We said Ruto was a mafia and is running a mafia cartel. Did you hear what that lady, our first lady, did you hear what she said? What did she say, Bernard? Sije kuuliza swali nikakwambia uniambie, lakini leo nitakuuliza, what did she call this one? We've been saying here, it's mafia. What did she say? Hata see me, unmute, say it. Because we've been saying it here for a long time and I've been saying it too. What did she call it?
Say it so that we arrest you. Pana cheza na sisi.
Unaogopa? Unaogopa utatolewa kwa hiyo kiti. She said it's a mafia, and she said with other countries, they say they have mafias. But in our country, it's been said jokingly that the mafias have the country. It's a mafia. That's what it is. She equated it to Pablo Escobar, which we've said it here so many times. John Gotti, so many times. When you run a mafia economy, this is what happens. That's why you have the people that actually say the truth, and you've been told kuna watu wameshikwa mahali. But then again, guys, the propaganda has been there. Oh, last time I remember that ule namwitaga Super CS Moses Kuria mwenye namwambianga aendelee kupiga kelele yake. Last time alisema tutaenda kutairi watu Uhuru Park. The time that people wanted to go to Uhuru Park. Baba and Mother KARUA are being very careful with what is happening because they say, look, we don't want to be named. And Baba talked to people and said, I've been there with you guys. I have been called names. I have been in jail. And I fought everything. The Moi era and everything. I want you guys to remember all the struggle that we've gone through. Why? Because Baba is also tired of being called names, being called this propaganda of him at Yanaleta, chaos and all that in the country. But today she also has a very nice lady that is there to answer the questions for him so that isikuwe ni Baba alisema. And that's what I saw Mother KARUA kimwambia, I don't think you should answer that. Let me answer it. Because, and that is what exactly also Baba said the other time, Bernard, that educate your people, educate the young ones, understand where this country has come from and where we're going. Bernard, we will not, UDA, we will not go back to where we fought to be where we are. I mean, go back to the dark days. It will not happen. Kuna watu wengi hapa sana wameona hizo masiku. And Bernard, I said it here. We are more united than we've ever been united in our country. And I'll tell you why we are more united, Bernard. We come here and I watch it because I do my statistics even in this channel. Bernard, you got Kikuyus, Kalenjins, all the languages in this forum. Mama Mary will hold me accountable on that. Something that has never happened. We know how many Kalenjins come over here. We know how many Kikuyus come over here. We know, and we heard this Mtuakukula Maindi, you know, Rigiji. We heard him talking about that, you know, Ruto gave us everything that we wanted in Mount Kenya. Who told you Kenya is all about Mount Kenya? When? You can see Danston Omari today, the lawyer, that has been going to court with these mafias and everything, making money, shouting out of Milimani outside, saying that he's going to be there at Kamukunji grounds. Why even coming there? Why? Because Kisses did not even get a seat. So now he's talking about Kisses. When are we still in the sense of talking about, you know, tribal kind of cocoon thing of doing our country? I mean, leading our country, Bernard? Who cares if you're a Kisi? Who cares if Mama Mary is a Kikuyu? Who cares if I'm a Kamba? We're all Kenyans. And we're not going to play this game of Ruto Bana. The mafia game, I mean, even the most developed economy in this world, which is called the United States, came to a point where they did a RICO law, where it took the mafias down, the leaders of the mafias. And Ruto needs to go down. We don't want to hear about that. Kwani sisi wengine wa mtu wa Turkana si Mkenya? Bernard, I want to come home, sit down with you, and not ask you what tribe you are. And you don't even need to know that I'm a Kamba, but I'm a very proud Kamba. I don't want to go ask Mama Mary what you are. You're a Kenyan. This government that we've got is wasting everything that we've ever done. Bernard, you live in Kenya, you live in Nairobi today. Tell me, do you still see the overpasses being made? Because the infrastructure is everything that is going to be. Don't give me fertilizer. What is fertilizer going to do to me? I mean, mimi ni nomad, nitaenda kulisha ng'ombe, nini fertilizer? Then you come here, unataka kutuonesha sijui whatever, and you're talking matope and everything. Kenyans, all I'm asking, guys, please, guys are listening, and times have changed because people can converse. And I'm telling you, no one is willing to do anything to anyone's business. But if it happened at the times of James Orengo and Raila Odinga, when they did not even have social media and platforms like we do now, like Bernard gives us a platform here, this time is going to be bad because we need to move on, and we will not, again, be called a third world country. I'm urging people. Personally, I want to be there, especially the 12th one. We need to wake up and say there's no Kikuyu anymore. There's no Kamba. There's no Kisii. But there's only one Kenya. And that Kenya, it will not be led by mafias. And I know the military and the police are behind what we are trying to do. The propaganda is over. Kina Dennis Itumbi, they did it. But now they cannot do the propaganda. We have to stand out of it. We have the Bungela 190. People are willing to go because we will not do this. We will not have our kids fees imeincreasiwa, subsidies imetolewa, everything na tunaambiwa hapa sijui hakuna pesa, and then we have GMOs coming into the country all of a sudden. The judiciary is, you don't even know where it's at. And then we have, and the funny thing, Bernard, the hardest thing, then the heaviest thing, and thank God, son of Jomo, the person that is supposed to do this Kinacherera thing, that was the person that actually was on the Akasha's brothers case. Uhuru refused to swear him in. Refused. Akasha brothers today, they're in New York. Uko, wamefungwa. Walikujiwa. You guys could not even give them the evidence. They had, FBI had to force it and get it and come and snatch them at night. Ladies and gentlemen of Kenya, if you want to keep on doing this, I'm telling you, you will have a dictatorship that you will never take away. And that's why, for the first time, we are having rumors about a Kenya that wants to extend term limits. I'm asking watu wa UDA, na kuna wengi najua wameanza kuona kitu vizuri. Let's keep talking and listen to us. We are not stupid when we are talking these things. We saw it. We told you. You never listened. And Bernard, I still want to know my question that I've been asking in this show since independence, since huyu jamaa tuambu ameshinda. Other than Kikuyu part of it, central part of it, part, and Rift Valley part of it. Please, can I still get this question? And I've asked Duke. Duke is here. I've asked all the UDA people, where else did Ruto get his votes? If someone can answer me that and give me the calculations of how those two places, which is part and part, can counter the whole Kenya, then I will bow down and lay down and rest, because that question is not answerable. They don't answer that question. Bernard, we have a country and we have kids. We have our kids to come, and we have to celebrate our countries, just like Ukraine. Russia thought they would just hit them, but their patriotism, which is what Mother KARUA said today, na akasema, if you don't like the name, itakuwa ya wazalendo. Because a lot of people, when you tell them being patriotic to their country, they think that you just have to be one side, and that's what it is. Baba has been there. They fought Moi. They fought Section 2. And we can see our Chapter 6 being thrown everywhere, and everyone's getting scared. Mpaka commissioners, they're trying to, wanajitoa, police, the insecurity and all that. Guys, tulinde nchi yetu tafadhali. Bernard, mimi nikwambia Mr. Piga Siasa, I'll be trying to tell people when I come here, let's watch what we are doing, because that country is ours all, regardless what side you are in. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Kenyan with love. We appreciate that. Na swali utajibiwa, labda Duke akona jibu. Where else did William Ruto lead in these elections, if not Central and Rift Valley? And if 50%, 55% of Central voted for William Ruto plus the Rift Valley, did that constitute a win? A soul-searching question, huh?
I have an answer for that.
Please
You
give
know,
it.
Ndeto, number one, we are not using the colonial boundaries anymore. And now we are using counties. How many counties did Ruto win versus Raila Odinga? Go and do side. That's an assignment I've given you to do. We won several areas, even in Bungoma. It's not in Central and it's not in the Rift Valley. So don't try to reduce it to fit your own narrative. We have counties, for 7 counties, the results from each county, and who won more counties and from where. That can answer your question more accurately. But the last thing I want to say is that if as a country we are not going to face the facts and the institutions which we have,
Duke, you cannot answer a question with a question.
Conclude the
You're
statement.
smarter than that. You cannot
Let me
answer
conclude.
a question.
Can I conclude? I'm saying we have facts and we have mandated institutions. So if we cannot be true to specific facts and true to specific institutions, then we can just simply have chaos and anarchy, because always people don't agree. Even the US, Donald Trump is talking about doing away with the Constitution, but all Republicans have said no. So it's about facing the facts. And one of the narrative which Raila Odinga is actually the statement which Raila Odinga made, which I'm against. He said that Chebukati came with the results cooked in the pocket, and they read them. Now, what about all the polling stations which we have across Kenya? What about Form 34As which cannot be changed? So how about that? So sometimes we have to embrace facts and institutions. That's what I can say.
The Form 34A from the portal cannot be traced where they came from. They all bear one serial number called 000000.
You know, that's not true. They were actually...
Scientifically, we cannot tell where they came from. The laptop that sent it or the electronic machine that sent it.
How many Form 34As were having the same serial numbers? How many? They were just 2, and there was explanation for that.
That's what I'm telling you. It is not possible for different machines to send different forms and they end up having the same serial number, having the same source. That is why Chebukati had the result in his pocket. Kenyan with love.
Bernard, you know, the thing is that I really admire Duke's strength, because he comes here and he knows the truth, and I don't think I don't think he's short of being a very sane human being, but he's very afraid of being a sane human being. I staki kutusiana, lakini he's afraid of being a sane human being. Duke, since we got our independence and everything, that every time you've ever seen an election, at one point, have you ever seen a president and the deputy share a handwritten certificate at their inaugural, at their time to be announced to be a president? Did you ever see Gachagwa's certificate? Again, did you actually realize that every time we've ever had an election and the IEBC came, or even when we had ECK of Kivuitu, everything was printed? At what point did you ever see that, with all that drama that happened over there? At what point have you ever seen, because I don't think anyone here or anyone listening to me has ever seen Gachagwa's certificate. And if you realize it was all handwritten and it all happened so fast, do you really understand what really happens with the state machinery for them to come with a handwritten certificate signed with a biro pen like I'm using right now, and not even have deputies? Dude,
Let
come
me
on.
answer that.
Wacha hii kitu wachana nayo bwana. I
No,
told you
you know you cannot. Bernard,
Okay,
that's
Wacha.
propaganda.
order. Before Duke responds, which of the members of parliament or MCS got their certificate that was handwritten? Because IEBC is supposed to issue certificates to each and every winner, okay? So from MCA to senator to governor, MP, who among them was given handwritten certificates? Thank you.
what's critical in a country is that
You know,
what's important.
excuse me, people like Duke, when you talk,
I've been
I'm
given
always feeling
time. Give me time. I take 1 minute.
my heart broken. You don't think well. You guys from UDA, you are very evil, a psychopath.
Rhoda, hold on. Thank you. Duke, respond. Nataka tuanze kupeana our closing remarks. Tufunge station.
What I said is that what's important in a democracy is actually the opinion of people, what people says. So if we cast our votes and they are counted, all other things are in consequence. But that certificate was not handwritten at all. It's simply propaganda. It's only that it has a space where the chairman signs and maybe the president-elect signs. Something of that space has to be filled using a pen. So when Indeto is trying to say that the entire certificate was written by hand, that's not factual at all. Unless he wants to give us evidence to see it.
All the same, I wouldn't want to argue that one. Okay. This is for commercial break, and then we listen from Mama Mary give us the closing remarks. Huh?
Tutalipa pesa zozote zile za hasla, pesa ni zetu sote daima, hizo pesa ni zetu zote daima. Aliyetupa pesa ni William Ruto Samoei, baba wa hasla wote Kenya, yule baba wa hasla wote Kenya. Tunashukuru Ruto kutupa pesa za Christmas, raha tutapiga sana na kamiti hatutaenda daima.
I will not say anything. So watu wamepokea Christmas so msiwasumbue tafadhali. Mtu amepata Krismasi ataenda kupiga raha, tuonane Januari, lakini msisumbue na watu maneno ya kamiti mimi. Yeah. Kama ni namba ya simu inawasumbua, tutarejesta namba ingine, haina shida. Yeah. Bado simu zinatolewa, zinaandikishwa. Mama Mary, go ahead.
I love those kids. That elaboration is enough for Ruto to hide and stop doing what he is doing. And I am happy they know how to challenge that. I'm happy because they show how strong they are and happy for what they got. And I hope Ruto will not go after those kids. Let them enjoy the money of the country and the taxes we parents, we have worked for those kids to enjoy. That's all I can say to you, Duke. Duke, I think UDA are afraid of truth. Because if truth set them free, they will not be able to do bad things or wrong things. So I think what they are doing, they are trying to make their feet be hard. Unajua saa ile uko kwa nyumba yako na kuna giza, auoni nje, unasikia watu wanakimbizana. Saa hiyo unasikia uwezi ukatoka kwa sababu kuna giza na ujui ni nani hao wanakimbizana. That is how UDA is doing to curb up the public consultation. Sisi hatuogopi. Hiyo miguu yenu ama mpigishe chini ama mfurushe nini, we are going ahead because we know we are doing the right thing. Mtu yule anafanya makosa ama anafanya mambo mbaya ndiye anaogopa. And that is how you see even Ruto now. He is trying to put mbinu ambazo si mzuri, anaongea hivi akiwa pahali kona hii anasema hii, akienda pande nyingine anasema hii, just to make people feel like there is something wrong Baba is doing. Baba is in the right track na anafanya jambo ambalo linafurahisha watu wengi, and you will see it. I don't understand why people don't like the truth, and especially those people who are going at the camera. Unaongea uongo na unajua and you don't know how many people are watching and listening to you. How do you look like? Eti sasa nikuje hapa nikiwa Duke, I want to convince people a lie. I want to convince people to believe propaganda, to believe something really you are cooking, something real has no legs. You want to convince people to just listen and take that as something they can go with it and discuss with other people. It can't work. When we are here on this forum, we want to talk like many people have said, like Kenyans. Let's not get tired arguing for something really it's not even building. It's destruction. Duke, when you come here, I'm not teaching you how to talk truth or how to construct your sentence or how to construct your statement. But people look at somebody talking something that is not really true, and you don't have facts, and you want to convince us, you want us to swallow. We can't. We will stand where we feel that things are really the truth and something that can build others. When we are talking about the election you are talking about, the election was poorly done, and it's evil, actually, because we had those things that were revealed, but the court didn't want to deal with it because they know what they know. What is very, I mean, it's so bitter, very bitter when I see that I have the truth and that person don't want me to talk the truth. And when I talk the truth, you want to twist it to make it not true. How do I feel myself as a human being, actually? What other truth can I get apart from what I'm telling you? If you don't believe the truth I'm telling you, what can I do? Do you want me kill myself? Do you want me, open my inside out so that you can see the truth I'm talking about? Let's not teach people lying. Let's not tell people what we don't want us to do. Because if you have a problem, sort it out. Don't bring it here and tell people to listen what you are trying to construct as a lie, so that you just be heard that you are talking. Let's tell the people about everything that is going to help to build their life, and so that we can be able to mutually construct ourselves and live in a harmonious way, so that our country can live can be in a peaceful way. Because the more you are making those lies, the more you are making more blunders, and more people will get angry because of all those lies. Let's build our country. Baba is standing. Let's follow him and listen to him. That's a Kikuyu say. If somebody has any translation, can tell you people. So thank you so much. We'll talk again.
Okay, asante Mama Mary. We appreciate that. Let's talk more. Rhoda, your closing remarks.
Yeah, for me, I just want to repeat almost like Mary and like people like Duke. I can say UDA, how they think. It's like you see like a robbery, and then you say, it's okay, you know, like the way he talk. If somebody doesn't reason, I understand what kind of school people they went. They don't have think, they don't focus, they don't see the problem. They see like it's like a thug. Then when the thug is in the court, then you say, no, it's not the truth, you know. So that's the way we want our country to be, like that. Can you imagine? We're not silly people. Why do you ask it? Like, for example, I can use a country like in America. In America, they are very people like a thugs, like criminal. They give for the jail and they stay many years according to the law of America. They don't accept the thugs. They don't accept people they do bad things. That is according to the law. Even a country like Europe, they have the law. You cannot be a pickpocket and then you say, we take it out. You drop the case in the pick, and then people like Duke, they support. Then you are accepting the darkness. Instead of you use you put the right. You say, no, I will not lie. I will not see the criminal. Then you accept. That's the way that they are. They live in the darkness. You ask. It's like they don't. People they say they have been at school, they have been studying university, they don't have a reasonable. So that's the country we want to make our country, because sometimes we already think Kenya is not only for us. Kenya is many people, they usually come to Kenya to do the research, and then they used to say Kenyan people are very social, Kenyan people are very kind, are very smart. And then when you talk about that, people they think that you are unsmart. When you go and represent yourself, you don't know even people like Duke. They are taking. We don't want people who are taking our country back, or to see people are Kenya not smart. Kenya, we are very smart people, and we love ourselves, and we love our country. Those people, they don't love themselves, and they are selfish. They are the one who have been take us a country back. You always asking yourself, why in European country all the development? It's not because they every time they focus with the things. How can we development? How can we make every child to have the food in the table? What can we make our country to grow in economy? To grow in economy is to people to get job, to build the road, to make the clean, because they see 18. Si kama wale wananaga 18, wanaona kesho ni nini, wanakuaga wana save chakula sama, wanakuaga wamechimba wamechimba potatoes, wamesave hizo zote zitakulia winter zima. Wanakuanga watu they are ready, wanakuanga wako very network inakuanga inafanya vizuri. Kwa nini sisi hatukue hivyo? Tumepatiwa, kwa nini Mungu alitupatia akili za kufikiria? Tunafikiria kama sisi, na tumepatiwa hizo akili. Si mtu atumie hii akili kabla mtu akufe. Kikufa ni nini umefanya? Hata watu wataongea nyinyi mazishi yako ukiwa ufikiri. You have to think about tomorrow and about future. We make our country great, not to think about this one hata kuburi watu wengine, like the way I saw you William doesn't think. Is in the church, he cannot think. Instead of he think about positive, speak about positive for this person. So let us respect somebody like Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga have been fighting for our democracy. Some people have been government for me. He know him. That Ruto, he was in the same party, ODM, 2007 when the election was stolen, and then he started to pretend. How can you preach? You have sometimes even we have to think to look that some person have done for you. Even if somebody don't like somebody, try try to be sober. Sometimes I don't like everybody, but you have to be, even my own family members, sometimes they tell me the things, you know, but I try to cast everything to God. I cast everything to God. I cast every my problem. I cast everything. I don't want to, because sometimes they don't think I have to be wise. You have to play the game to be very wise. Kenya, we must be very wise. We are not stupid the way people they think. We are very smart. We can go very far, and even whole world they can need many things for us. Many research they want to come to do the research about animal in Kenya. We can go very far. You can hear, oh, Kenya, they have a research. They are very intelligent. They have a PhD. We're not stupid. But if we listen like a stupid, we are not be respected. There's some country, even they present their name. They have never been respected. Oh, those are liars. They are scam. Like a country like Nigeria. People, they always say Nigeria, they are liars. They are conman. They are scam. They do scam in the internet. They scam my friend in the internet. My little friend of mine meet a woman in the internet. Man in the internet, and he was lying. My friend went to run that woman. She run money in the internet. She run money to the bank to say that man. He was like, I'm living in Nigeria, and that man is in America. Can you imagine? And he put kifunga macho. Unaona, huyo mama alilia, alikuwa naenda kanisa kufanya counsel. Kwa nini watu wana scam pesa kwa internet? Kwa nini watu wanadanganya? Let us think about our country. Jina yetu hata ukita Paulo ukisema wewe ni Mkenya. Kenya ni anti ya Mafia, ni kiti na wa Robin, ni wa Raya, they don't listen. Sometimes, you know, we think about it. We don't care about tomorrow. We don't know how we present. Let us be people of thinking. Tusiwe wajinga, si wa Kenya sisi wajinga. Wajinga walienda. Asante sana, tulale tuwe tukae kitu kimoja, tukae na amani, tunapendana na ndugu na dada, tujenge nchi yetu na sisi tunafikiria very reasonable. Mungu ametupatia akili. Ukikufa umefanya kitu kwa Kenya yetu, kama mtu kama Wagari wa Madhai, she is very famous, akapata Nobel Prize. Wagari wa Madhai, tunataka watu kama hao, very famous. Watu wamefanya kitu. People have been fighting for democracy. People, they have been fighting for the human right. Tunajulikana Kenya, tumefight. We are warrior. We have been fighting for our country when the colonizers came. Oh, Kenya people, you are very strong. We are celebrating our Mau. We are celebrating our heroes, our marathons. That's the country we want to live. But we must hold hands together. We say, you enemy, you don't have a power in Kenya. Hey, Rabba Shakara. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Thank you so much. God bless you and God bless Kenya. Thank
you. Amen. Thank you, Sister Rhoda. We appreciate that. Now, Sylvester anasema we continue the show. Mato uendelee na show. Shida ni moja tu, walimu wa usiku hawajatokea. Then pia ninyi hamjakuja studio. Nataka Mato baki hapa peke yake akijiongelesha. So mkitaka show ikuendelee, kujeni studio mkatoe maoni. Kama mtoi maoni, hakuna haja ya kuacha hapa Mato akiteseka akiwangoja nje ya mji. So the reason I'm winding up is I'm not seeing new people in the studio, and I think we are stuck on that figure. Viewers wako, shida ni participants, and then the people with the administrative power ni kama either reducing ama ni Makiadi ndo alisema yuko. Julius sijui alienda wapi. Francis mtanitafutia, nama watu wa UDO walimkujia, mimi sina habari. So we will take a vote or we close. Here it's almost 3:30 a.m. in the morning. I've been on this chair for the past 5 hours and 8 minutes. Mnataka niendelee mpaka 10 hours? Kenyan would love. Wewe ndio unapigiwa kura ni kuachia station. Mimi nitakuachia tu niende. Utazima mwenyewe.
Shida inakuaga time ya kuzima. Unajua hata nikiambia watu tufunge itabaki hapa black screen na si mzuri kwa show. Unajua because guys, ladies and gentlemen, watu wenye wajui this show is always recorded. It's not like a Sika channel tunaongea tu. It's always recorded. What we spoke today, you can see it tomorrow. It's always there. It will be there for a long time. So sometimes when Bernard ameenda, alafu nibaki hapa na sina mtu wa kuzima show, na mimi I don't have those, the rights. Itabaki hapa ikiwa black screen. Unakumbuka Bernard siku fulani libaki hapa, ikabidi nikupigia bwana, ingie ufunge show. So since then I'm very scared to be left alone, especially if I don't know if I have a supporting mechanism huko nyuma. So that's my only fear. But other than that, people normally come ukituacha kidogo, lakini the closing part of it waga, cause we have to really respect this show so that it stays here and we don't have Bernard and them having a fight with the YouTube.
I'm mute. I'm saying, let's agree. You will keep up with the show. When you have finished the conversation, you will wake me up. I shut down the show in case Julia doesn't come, or Makiadi, and the other person who has rights ni Francis.
Na Duke pia na ametoroka.
Duke amekuja kama mgeni. It's like he's not sure which gadget. The mini is tailored to a specific gadget. If we log you in on your laptop, you cannot come using your phone. We must log you in with phone also for you to have administrative rights on both gadgets. It's tied to the logging in machine.
Na sasa nani ataongeza watu kama kuna mtu anataka kuongezeka? Bernard, utaniachapa tu na Mama Mary na Roda, mtu mmoja akianguka imepotea. Nitabaki hapa nikijiongelesha.
Those are part of the challenges we are talking about. No, France, I'll look for him. Don't worry. I spoke to him 2 days ago. He's fine. So he just told me he's working out some things, but it's healthy and strong. Nothing is wrong with him in terms of his security or being threatened. He's busy with something. I think it has something to do with his education. Alikuwa graduate, I think so.
Okay. So nitakuwa na mtu wa kuongeza. Kwa sasa ukituacha hapa na Roda alafu mmoja
wa kuongeza, huyo ataweza kufanya nini? Ataweza kufunga kama yuko. Shida naongeza nani? Niko hapa ni mtu wa kuongeza. Sina mtu wa kuongeza.
Wacha niite watu basi. Ladies and gentlemen, kujeni tupige story. This is the evening show. This is ni ile ya kufunga. Kujeni tafadhali. Weka link. Chukweni link mkuja hapa tupige story. Mama Mary yako hapa. Rhoda is here. I'm here. We have to excuse Bernard, and Bernard, we really thank you so much for you. We know how hard it is for you to do it every day. And we really thank you so much. We don't take it easily. We appreciate you for what you do for us today. Kuna watu last time venye ulikuwa umepotea siku mbili tulikuambia sisi wengine tuko addicted. Tunaenda withdrawal symptoms. Unajua? Haya, wadau kujeni tupige mshene. Kujeni. We have at least 2 hours. Kama kuna mtu mwingine ataniokoa after that, then we'll do that. But everybody is welcome right now. The link is on the comment section. Guys, come here. Let's have a conversation, 1 or 2, about our own country and what is happening. You might have a different opinion with what I have, but also that opinion is well understood and well appreciated. Kujeni, jazeni studio size tuchape story. Mi sina story, nitawasikiza. tutacheza tuache Bernard pia apumzike kidogo. Huwa anatufungulia studio, kazi yetu ni kuosha na kuja kuchafua pia. So guys, kujeni kabla Bernard aende. Kujeni, kina Julia watakuja watawaeka, lakini wenye wanatusikiza saizi, hiyo namba yenye tunaona saizi yenye mko hapa, kujeni, ingieni studio, the link is there. Come and say what you have to say. Acha tuone Bernard, watu wakuje kija. Mama Mary, umepotea? Na Bernard, by the way, hujapeana your contribution. Hebu peana your contribution before you go. Now I'm on the street. Now I'm on the street
to find my
now.
Contribution. Which
Sasa
contribution are you looking
for?
for?
Sasa tupatie contribution yako, ndio wameanza kukuja. Thank you so much, Jackson Tenal. I really appreciate you so much. You're really much appreciated by Mutembe TV. Thank you. Wacha tupige gumzo. At least for the next 2 hours, I'll be here. Don't leave, be here. Wengine wenye wanakuja wakuja. Bernard, umechomolewa wewe. Sasa hebu kwanza tuambie, tupigie sasa. You're not on the seat anymore.
I'm not on the seat anymore. You want to unseat me, you need a referendum.
Officially, I am taking over.
It must be procedural. Mnataka kunifanya mimi kama Cherere. Mimi sitoki haraka hivyo.
Umengatuliwa. This is a referendum.
Ban the committee. I will ban the parliament. Nobody looks into my matters.
Ile referendum wewe sasa, wewe ni Cherere.
Mimi ndio nitakuwa Mafia kamili. Wacha hiyo mnasema Mafia.
The floor is yours. Tell us.
My take is simple. The country is headed in the wrong direction. The person in leadership has no capacity to lead a free Kenya. He wants a controlled Kenya. He wants a Kenya where the air is measured for every Kenyan. He wants to control everybody's thinking. So he's afraid of a free Kenya with free people, free to express themselves. And for that matter, he's gotten leadership at the wrong time. I wish he was president during Moi's time. That would have worked. But for now, he must live with the reality that Kenyans are exposed. They are free to think and free to express themselves. And they will tell you when they don't feel right about what is happening. And so, he has proven that the first 60 days in office, he's out to reverse everything we have gained. The liberties we have enjoyed under Uhuru, the liberties we got under Kibaki, all of it, he wants to plow them back so that we go back to the Stone Age time, where we have to be careful what we say. I understand there's an unconfirmed video mtu amenitumia that Juneta has been arrested for calling President Kondo. So now, if that is beginning to happen now, then kumeanza kuharibika kabisa. And so lazima tuelewe kwamba kile baba anachosema ni muhimu. Siku njema huonekana asubuhi. If Baba is able to take, this person is up to curtailing our freedoms, taking back whatever we gained through hard struggle, then Baba is right. And so the Kamukunji meeting, I am present. Whatever resolution we pass from Kamukunji, we are going to ratify in Jacaranda. After we ratify in Jacaranda, the next step of action, we are in full blast. I want a Kenya that is free. I want a Kenya where my children can become president without having to bribe anybody. And I can also run for president without having to go and worship anybody from any Sugoi anywhere. I want a free Kenya like the constitution says. Hii Kenya nyingine mnataka kututengenezea ati unapiga simu mtu afungwe, unapiga mwingine aachiliwe. Hiyo haiwezekani. So that is my take. So judiciary in bed with executive, true. Hata wameanza kukaribishana kama ile Mato ukiwa na birthday unanikaribisha na nikiwa na birthday na kukaribisha. You see the way they are when President Ruto has tribunal to preside over, he calls Kome. When Kome has a report to give, he calls president. Hii ni maneno ambayo wameisha, like somebody alisema hapa mwanzo wa show. Sema these people are not in bed. They are already pregnant. And I agree. So hii ni gone case. Kenya Kwanza are not up to 0.002% in their performance. Their past 60 days. Everything that was working in Kenya has stopped in terms of kazi kwa vijana, subsidy ya chakula, subsidy ya masomo. Sasa tutapewa, hakuna kitu itakuwa hapa. Next itakuwa sasa tuanze kuimba nyimbo za Ruto, tawala Kenya, na hiyo sioni ikitoboa. So tutaenda Kamukunji kuhakikisha kwamba we are not going back to the dark days, and that struggle will continue. Hapa kuna hii Geoffrey Ruto inasema Junet deserves to be arrested. That is only the beginning. It's only the beginning. When we are through with you people, mtakimbia Kenya, mtakuwa mnasikia Kenya mnatoroka. Sawa. Thank you.
Bernard,
I think you can stop there, except you have a question for me.
I have a question for you. Bernard, in our constitution, because we need to, we come to this channel to educate people and also to talk, even be educated. Bernard, in our constitution, 2010, I believe we're using the 2010 constitution, unless sijaelewa, is there somewhere in our constitution that says being arrogant is a crime?
No. You are free to be anything as long as your freedom does not infringe on the rights of another person.
So what is Jeffrey Ruto telling us, that Junet is being arrogant at his and deserve kushikwa? You cannot be arrested by even calling a cop a derogative name because that's your constitutional right. Guys, we need to learn our constitution and accept the constitution and know what the constitution is. That is what our forefathers, the Mau Maus, and even our forefathers fought for. So I just wanted to tell Geoffrey Ruto that he's wrong, because you alluded to that. But if you look at what he has said, Bernard, there is nothing in our constitution that says that being arrogant deserves to take you to jail or to be arrested. Let's look at our constitution.
Yes, and the constitution is against threatening people. What Junet was talking about is that wezi kututisha sisi. So the threat, whoever was threatened was the one breaking the constitution or violating the constitution. Every Kenyan needs to be free, fear-free, work free in a free space, and do what is right. And hold the government to account, especially when they misbehave, like they are misbehaving right now. Sawa. Now wateja wameingia wengi, wacha nikutafutie mwalimu. Mimi naomba Jackson, inaonekana uko na swali langu. Uliza kabla niende. Mimi nikienda nimeenda. Unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen.
Unmute Jackson.
Jackson, you unmute fast. We can't hear what you're saying. Unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. You click on that crossed animal.
Animal.
Is that arrogant also?
Mute.
Yes, good. Now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Ai, hii teknolojia inatusumbua, wakina Bill Gates hao watu wanatusumbua sana.
Sawa, endelea.
Wacha nasalimie Mama Roda, nasalimia Mama nani Bernard, nani kila mtu. Hi. Hey, nimekuwa kwa hii channel yani for the last how many, yani nimewacha, nilikuwa ninafuata tu, lakini kumbe Mungu ni maajabu. Sikuwa na imagine that kumbe naweza kuwa na contribute kwa hii channel. Yeah, I'm a very big fan of you, you know me. Lakini sasa
Jackson,
unajua sasa sisi tuko mbali. Tungeenda hii mkutano ya wanaenda wapi?
Kamukunji.
Tungeenda sasa Kamukunji, lakini hata mimi niko na kama Roda, tuko mbali sana. Tungeenda tu, lakini it's okay.
Jackson, sijui kama unanisikia.
Nakusikia.
Ningeomba kama ilikuwa swali kwa Bernard, kwa sababu Bernard anataka kuenda, tutabaki hapa, tutaguza gumzo.
Okay, sawa. Wacha nisikie, wacha nikuambie Bernard.
Yes, niko hapa.
Very, 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 very good. You are doing a very good job in this show. Unatufungua macho, unatusaidia, unafanya everything. I think where sahi, I think sahi hapa ni Finland, sahi Finland huku ni saa ngapi? Sahi ni saa 8. Wewe kwako ni saa 9.
It's 3:45 a.m.
Yani unajaribu, unatusukuma, wewe unatusukuma kabisa. I know unatusukuma. But wewe enda lala, amuka kesho tutakuwa hapa. Hatuendi mahali, hii station hakuna penye tunaenda, tuko hapa.
Tumia Bernard chai, wacha kumchocha tu bure.
Sasa wewe Bernard, wewe lala, utuwaje huyu sasa, wakina Roda, wakina huyu sasa, tutatwanga hii station mpaka asubuhi. Wenye wako na wifu, sauri yao.
Okay.
Good, Bernard. I salute you. You know, we call it salute. You know, like this. Salute. Yeah. You are doing a good job.
Sawa. Asante sana. It's I take it as my duty. And
then you know, Siniona nili subscribe as a member. I subscribe your channel as a member.
Yeah. Make sure you do that. We depend on your support, you guys.
Yeah.
If you don't support.
Sasa wakina Roda tuko hapa, sisi wote hapa tuko sawa.
By the way, we are very close to you. We are the other side, only to jump the road, the ocean. You understand?
What do you mean? Uko wapi sasa side? What do you mean?
Tunajua country iko karibu na Finland. We are neighbor.
Oh my goodness. Sawa. That's another story for another day. Leave it.
Tunajua ukichukua big line, una jump. Tuko the same area.
Sawa.
All right. Okay, guys. Order. At this point, Bernard, don't leave. Usiniache matani. At least kama unazanitumia mwalimu.
I'm organizing you very well, and nimepata Julia. I'm trying to get her here, but she says she's still on duty. She's still on duty, so nataka kuona kama ataingia back office, aendelee kuongeza mkiendelea na mwongozo. Lakini sasa wewe ndio chairman. You will be the last person to leave this stage. Hata ukiachwa peke yako, convince the people that the show is still on. Until Songo rescue team arrives.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the comment section, and ladies and guys who are watching us, ladies and gentlemen, kidogo nani Jackson, kama unaza mute na za furahi kidogo.
Sawa, okay, let me mute.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, in the backstage and in the comment section, and the people that are watching here, if you want to come and open up and talk about our country and talk about what you want to do, your views might not be what we want to hear, but we still are Kenyans. This is our country. Please, you can look at the comment section, and there's a HTTPS link right there. You just click it, let StreamYard configure your device. You'll be here. Let's come and converse. We still have another 2 or 3 hours, depending on who else is going to come after Bernard leaves, our biggest moderator and the person that runs this show. We will have a good conversation. Please come in, have a conversation, because your word is actually, everybody wants to hear what you have to say, whether we like it or we don't like it. But then, ladies and gentlemen, this is an open forum right now for us to talk about our country. So please get into the forum, come and have a conversation with us. As we leave Bernard and tell him thank you for what he does to us, we want to tell him thank you, thank you, thank you, Bernard, for always opening up. And may you go have a good night and rest well, so that you can still bring the show again tomorrow. At this point, we are letting Bernard go, and then now we will be here for as much as we can. I think for me, I'm going to run a 2-hour unless the other guys come in. Other than that, Bernard, thank you. Let's move on and let's keep on talking. We'll sort ourselves after you go. Take care of us in the backstage. Thank you, brother. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start. Rhoda, you umeongea. Mama Mary, I think she's still doing something. I want to start on the lower side. So I'm going to go Jackson, then we'll go to David, then Moses, and then Eli. In that, iyo mkururu yo, tutembe na hivyo, if that's fine. So Jackson, kazi kwako. Unmute. Jackson, unmute. We cannot hear you. You have to unmute. Jackson, either we unmute ama nisonge kwa mwingine.
Okay, Jackson, you click on the mic beside your name on the screen. The mic is beside your name on the screen. You click on it once, then it opens up. The icon that is crossed.
Okay,
Sorry.
Jackson is falling out. David Arika, it's on you. Na usituchokoze sana leo, lakini ni sawa tu, tutakusikiza wewe Mkenya wetu pia. We love you, brother. David Arika.
Mato, habari.
Nzuri sana bro.
Habari Roda, habari Bernard. Mimi niko break bwana, siwezi ongea mengi, na watakia mazuri. I'm just keeping you company for the next 30 minutes then. I appreciate your work Bernard. Saa 10 ya asubuhi na bado uko. That's a good job, man.
Well, brother, give us something. Give us a take. What do you think? You're here.
No, sitaki kuingia kwa air, niko in a funny place. In the kitchen bwana. Just forgive me.
Okay, but you're still here, eh? Bado utakuja na maoni?
Yeah, I will be here like 30 minutes, then I'll be in intermittently, on and off.
Okay, don't go anywhere. Stay here. We want to hear you. We want to hear you.
Okay.
Moses Musare.
Yo.
Tupe
How are you,
mawazo.
Bernard, and everyone? Oda, Kenya with love, everyone on this panel. Hope you are all fine. For me, I have no much, but I'm just here to talk about what I'm seeing and what is happening in our neighboring country. Actually, the breaking news that I saw today when this Taylor resigned, I was shocked, but still the struggle was still we move on. Still we have followers, you know. For us who are on the side of Baba, we have followers. You know, there is a difference between supporters and followers. A follower is someone who will stand with you all the time. Whenever you say we move right, he will move right. You move left, he will move left. So we have followers. And I think that is, we have only one person in Kenya who is having followers. So we are waiting for tomorrow and see how things go. And then we are testing to see who are those ones with us and those ones who have abandoned us. We are confirming tomorrow. Don't worry. So I'm kind of busy right now, but I'll come back. I'm still around. We can move to another person. Thank you.
Moses, don't go anywhere. Just stay there. We need to keep the screen lighten up. Just keep on there unless we get more than 10 people in the, you know, in on the screen. Eli, how are you doing today, sir?
Niko poa mjomba. Sema, yako, habari yako?
Nzuri sana, Mungu mzima, twashukuru.
Asante sana. Asante Rhoda, Mary, Rika, Moses, you know, everyone on the panel. It's interesting what's happening across the border in Uganda. I'm sorry that I have to speak about that before I say anything about the state of affairs in Kenya. And I just need to go into this tweet by General Muhoozi, you know, the son of President Museveni. He's known to provide serious entertainment and sometimes very unpredictable. And as we all know, that he'll be the next president of Uganda, whether we like it or not. And we know that Uganda has been part of the rigging of Kenyan elections for a very long time. But I wanted to say one or two things because it's important to talk about our neighbors as well, because they affect and we affect how they live. So this guy, who is now a 4-star general, made some very interesting comments on his official Twitter page today. He took a swipe at the Daily Monitor newspaper, which is a sister paper of Daily Nation. It belongs to the Nation Media Group. And he has warned the journalists of Daily Monitor that he'll crush them when in the future when he comes into power. He says that his father, President Museveni, and his party is too lenient on this newspaper that terrorizes their system, you know. They always write stories that General Muhoozi is not happy about. this guy is a mixed bag, you know. On the one hand, he appears a very interesting liberal person in comparison to Museveni himself, but also he's very unpredictable and speaks very harsh about many things. People think that he's providing entertainment, but if he's going to be the commander-in-chief of the Ugandan armed forces and he takes that seat, it is going to be a very interesting geopolitics of that region. Also, what I see is because Uganda affects what happens in Kenya, and what happens in Kenya affects Uganda very, very much because they're landlocked. I hate to use that term, that they can't exist without Kenya. But it's the truth that they can't get their things going through unless they use the Tanzania route, but most of their things go through Mombasa. And they can even sell us back the things that go through Kenya into Uganda. They sell them back to us cheaper. And we know that when you go to the likes of Busia. So they buy things in Kenya, and then in Uganda, we go and buy them cheaper. But my point about this General Muhoozi is that Yoweri Museveni is sickly at the moment. And, you know, this man, I don't wish him death, but he's not healthy, he's not well. And it is a very, you know, unpredictable time for the people of Uganda. They know what is happening there, and all the top leaders are jockeying for position. And of course, Kenya and Tanzania, among other countries, especially Rwanda, are interested to know who is going to be the next leader of Uganda. Unfortunately, in our African politics, we are interested to know who is president, who is deputy president, vice president, and things like. We take these people as if they are some kind of mythical, powerful things because our constitutions say so, mostly. But it is what it is. That's the reason why, for example, the East African nations and citizens must really follow Uganda very, very keenly to see who is going to take over from Yoweri Museveni if he dies naturally or whatever happens if he steps down. But we know that the man is not well, and there are also some consistent stories that he's going for another term. So there is that happening as well. But we hope that whatever happens in Uganda, going by the language of Muhoozi, it does not affect Kenya negatively. Today, he even said that, no, this was last week, he posted about people who would want him to be the next president after his father leaves the stage. They should retweet that message, and there was over 2,000 people who retweeted that message, and as you know, they were all in support of him, and they called themselves the Muhoozi generation. That is a generation that is not President Museveni's generation. As you know, all our leaders, most of our leaders, the top leaders, are propped by countries that have interests of our region or Africa itself. So we know that you can be aligned to powerful China or the powerful Western countries. And so when Museveni's son is doing what he's doing now, you know, articulating his position to become the next leader of Uganda, He's obviously talking on behalf of the powerful countries that support him, that will will prop him up and support him if he becomes president, and then he will do what they want him to do. And it's not just the powerful West or China, but in the region, Rwanda might be interested to work with him because he has a close relationship with Paul Kagame, who he refers to as his uncle. And so I think Kenya, unfortunately, I don't have any particular interesting thing to say about this current regime in Kenya or Kenya Kwanza. But when it wakes up, or if there are some meaningful Kenyans who can start realizing what way Uganda is going in the next few months or 1 year or 2 years, then Kenya has to be careful about how it sees its future with Uganda, because we don't know what this unpredictable leader could do. And he has openly defied his father many times. He said that his father knows him very well, and he says that his father is lenient about corrupt leadership, and he knows that he himself is not lenient about that. He knows how he's going to deal with corrupt people. He says that his father knows that he is not patient. This is a very, very interesting things that Muhoozi is saying. So I was just interested to know, wanting to know what we think about in terms of the transition of power in Uganda and how that will affect Kenya and the other countries. On the issue about this meeting that will be convened by Azimio, I think it is justified. It is a shame that some people can just start talking about violence that is synonymous to violence, and that it should be clipped on the bud because Raila is synonymous to violence. This story is an old story, and if we want to redefine violence, we can stretch it back to the 1950s. So it's really a shameful thing to make ethnic stereotypes about a leader or a community or a political grouping and say that it is violent. I remember when we were growing up, we used to say stupid things about the Kalenjin people stealing our cows, even for those of us who were not anywhere near the Kalenjin districts in Kenya. But those were the kind of stereotypes that was fed to us. Yes, for example, where my mother comes from is not too far from the Nandis, and they had clashes and things like that. Cattle were being stolen by either side. But this group mentality that now is describing what will happen on Wednesday when Azimio is having a consultative forum with people and calling them a possibility of violence, I think that is just outdated. I think, and by the way, I think that even within that Kenya Kwanza, there are some people who would want this meeting to go ahead, but they are afraid to say so because they think that they are going to face repercussions I listened to Jeremiah Kioni. He was speaking on a radio program, which I listened to this evening, and he said very clearly that the issue with, for example, the region that he comes from is that majority of those politicians who are now in parliament and the governors and so on who supported UDA, those people who are in power now from that region, they basically were funded. Some even took loans from the likes of William Ruto and the other allies of William Ruto who had enough money to fund the campaigns of those MPs and so on. So Kioni said that those people are enslaved by the fact that they must toe the line because they got into leadership, into power, into parliament through the money that was given to them pre-election. And that might sound a biased statement because Kioni did not get back to parliament, but it is the truth and it can apply to any scenarios, not just central province of Kenya. So it is interesting to know that a lot of people from that region, especially the politicians, are afraid to speak their mind because of this particular reason of being supported by financial gain, which is coming from the likes of William Ruto, Gachagua, and so on. And this has been said by Jeremiah Kioni, who is a very important leader. He knows these people. He's in Jubilee, so he knows these people for the last 10 years. They've been doing this.
Eli, let me ask you a question. What did you mean by he never got back to parliament? He is back in parliament.
Sorry, statement there. Thanks for the correction. What I meant to say is the leadership that did not get back into parliament, and they are from central Kenya, the powerful leadership. For example, the guy who is now in Iala and so on. But the reason why, and thanks for that, the reason why I spoke about Kioni is because he made a very important statement today about the state of affairs in the country in relation to the people who have been bought or who are financially supported, and now they can't use their freedom of speech to say what they want to say. And this is very unfortunate. It's just going back to the times of Daniel Arap Moi. I think Uhuru Kenyatta did not do this kind of stuff of buying leaders. Maybe his agents did. I don't know. But Moi did it. You know, one of the first defections in 1992, I think it was the first person to defect was from my constituency in Dewa. In 1992, he left NDP, or was it Ford Kenya? Ford Kenya, and joined Moise Kanu. And then there was a wave of defections. So Moi used to buy people. This guy, Moses Wetangula, has been in power for such a long time, since the case of the commission of inquiry of Robert Ouko, that Wetangula was the family lawyer of the Oukos. And when that commission crashed, because Moi made it crash, the first thing he did, his first act was to nominate him into parliament. You know, at that time, Moi had this powerful position to do the likes of that. So he became a nominated MP. So this kind of buying thing has been happening for a long time. And I am afraid that this is exactly what Martha Karua was talking about today, that some of these things have been unprecedented, because post-Moi we've been doing a long transition, which is endless. We've not reached where we want since Moi. It's not happened yet. It's even getting longer now. We're going backwards again, 3 or 4 steps forward and then 8 steps backwards. So it is unfortunate, and so that is why I support 100% what these leaders are trying to do by having a consultative forum with people on Wednesday. There is pros and cons for all these things. For example, there are people who want to go to work, and they could be on either side.
But brother, can I ask you a question, Eli?
Yes.
What is the pro and con about when a country is at a point where that you have to have a conversation? Can I repeat myself?
Yes, I had that. Let me just say it in a better sounding way. Maybe I might still be wrong in your position, but what I wanted to say is, even in these difficult economic times, there are people who must go to work on Wednesday, right? Some, because they're affected, like we are, by what happened during the so-called elections, they want to go for this meeting because it's important to them. Yes? And some of those people might not even have that possibility to go because there are sanctions that could be given to them at work, or it might affect their work or things like that. But they want to go, right? Okay. I am not saying that there is going to be violence or anything like that, because, those are just things that, police are the ones who usually trouble people and violence starts. But in case there is some kind of disruption that affects businesses, if this is not properly planned or properly supervised, that is not a good thing. I am just saying, as it is, that yes, Kenya is a democracy and people must be allowed to practice their democratic right. But also, there might be, imagine if, for example, we, supporters of KARUA and Raila and Kalonzo, all the Azimio people, imagine if they were in power today and UDA are saying they're going to hold a rally at some Kamukunji. And then, unfortunately, that rally is not properly supervised. So maybe what I'm trying to say is that it can happen either way, but these rallies need to be supervised in such a way that it does not affect the economy, and that can affect the small businesses more than the bigger businesses. That's what I meant.
Okay, so my question is, and I'll ask you a question, and I'm so sorry, you will forgive me, so that I can pass it to someone else. But my question, as we move on, I want to ask you guys, if you want to go to Githurai right now and you live in Nairobi, and you want to go hang out with your people, your friends, maybe friends that you went to school with, and you just wanted to go play a football game, soccer, football game, do you need to tell someone that you're going? Do you need to be supervised, or is it your country? Is it your right? What is it that we have this constitution to do? Because I believe the constitution that we have allows me to go wherever and have a freedom of association regardless what we are talking. Tukienda kukula rumba, kule rumba kivyetu, as long as we are not disturbing anyone. So what is there to be organized? And that's my biggest question, because as long as we are not messing with anyone, under the Constitution, we are allowed to go hang out with Jackson, Tenai, and do whatever we want to do without having to be organized. And I think that's where people are not getting the Constitution.
Okay, Martin, let me make my quick point there. The police should provide civil support, to the people who will attend this meeting. And I think that is the best thing that can come out of it. If the police provide support for this function, if they don't want to provide support because they've been told not to by the regime, then it is for the agents of this that have organized this to do it without affecting either side, because can be even the state itself, this regime can plant people to disrupt, and then they will say it is Azimio who did it. It has happened before. Remember those kind of things that Gideon Mbuvi used to do the previous years, So that's all I was trying to say, that this I support fully. They should go ahead and do this function. But, the police should support, through community policing. And if they can't, then they should leave people alone. But people should be aware, the agents who organize this thing should be aware that anything can happen, including being infiltrated by UDA and so on and so forth. So thanks very much. I'm sorry about the long contribution. Thank you.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Your contribution is very much valued, because what we listen to you is educating someone else. Kama kuna mtu atakosa kubaliana na wewe pia, they also understand something, it's a divergent kind of way of, having a conversation about our country. I'm here laughing at somebody called Malloy Goodluck Jonathan saying, Chinji Wanjenga Cherera's step down to create room for Anjeri, Kamau, Chebet, Kibet, and Jengas. The reason I read that, because I found it very, very precarious of that statement. And I want to read again for the guys who are listening to us, and people come in. We have someone now. You can just click on the show if you wanted to come in. Just click on the, on the link, and you can come in. But I'm very curious on this before I bring Jackson tonight. The names that were mentioned by that guy, I hope it's a he, Moloi Goodluck Jonathan. I think all of you can see him. He mentions Njeri, Kamau, Chebet, Kibet, and Jenga. And this brings me back to where even what Mother KARUA and even Raila were talking today. And a lot of people have spoken to that. This country has 45. And actually, even Dunstan Omari spoke about that. But I don't know how much I have my word on Dunstan Omari. Mwenye amekuwa akishikilia one of the, he's a lawyer. He does what he does. That's his job. So probably I cannot go back to him. But when you look at even someone here coming on the show and saying, and putting those names there, you want to wonder to ask yourself, how many tribes does Kenya have? And are we all Kenyans? Or do we have to come from Malloy, Goodluck, Jonathan? What you just said, you say Njeri, Kamau, Chebet, Kibet, and Jenga. Is that what is our country? Because we are here to educate each other. And we are here to accept our country and be a country. Is that what the country is all about? Is it about those, I won't say tribes, but I will say tribes again. Is there a point where we're going to sit down and say that this country is made out of 46 tribes, including the Nubis too? We were just in parliament the other day, and people were talking in parliament like Samburu should not get anything because OSG, one man, one vote, and all those things. And the way they were talking to a point where the Samburu people and what Jew, they started telling them we are here and we can actually talk for our people. Ladies and gentlemen, who is Kenya? Can we think about that? That's what I'm trying to ask you guys, because this guy just opened up a wound that I want us to actually have a conversation, not in a bad way, because I think this is what is also affecting us where we are in Kenya, and that's just me. Jackson.
Sorry, Martin, I just want to correct you about something. Just 2 seconds. 2 seconds, yeah? Martin, earlier on, you mentioned about Jeremiah Kioni is back in parliament, but as I said, he's not in parliament. I just confirmed. And someone also made a comment there about it. So maybe you have confused Kioni with someone else. Thank you.
Okay, and I stand corrected. I'm never ever writing anything. I just thought that he was back in, but if he's not, I stand corrected. Thank you, sir, for that correction. Jackson, Kwako, let's go. I think, hold on, umekanyagwa Roda ameinua mkono.
Naona Roda ameweka mkono. Pea Roda kwanza. Wanawake kwanza. Pea Roda.
Go for it.
Thank you very much. You know what when I see this shit, people are writing Kalenjin name and Kikuyu. That means those tribes, they are very stupid. Those two tribes, Kikuyu and Kalenjin, they must be very doomed. You know why? Because Kenya is 46 tribe. Can you imagine? You are saying at the two tribe, the other one can make our country. It doesn't make any sense. I'm a Kikuyu tribe. I'm a Kikuyu. And I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid the way people they think. I believe Kenya is for all the tribes. 46. Okay, thank you, Kalenjin. Welcome. I believe Kenya is I'm Kikuyu, but we come from different families, and people think different ideology. But it's not said because I'm a Kikuyu, then I'm thinking like other Kikuyus. In fact, Kikuyu, we are different. There is a Meru, there is a Kikuyu, there is a Kirinyaga. Me, I'm really from. By the way, me, I'm very neighbor to Uhuru Kenyatta. We are very neighbors. So me, I'm from
I'm very neighbor to Ruto, but we need to change this.
So, so I'm just saying like this. I don't know what to say, because I grown up very, very family who are very politicians. That's why I have this spirit. And I'm all my family, I'm the one who is very politician. Mi napenda siasa sana, but I don't believe Kenya is only for two tribes. We come from different families. People it's like, for example, you are twins. People like tunasemanga pika kidore. Ata brother, we are not the same. Even mapacha. Mapacha. Mukipiga ikidore, you are not. Definitely, you're not the same. So the point I want to say that it's not so that you are Kikuyu, you think the same like other Kikuyu. You think like the same like our brothers. That's why God created everybody with it. You know, I'm Christian. God created people with a different talent. You know, I don't think like my family members. My family, they you know, most of my family they vote for UDA. Me, I am always Azimio. But my sister, she was Azimio, 2 sisters, and my mother was, I don't know, you know, because that's a bit natural. God created people are different. My dad always, my rich dad, he always loved Kenyatta. He usually tell me all the time, Kenyatta tell you, go this way, you know, that's the spirit. So everybody think different. So we need to have this mentality. Kenyan people are very smart. We don't, you can vote anybody you want. You cannot force me to vote for the Ruto. I don't like Ruto. He's not my type. I cannot vote. If I vote him, you know me, I follow my feelings. If, by the way, feelings is love. If your feeling doesn't feel something, you cannot vote. I was fighting with my brother. He voted for Ruto, but me, I don't vote for. I can't vote for him because I follow the Holy Spirit. If the Holy Spirit doesn't feel you, I follow the Holy Spirit telling me to do. And then, right, the people that were voting for the Ruto, now they said, oh, you are really a woman of God. You are really a prophet. Exactly the things you are telling us is coming the true color. They have to regret. We stop this kind of manner thinking because you come from the same Kikuyu, you have the same E. We are not the same. Nikira kupiga kidore, I'm not the same like with my brother. Even what wale mapacha. Towards kufikia this kind of mentality, you can love everybody and you follow your feelings. Like me, my feelings have never feel Ruto. Why do I lie? I cannot vote for him. Raila is always Raila always. Even 2013, I was siding for the Ruto, and then 2017, I'm always side for the Raila. Even people they don't understand. So you cannot force me to like Ruto when my feeling doesn't feel him. But respect, we have to respect one another. What you think, you cannot force me to like Ruto. Of course not. I'm a Kikuyu and I don't not feel him. Thank you.
Rhoda.
Yes.
Nikwega, we will make it. Reure.
Yeah.
Reure. Kenya. Ni to idio the kuma woke kwa everybody. Nurona. Turi hamwe. Jackson. Yamune man.
Yamune, musiende kwa hiyo ndio kaenu hiyo.
No, basically I'm going somewhere. Kuna mahali naenda.
We are like a pete kama tata. Kamba, we are more similar. I understand Kambas. We are like a brother and sisters. Kambas,
it's the same thing as Wakande na sisi tunaumia sawa.
Kuna mahali naenda. Yamune my brother.
Aja make Yamune.
Yamune misi.
Chamke. Kumbe unaelewa hii mambo ya Yamune.
Naelewa yote hata chamge na nini. You know,
Roda, sorry, I think hapa uelewi sasa. Roda uelewi but utaelewa.
Hata wajaluo kikuja hapa nitawaambia.
I follow what the Holy Spirit tell me to do. I'm born again Christian. If the Holy Spirit tell you I don't feel you, I can't.
Yeah.
I follow what the Holy Spirit tell me to do. And if my Holy Spirit doesn't tell you to follow you, definitely not.
Okay,
you cannot force me.
Our dear sister,
it's about respect one another.
Unaona Jackson, mi hata mjaluo kikuja hapa nitamwambia onge minga toka. Hakuna mama ya mtu hapa. Unajua that's what we talk, that's what in Jaluo says. Because at the end of the day, I don't believe in lingo. I don't believe in tribe. I believe in a country that will live in peace. And I want to,
oh yeah, listen to me. Let me make this comment for now, for a moment.
hold on, just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, the people that are watching us, this is still an open forum. I think we're still going to be here for another 2 hours. If you want to come in and you feel the whatever we are having, the conversation that is happening, the link is right there on your comment section. You can come in anytime right now. Just click on the link, allow StreamYard to configure, and you will come in here if you want to have a conversation that we are having. Because unless we stop, unless we stop talking, we'll start fighting. Guys, yes. Come in, let's talk, let's have a conversation, even if you have a different opinion of what Mato says or whoever on the screen wants to say. Let's have a conversation. This is a day that we can all have a conversation. I think unless somebody else comes in, I think we have at least 1 hour or 2. So come in, don't be afraid. Come and have a conversation. Say what you're saying. We come out here, you listen to us, and we have a conversation. And this is a good way to have a conversation about our country, because now we make our country move on to the best side. Jackson, sorry for cutting you out, because I'm trying to bring people to come in, and I'm asking people to come in and have a conversation. This is the evening class. This is not so much moderated as, it's not that difficult to see, to go through it. So on this one, tunachekaga kidogo, here and about in a few time tutaanza kuenjoyana kidogo and all that, and then we close the show with a good laugh and everything. So if you can come in right now. Kila kitu iko hapo utaingizwa. Thank you. Jackson, kwako.
Asante sana. Umenipea time niongee, na nataka niongee sana yani I can see sometimes that Rhoda is trying to fight me, but even me, I feel so bad when I saw Raila lost this election. I'm the victim. Kwanza mimi ni Mukale, I know mimi ni Mukale, lakini I was not expecting that Raila will lose this election. I was not expecting it. Rhoda, wewe ni Rhoda, wewe unaishi Europe kama mimi. You know how democracy things work here. And hata hii maandamano hii ya Kamukunji, kama tungepata hata ndege tununue tupate ticket tungeenda.
Jackson, lakini pole sana kukosoa. Can we agree that Raila never lost?
Yeah, of course he never lost it, but he was stolen. That guy is. Lakini waja niwaambie kitu moja, and trust me from the word go. I think Uhuru messed up. Uhuru is the guy who messed up for Raila, to be honest. Sai unaona Uhuru alipewa kazi na Ruto, anachukua hii mambo ya sijui nini, ati anafanya peacekeeping nini. Really? Uhuru, Raila amefanya meeting ya kukua ati ya having a consultation. Hajawahi, yani as a chairman hajawahi kuwa, hakuna, hajawahi onekana. So huyu me I believe Uhuru alicheza Raila. Hiyo ndio kitu moja inaniumisha mimi kabisa. Hiyo kitu wacha nikwambie, kama Raila na Uhuru walikuwa, nilitani, unajua I was very sure, kabisa nilikuwa na sure, lakini Raila mtu wetu sasa ako ndani, ako na Raila, ako na Uhuru nini, hajayani all of us tunastukia tunatwaga magovi, tunafanya nini? Tulifanya kwani makosa ya Raila ni nini? Alifanya nini? Mbona hao watu na uliona Wajaluo no Wakikuyu, sorry to say this, unaona Wakikuyu sahi wako very happy, very happy. Hata kujua nini what happened, like ati Raila ali lose nini, na sisi tunaumia. Sisi ni kama mimi naumia. Kwani serikali ilipangwa ikuwa watu Mkale na Mnandi, ilipangwa hivyo? Kuna mtu alipanga? Hapana. Hata waja niwaambia, hata Raila akitoka 2027 tutasupport Raila na atakuwa president. Waja niwaambie watu, sometimes people they don't think that when you see like, yani ukiona Kenya side the way it is, Raila amefight constitutions, amefight kila kitu, alifight na Moi, alifight na akafight na Raila Raila Kibaki, akafight. Kwani amwezi urumia huyu mzee for once, yani in one day. Sai Roda ukiwa Europe, mimi niko Europe, unajua tunaenjoy constitution ya Kenya. Raila amefight. I've never been fight about that, but Raila amefight. But tukienda Kenya tunaenjoy, tunacheka, tunarala, lakini mtu ameumia ni Raila. Mtu ameumia. Mwisho kabisa.
Unmute Jackson.
Unafunga, unajua what you just said, Jackson. Let me tell you something. This is my own opinion.
Yeah.
Hii ya kila mtu, hii ni yangu. Na najua kuna watu wengi wamesema, na hata hapa kwa comment naona kuna mtu anasema you are a very honest person. And unless we get honest people like you in our country, and honest people like Roda, that actually look at the country before their tribes. Nimewasalimia nyinyi wote, and I told you I was going somewhere. Nimewasalimia nyinyi wote na lugha zenyu, nikauliza huyu kwa natia, wewe nikakuuliza yamune.
Sawa.
Ndio nilikwambia I was going somewhere.
Okay.
Unaona? Because at the end of the day, whether you're listen, when I like giving this challenge to people. When Ukraine came in, they don't have one tribe. What were than wanakuwa tribe moja. When Russia came to Ukraine, ikakuwa ni siku ya kupigwa na Russia. They had to sit together and become Ukrainians. When Idi Amin at one time came and wanted to get us mpaka Naivasha, Kenyatta alisimama akaambia tutatuma ndege 3 za kivita. Rumi tukituma hazi.
Wewe unazaliwa mwaka gani? Wewe unaongea like wewe unazaliwa ndani 70s. Wewe ni kijana mdogo kama mimi.
Hapana, my friend. Ni Cerelac nilikula.
Haya, sawa, endelea.
I'm very old, by the way, and I'm very serious. I'm very old.
Uzuri tuko na Roda. Roda is guiding us here.
Ni mwili tu, Mungu alinisaidia na mwili mzuri.
Roda, can you talk, my dear?
Yes.
Ongea.
So what I'm saying, hold on.
To be honest to you,
order. What I'm trying to say, and when I make these jokes is because I took you on earlier amenyamaza pale. is because he understands what I'm trying to say. This Kenya ni yetu sisi wote. Hijalishi we ni nani. Mimi ni Mkamba. Mkamba Mmasai. I don't care about my Kenyan. But all I'm asking Kenyans, and when we come to talk here, let's think about our country. That's the biggest thing. Without that country, hata hiyo Ukikuyu, ama Ukale, ama Ukamba yangu, haitawahi fanyika. So lazima tuchunge country yetu na lazima tuichunge kwa kiburi. Na mimi naomba watu tafadhali, tuichunge. Kuna watu wametembea hizi inchi zote. Wameenda mahali, si kupenda kwetu. Tungependa kuwa nyumbani. Lakini tumetembea. Tukaona. We have to make it, and we have to be a proud citizenry that is really jealously willing to fight for our country. With that having said, because takagi nikiwa moderator stakagi kuongea mingi, natakaga tu kuweka the thing, I mean to on a certain way of saying of where we are going. Eli has been quiet so long, and I'm also asking everybody else, we still got another 2 hours to go. Please, if you can come, if you disagree with me, you disagree with the panelists, please come and tell us why you disagree with us. Come in and have a conversation, have a good laugh. We'll have the last laugh pale hivyo nyuma. Munajua wenye mmekuwa hapa hapo nyuma tunakuanga wajinga kidogo, we start laughing and we start making jokes and all that. I think for the most people that have been here in this show, you know that. So please, if you can come in right now, the link is over there. Please come in. Mama Mary amerudi. Mama Mary, suru ulikuwa umeenda nap kidogo. So wacha nipatie Eli tu oye pole nisamee mami. Alafu after Eli ni wewe straight. Nisamee mami.
Thank you, Mary and Martin, Rhoda. Jackson, I took on board your views about how Mr. Odinga was played by Uhuru Kenyatta. Because I was one of the Kenyans who voted in the polling stations abroad in London, I am just one of the bitterest people. I'm telling you, I'm so bitter.
Just
that
like
election.
me. Just like me.
Ulipiga kura wapi?
Nilipiga Finland.
Okay.
Nilipiga Germany.
Hey, kwani oh, Germany. Yeah. Because there were only 12 polling stations around the world.
Yeah.
So you guys had to go to Germany. Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether I'm so bitter because of the money I spent. And I have to be honest, I have never, ever taken part in any Kenyan election, ever. This was my first one.
Like me, this is my first one. And that was the end of everything.
Yeah. Because I said this one looks different. Actually, where Uhuru is involved. This one looks different.
We were confident. Yeah, too confident.
Yes. So I decided, let me go and vote. What I want to say is, after the so-called election, I was one of those people who held the view that Uhuru Kenyatta was not part of the sabotage against Raila. I actually supported Uhuru Kenyatta in his personal, involvement in campaigning for Raila, even though he was a bit outside the main campaign engine. But I never ever thought that Uhuru Kenyatta was in any way involved in this conspiracy. But you hear it here for the second time. The first time I said it, but I did not mention names. So today I will say it, plus mentioning names and dates, because I have consulted with this person and they don't mind me talking about these things because he's a very honest person. Now, my former boss, when I was in Kenya for 3 years, between 2003 and 2006, was one Ambassador Elkanah Odembo. Before 2006, of course, he was not in the diplomatic world. He was in the NGO world. He was at one point the chairman of the NGO council way back during Moi's time. But he's a very thorough guy, very straight to the point, no messing around. And this man, during the Grand Coalition government, he was posted in France, Serbia and Montenegro, the Vatican, and then eventually he served for the Kenyan High Commissioner in the States, in the Kenyan High Commission in the States during Barack Obama's time as the ambassador there. And I'm not talking about his CV, but I want to talk about his connection with Uhuru and Raila. So on September 7th this year, so I was on holiday because, and again, you guys will laugh at this, but I believed that Raila Odinga and Mother KARUA and Kalonzo were going to win this thing. So me, I was going to stay home for 2 months. So you know, Aki Musicheke, I had booked.
No, we are not laughing.
I booked. I spent 6 weeks in Kenya, but those 6 weeks I enjoyed it. But on the 7th of on the 6th and 7th of September, while I was in Kenya, Ambassador Odembo invited me to his home in Siaya, and I went there, and he had a few guests. I stayed at his home. He told me openly. I did not want to hear this, but he told me that they had told Raila directly that Uhuru Kenyatta is not helping this campaign. He is part of the conspiracy. Now, you know, Raila Odinga, in his kitchen cabinet, Ambassador Odembo is one of the key players. Any big decision that Raila makes, he must consult Elkanah Odembo. In fact, Elkanah Odembo is his key advisor at the African Union, you know, in his infrastructure and development job that Raila has there. So Odembo always works from Addis Ababa most of the time. But he was involved even in writing speeches that Raila made during the campaign last year. And he told me on the 7th of September this year that they had warned Raila Odinga. In fact, even Sally Kosgei warned Raila Odinga that Uhuru Kenyatta was not helping in the campaign, either because he couldn't do anything, he didn't want to look bad in the eyes of fellow Kenyans. He was point number two, he was afraid of ICC related repercussions in case something happens, because people know the nature of William Ruto, that something atrocious would have happened post-election. And also his personal legacy with Raila Odinga in the past. So a person of Odembo's caliber cannot just say this and I sit there accepting. I refused. You know, I told him point blank, you've been in these positions of power and you're the people who write Raila speeches and all this, but you're telling me nonsense. Uhuru Kenyatta cannot sabotage Raila. And I gave my reasons why. One of the things I said was that Uhuru was deeply, deeply affected by Ruto's style of campaign, which was very personal. He literally insulted Uhuru's father about land grabbing and all that. We know that legacy, yes. And Ruto literally, decapitated Uhuru Kenyatta in public rallies, openly. So I think Uhuru was very bitter about that. So I could not imagine that the same Uhuru would form this subtle alliance with William Ruto.
Yeah, that's a betrayal. That's a big betrayal.
Yes, so what I'm trying to say is to deny Raila Odinga this and the people of Kenya who voted for him this magnanimity of being in power because people voted for you. So what I want to say is I support what Jackson feels about Uhuru Kenyatta, because even to date, me personally, I don't see it that Uhuru Kenyatta was involved in this conspiracy. I don't see it because William Ruto said some awful things directly about Uhuru Kenyatta, and I can't see Uhuru Kenyatta doing that. It's just I don't understand it. But this ambassador told me openly, he's in Raila's kitchen cabinet and he knows what he's talking about. But Raila Odinga refused to listen to them. The last thing I want to say about this, and anyone can go and check this source again. This is an internet age, social media. You can go and get Elkanah and speak to him. He also said that when the judges went for their, they went wherever to make the decision, the UDA side, Kenya Kwanza, had lined up a lot of money. And I mean, money for UDA Kenya Kwanza was coming from abroad. In terms of international, governments abroad were supporting the UDA campaign. So these guys were told, you take this money. It was like an auction. Take it or leave it. Now, the Raila side, and this is what I have been told, and you can quote me and take me to court if I've lied. People like Sally Kosgei, people like Sally Kosgei. No. Me, I'm saying these things because I do media stuff and I get information, and some of the information can be silly, but this is verifiable, okay? And Sally Kosgei and others said, if these people of Kenya Kwanza can do this, why can we not do this? Why can we not also pay the judges? So this is how bad it had become.
Eli.
Yes, sir.
Can you shorten it up because there's other people listening, and people want to.
Well, okay. And
this
is information.
We're gonna close it. So, but
okay.
If you can wind out, don't go away. If you can just wind out, you will have your closing remarks.
Let me finish that quick, because this is information that I've been sitting on and many other information which I think people are still in pain, so I don't want to talk too much. but this is information that is important, you know. These people were given money that you cannot just, you know, I can't even name the amount of money, because it was unbelievable when I heard how much these judges were given money. And 2 of those judges are known to be some of the most corrupt judges in Kenya, right? So we need to check the background of all this that happened in this election. And for me, number one, it's not just Ruto and Kenya Kwanza, but I've always said it's foreign interests. They're the ones who plant who they want in power. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ellis. Stay here. We're still going to be here. If anybody wants to come in and give their opinion, we are open for it. I really appreciate everybody here, ladies and gentlemen. This is a forum that we come here and talk. And actually, if we stop talking, we start fighting. The moment we talk, everybody understands where we are, and you can make your choice on where you are being in our country. At this point, I think I'm going to Mama Mary before I come to Miss Mora is back, and then after Miss Mora. So let's do Mama Mary, Miss Mora. Rhoda, please ni forgive what I talk. No, actually we can go. So let's do Mama Mary, and then we do Miss Mora, and then we do Rhoda, and then we jump again to Jackson, and then we go back to Ellie. Agreeable with everybody, every panelist? Yep. Yes. Okay. Acquitted. Done. Okay. Mama Mary, tuambie.
Okay, I'm back. I was a little bit busy, lakini nilikuwa nawasikiza from the back. Nimeona tumeendelea tu vizuri. Ellie, you are explaining something very, very nice, and for people to take it home, that there were many people who mistook Uhuru, and I really pity Uhuru. I feel for him, because this guy is just between 2 rocks. Na hivyo ni kumaanisha ameumia kisiri na amejikaza kisabuni. Amezoea hiyo mambo na Mungu amempa roho safi na bado ako anasimama imara. In fact, when I look at Uhuru, I feel bad and I feel very much hurt, because when you are trying to do the best of all this community and they all come against you, you have got a big burden on you. Well, it's good to do a motion, you know, a debate on somebody so that you can bring up your points, I bring my points, then we get the answer. So when I see Uhuru is a man of integrity. Amejaribu kutengeneza mambo mingi, ndio watu wafurahie maisha yao nchi ya Kenya. Na mimi nikiwa mmoja, namshukuru sana. Na mimi huwa ninaomba awe na roho safi na aendelee kuwa na roho safi hivyo. And you can see he's doing a lot of extension of that good hand to other countries in Africa. He's respected and he's still recognized as a man of word and good words, not forgetting that he respects everybody. No insults. He tried to limit the words that come from his mouth, not to make anybody feel unpleasant. The other thing is that Raila Raila plus Uhuru is democracy of our Kenya. So when we are doing whatever we are doing, we remember those 2 guys. Those are the people who will bring us freedom in this country. And our country needs freedom. because now we have been captured. And the capture was done immediately when a win of somebody else was taken over, which is very, very sad, because how it happened, actually, even I try to think, how did it happen? Why? Why were everybody quiet? What is wrong? Were there no other people aware of what was going on? I really don't understand. It's like people were bewitched. People were in a deep sleep. I don't know what was going on, really. But because the plan was done, and you see it was overtaken because people were just relaxed because we were waiting for the second day. The following day, that's when the election will be announced. So we were following the process of the election. The other people, not the UDA, the other people were following the sequence of how the election should go. So I think that is why people were relaxed, waiting. And when they saw these computers or TVs at a standstill, I think they thought exactly what they were told, that they were hacked, not knowing that there were very many bad things, evil things going on. Kenyans this time around, I think there were people of trying to accept the process in a peaceful manner, but it has been captured. It has been overthrown, overtaken. The government which was supposed to be there was overthrown. Raila's government was overthrown. The coup was done. That is what I can say. So when we look at our country right now, because of the coup, that is why we have this turmoil. And this turmoil, it's us to sit down and think how we can overtake it and how we can take it away from us. I mean, throw it away, get it out so that we can have a good leading. So Kenyans, mimi maombi yangu naomba tuungane pamoja. Hii inchi ikiwa na peace, it is for everybody. Ikiwa na moto, ni everybody. Kwa hivyo tuamue nini? What do we like? We like peace. Actually, nobody like violence. We have seen those countries which had violence, what they have faced and how it has gone. So we don't want violence in our country, but we don't want those itchy stuff. We want to have smooth running thing with these people who have no evil mind. Because all what we have, it's evil mind. The government we have is evil mind. Because if you see people are being bought with money, utachukua wale watu wa akaunti yako uwabebe, uwape hizo pesa umepewa ndio wafurahie. Hautagawa, hautawapea. Sasa wewe umenunuliwa peke yako, umehama, umeacha watu wako. What are you thinking? Hao watu wako umewaachia nani? So all these evil things that are going on, they think we are not seeing. We are very saddened and we are not going to take it. Because obviously, nobody is interested with government money right now. We want to have peace and liberty and freedom to do our own things. We have been working for ourselves all the time. So we are praying that we have a government that is stable to make us stable. Then we can be able to move forward with our lives and we'll be happy that way. So I support Baba 100% and I'll be behind him 100%, seeing that our country is on the right track. If it is about going for maandamano, we have to have it, but we don't want violence that people may cause so that to accuse Azimio. Azimio is, actually when I look at Azimio, everybody look cool. Everybody look knowledgeable. Everybody look decent and ready to do good work. Can you imagine? Can you compare those two governments? Because we have Azimio government, I believe so. And we have UDA government. Compare those two governments. Look at the government that we have that we call it's the one which is working. And look at Azimio. Azimio, actually, when you look at them, they have integrity, respect, and they are decent. These other people, they are looking like people who are running up and down, going through panya routes, not even knowing what they are doing. They don't even have any advice they can give us or any speech that we can listen with integrity. They don't. All what they have is insults, how they can get money, how they can kill people with GMO. Just come to think. And it is the sitting government. We are in bad shape. So we pray that Azimio get the right way and let's have that consultation. And as somebody came here and said, let's write what you feel is itching you, write on a paper. The other one, write on a paper. Let them be handed over so that they can be aired out and you can see people will follow up and we will be in good shape. I pray for Baba. Let him have peace and let him have energy. Thank you so much, guys. Good night.
Mama Mary, don't go. You still have one more submission, a good night submission to give. So, katu hapo tu kidogo, tusikize. Because, ladies and gentlemen, like I always say, you know, we stop talking, we start fighting. Guys, regardless of our tribes, I always say that this is our country. And like Mama Mary said very eloquently, when you look at one side, it looks like it understands what the country needs to go, where the country needs to go. And it's not asking for your tribe, for who you are or who you adore, whether you're a Muslim, a Kenyan, they don't care about that. One side of the political divide that we are. And politics, like I've always said, politics is politics even at home, with your kids, with your husband, with everything, with your family and everything. But then is what actually makes you grow in your life, because everything is politics, even in your workplace. But then again, there comes a time that is politics that actually decides on how much tax you pay, where you live, how you can buy your land, and how you can have your geopolitical settlement. Ladies and gentlemen, we are happy to have this conversation and have this platform where we can actually talk matters, our home, and not just wait for people in the parliament to talk matters, our home. This is a political open forum that we've been given that we can do this. And there's people who fought for bigger things than today that never had the chance to be able to talk with even people abroad and back at home. So ladies, let's keep on talking. Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep on talking. And as we go on, right now, we are in an open forum. There's people in the back, so if you want to join in, you can still join in and have a conversation with us. The link is on the comment section. You can come in here and talk. Even if it's your first day, come and give us your contribution. Whether we like it or we don't like it, you're still a Kenyan. At this moment, I'd like to give Mrs. Mora. I haven't seen you for a long time. Good to see you. But you're welcome so much to give us your feeling about everything. You've been gone a long time. When wale watu mumegongo huko, mulienda sabbatical. Ama what happened to you? I haven't seen you in a long time, Mama.
Hey, Ndeto, sema.
Poor sana, sis. Where have you been?
It's been a minute.
Have you been hiding like me? I just show up.
I actually listen from the back, and I'm not in the habit of commenting in the comment section. So I listen to this forum every single day when I have time. Like today, I've been listening all afternoon. I was actually at work, but I had my headphones on. So I've been listening to everything that everyone has said today since Bernard opened the show. I wanted to get in, but you know, those rules, like we have to see your face, and sometimes I don't want anyone to see my face, but you know, rules are rules. So I just don't want to be like talking and nobody's seeing who is talking. You know, that's against the rules. But anyway, Miss Mary Wainaina, and of
You're
course,
here now. You're here now. We're glad that you're here now. Tell us Tupatie uhondo. Where are you now? Tell us now.
I said okay. I said I have to come in quick and say hi to you guys and like say one or two things. So Miss Mary, you are great. I mean, I listen to each and every word that comes out of your mouth. You make a lot of sense. I wish we had like 10 women coming to this forum that talk like Mary. That would make a huge difference. And Deto, of course, with your cartoonism and everything, you do well. Thank you. And Eli, I don't think I've seen Eli. I don't know how he pronounces his name, Eli or Ili, or I don't know how he pronounces his name. Yeah, I listened to what he said about Uganda, like the situation in Uganda. And I like the fact that you're bringing it out in the open, that like we need to know what we are up against. You know, someone like Mukohozi, the Museveni's son, that guy is lethal. That guy is lethal. That guy is no joke. Those are the people that bring governments down. Those are the people that influence the army of a country, and the army will go against the government. I'm glad we're having this conversation. And Mr. Jackson, I'm sorry I didn't hear what you talked about, but I was driving from work. I didn't hear what you said, but I'm sure all you said is well taken. And of course, Rhoda, with your prayers, we thank God. We thank God for you. And we thank God for everybody. Now, back to the Kenyan situation. The executive is not just in bed with anyone else. The executive, the judiciary, everybody else, they are in bed with Ruto and the government. I don't know if we have a government anymore, because I think it's going to reach a time when Moi was in government.
Miss Mora, I heard they were not in bed, they were pregnant.
They're already pregnant, so we are expecting a baby. But anyway, all jokes aside, I mean, what's happening to our country is so sad. It's so sad in the sense that during the Moi era, I was a young girl. I was growing up. But I used to hear what my dad and everybody else were talking about, my uncles, what everybody was talking about. It was so bad. It was such a dictatorship that lakini useme ngwe unaenda ndani. Anything against Nyayo, like Nyayo, you have fuata Nyayo. Those are the things we were singing in school. Tulikuwa tunaletewa hiyo maziwa ya Nyayo shule. So if we can avoid, if Ruto cannot take us back there, we will respect him. He is in power right now. Let him do the right thing. Like for him to try to stop Baba from holding a rally tells a lot. That tells me a lot. Like there are things that he'd rather, there are bonds that he wants to be kept in the coffin. Like he doesn't want anything unearthed. And then for him to go after the 4 commissioners that were against the announcement of his win tells a lot. It's like he has really, they have skeletons in that IBC that they don't want us. They don't want like someone to reveal what exactly happened. So if you can imagine, Chebukati is going to retire next month. So before they appoint a new chairman, so Cherera was actually going to be the acting IEBC chairperson. So, and she would have to have access to everything. So that is why Ruto is making sure those 4 are not near those servers, because whatever is hidden in those servers is why they're getting rid of the 4 commissioners. They don't, because they knew, I'm sure they have an idea what is in the servers. So, but they want to get rid of them before Chebukati leaves. So that whoever is going to take over is going to be their proxy, is going to be someone that Ruto will have appointed. He'll have Ruto's blessing. So whatever he finds in the servers, we will never know. Those are secrets that will be kept with them for eternity. And what else are we talking about? The meeting at Kamukunji. if I was in Kenya, I think I could have gone to Kamukunji. I've never gone to a rally, but for this one, I think I would have gone. Honest to God, I would have gone for this one. For once, I would have gone for this one. I think it's going to be not just interesting, but very informative. I'm really waiting to hear what Ruto, sorry, not Ruto, what Raila and Martha KARUA and all those people in Azimio that know things that we don't know. I'm
Miss
so
Mora,
curious.
I was about to kick you out by saying Ruto. What are you talking about? Kamukunji Ruto, karibu nikufukuze bwana.
Okay, I bite my tongue. Okay, whew, that is gone. So anyway, so yeah, it's going to be both interesting and very informative. Whatever is going to happen at Kamukunji is going to be a mind opener. It's going to be opening a lot more things that we know or that we imagine. It's going to let us know what the next move is going to be. And then the meeting, I think the other one is going to be at the Jacaranda grounds on the 12th, on Jamhuri Day. That too is going to be very interesting to see the crowd that is going to go to Kasarani and the one that is going to go to Jacaranda. So Baba, I think it's all human, is trying to really see, like, do I still have my people? Do I still have my faithfuls? My people, are they still intact? You know, anyone would want to do that to make sure before you take any drastic steps, to make sure you have your following, you have your people that you can rely on. And we saw like Jubilee is still on, KANU is still on, of course, Wiper is still on, and all the Azimio parties. We've lost a few people, yeah. I mean, granted, people are greedy, and Ruto is good at paying those people. He's very good. It's so disappointing that I even saw my governor from Kisii, Simbarati, like he might be joining Ruto. Honest to God, I hope not. I hope they're just forging a way to work together. I hope Simbarati is not thinking of joining UDA. He's in government, yes, but I hope he does not make a mistake and join UTA. That would be very, very, very disappointing. Other than that, what made me come into the forum tonight is that I think it's the comment that you read about who is going to replace the IEBC commissioners, and sadly, that is what's going to happen. Sadly, yes. It's just so sad. Yes, because according to Ruto,
I think there's a long way to go with that. But I wanted to ask you about that, the Simbarati one, and I wanted to ask you because Bernard drained before I asked. Dunstan Omari, you know who Dunstan Omari is, right?
Oh yeah, I know Dunstan. I know him personally. Yes.
Yeah. So Dunstan Omari, he's been representing these guys of UDA, the criminals and all that. So now how does he want to come to Kamukunji grounds saying that he wants to do it because just Kisii did not get?
You know, I don't think he's been, I don't know who he has been representing, but one I know for sure he was representing the DCI officers. Remember the DCI officers? If he was representing Aisha Jumwa, but you know, Aisha Jumwa, when did she join UDA? Not too long ago. So some of those things were already going. Maybe you already had those people as clients, and then they decided to switch over to UDA. I mean, what do you do if you are a lawyer? What do you do? That's still your client. You already signed a contract.
Good question. It was just something that I thought people would talk about it.
Yeah.
Because
yeah,
I
believe
who's representing people that are on the other side, and then all of a sudden now just because Kisii did not get, and which is the reason I want to open it. And I think we have a hand up. Jackson wants to ask a question.
Yeah, because let me just finish that thing of Aisha Jumwa. Remember when that case came up? It's been I think it was during a by-election, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. So then UDA probably wasn't even in existence. So he took that case. So what do you want him to do if you are in his place, if you're in his shoes? That's still your client. So lately he has actually been really coming at this Ruto's regime. I've never found myself to call him president. It's just so hard for me. I can't call him president. I call him Ruto. That's it. But he has really been coming hard at them. If you've listened to the morning shows, the morning TV shows that he goes to, he has really been coming hard. I mean, among the Kisii people right now, who is very vocal against this government is Dunstan Omari. For sure. Okay, Mr. Jackson had a question for me.
Yeah, Jackson, you had a question? Or something to add? Unmute.
You're still muted, Jackson. We can't hear you. You're still muted.
Yeah, now I'm muted.
Now there you go now.
Okay, listen. I think everybody, we are suffering. I have nimeona comment nini kila mtu, sisi watu wenye tuko abroad, we are suffering. And we are suffering too much. So what can we do as advanced people? Tumetoka, mimi niko Europe, wewe uko wapi nini? Unajua hii kitu sahi, when we were thinking that Raila atakuwa president, hii kitu imetuumiza, tuseme tu kweli. It's we were so sure, and I blame wacha niwaambie, I blame European and I blame America at the same time. These are the people waliweka Ruto kuwa president. So yani tulikuwa tunapangana, tumejipanga, tunasikia Raila atakuwa president nini, lakini kumbe the deal was done. It was a done deal. Hata Raila, hata Uhuru sasa amenyamaza, atusikii nini.
Wewe Jackson, wewe unaharibu nini? Unaharibu protocol. Unajua, ukiinua mkono Jackson, najua na tunakushukuru sana kwa hapo. Ukiinua mkono kwa wale wanajua hapa, ni either unauliza swali kama unataka kuongezea kitu. Time yako inakuja dadi. Tulia.
Okay, sawa.
So anyway, let me just finish up. So these rallies that are happening, the first two rallies, I think are going to determine the future of democracy in Kenya. Because if we don't act quickly, and they to remember when we were like really campaigning for Baba on this forum, I told you guys, please let's stop this guy at any cost. This guy is dictatorial. This guy is a mafia. This guy, and so many people in the comment section. Ruto, there's that, I don't know what his name is. Ruto, the one that likes to comment. He came at me all the time, but I'm like, you know what? We have to say it. We gotta say it as it is. So if we don't stop those people now, either he changes his ways of doing things, or we are going the other way, because he cannot control the judiciary and control the executive. He has controlled parliament. He has controlled the legal system, the judiciary. He's controlling everybody. Ruto wants to make each and every decision. He does not know the word delegation. He wants to do it all. That's a dictator. He wants to do it all. He wants to be everywhere. Do you know, like someone was saying, actually I was seeing it on online, like he calls the UDA MPs every single night, like to be sure they're still with him. I mean, which kind of is that apprehension? What is that? He calls them every night, and that came from a UDA MP. He calls them every single night before he goes to bed, like to make sure they are still with him. Is he not sure of himself? Is he second guessing himself? What is going on? We need a leader. Ruto, those who support him, those who are with him. We don't want to fight you if you are doing the right thing. You are the president now. Just do the right thing. Picking 13 people from Rift Valley, picking 13 people from Central Province, picking one person from Nyanza. I mean, what kind of democracy do we have in Kenya anymore? Because he only picks one PS from Nyanza, one from Luo Nyanza. What kind of democracy is that? Yes, many people didn't vote for him, but he is the president. Show us your presidential abilities. That's what you're asking for. Just show us you can be our president. You have to earn it. For me, he has to earn it. I'm not going to call him president. He has to earn it. And I'm sure I'm talking for millions of Kenyans. He has to earn our trust. He has to earn the name president. He has to earn it. Let me wait. I'm getting too high.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay, our sister Mora. You know, and sometimes, you know, when when you become something that no one sanctioned it, you have a problem to actually stay on that position because you are not sanctioned. We were here, Miss Mora, you know it. And you know we sat here nights and nights when elections will be done. We know we know the score. We told you guys. We know how much, who got what and what got what. You are here. You're one of the people that has been with us even when we were doing when the election was being done. And we sat here and we were the first people to catch them when it came to, we were the first people even to say it before he went to the media that something was hacked, and then it came to the media. This was Norway, US, and Germany. We took time. We know the numbers. So when you don't get it, when you never got it right, you become insecure. That is what is happening. And I will just leave it at that. But I think Eli had a question. After Eli, I see Mulumbu is here. Eli, you had a question, right?
No, actually, mine wasn't a question. I was just, there was someone's radio there or microphone echoing. So I was just trying to, I wanted to jump in and say, you know, can the person just stop it? I think it's stopped now. So, because such disruptions are not good for archiving of these YouTube files, you know, when people go to it, you know, it needs to be near perfect. Thanks.
Thank you, brother. I wish I'd known that. I would have given you earlier. I just didn't want you to, you know, disrupt our sister, what she was saying. I just thought it was a question or a binder. It's between Rhoda and Jackson, and then Mulumbu will come, and then we'll go back to Mama Mary. Jackson, do you want to go first? Rhoda, do you want to go first? Anyone can give the other one a leeway?
Yeah. It was very nice evening. We come, we talk our country because we love our country. We see our country is going to hell. Like I said, like Donald Trump, he used to say, our countries go like hell. You know me, I like a Trump because Trump is, you know what is a democracy is. He's my hero. Actually, when Donald Trump didn't win the elections, I was not feeling well because I have the same variable. He's a Christian, and also he know what he love his own country. And me, I love more nationalists. Nationalist people, they love their own country. They always wishing us for the best. So me, I'm always national, even here as well. I'm a politician, and I'm always nationalist, because nationalists, they always opposite for people who come to destroy their country. So when you come here, you have to learn integrations. You have learned things how to work. That's a work of the nationalists. I mean, I'm always there for them. It's the same like in Kenya. I want my country to be nationalist. People who love our country, like Ruto, must love our country, be proud to be a Kenya. And even those people, they come from our country, like Western, don't sell our country for them. You know, yesterday I was speaking with one man, and he told me, and he's a white, he's not black like me. He told me, I will not allow my country to be sold. I will be very angry if my government, they sell our country. Why do we red people from Western country to come to sell our country? You know, why do we do that? Why do we red people from Western country? They're the one who come to decide in our elections. And Ruto, he's a Kenyan. You know, he's not a foreigner. He's born in Kenya. He went to the school in Kenya. He know everything. He know who we are. Even if we speak different language. When I met him somewhere in the street, yeah, I'm very happy to see you because you're Kenya. Even you can take for me a cup of coffee. You know, why do you sell your country? Why do you prosecute your people? You know, why do you not respect our democracy? Why you don't respect our judicial, our court, our everything? You know, that's not fair. That's not good. You know, we want people who love our country, who put our country in the center, who love even the government was working there because let us be honest each other. The current government, they did amazing work. We cannot assume they didn't do a great thing. So we want our people. Please, if you have your mic is open, please can you try to close it? It's to be distracted. So we want people who are leading, who love our country. You know, we don't want, you know, like for example, you know, like people from America. I don't live in America, but I'm always following American politicians. We know election for America, it was not free, fair, and credible. Biden, he still the vote. We know that. And I'm praying, I'm praying 2024, Donald Trump will win. Because when Donald Trump will come to the office, even Kenya will get peace. Whole world will get peace. That's why you have this war in Ukraine and Russia. Because of this government of America. When Donald Trump will win, America will be respected. America will go back the way it was 2000 and before Biden came. So, Jackson, nice to meet you here. You just, you know what, I know for Finland, we are neighbor, it's only 2 hours with the boat. So I live at Akate, started with the S. Maybe I can come past there and you give me a cup of coffee. You know, so Jackson, I'm very happy you live in the Scandinavia country like me. You understand what is a democracy, you know. We know what is a democracy. Everything is ruled by the law. Everything is a law. Even to be a queen, you cannot have a red carpet. Like the way I saw the princess of this country was red carpet in our country. This according to the law. When she go to visit school, she cannot have the red carpet. Why can we love ourselves? Why can we treat other people the same equal? Everybody, every community. Our police officer to be respected, our military to be. Why do we treat other people? And it's that is not. We cannot, you know, like people like Idi Amin. Idi Amin was very evil. He was killing Jewish because he didn't know what he was doing. He thought like, if I kill Jewish, our country will be great. You see what happened? He died nothing, and he destroyed his now legacy. Everybody, I had the Prime Minister of Israel. He was speaking about what the Idi Amin he killed his own people. If people like, you know, we know the history. People dictator, they have been killing other people. So let us. Thank you.
Rhoda, my sister. I have a question for you, and maybe that this will be a question for many people to ask you. Why do you think Donald Trump needs to be the president of America? Don't you know? I mean, we've gone through a lot of things, eh?
I'm a very open person, open-minded, and Donald Trump, he's nationalist and he have the same value as I am. I believe nationalists, people who love their own country, he put American people in the center. He put the family in the center. That's the point. Thank you.
So Rhoda, I am not going to argue with you on that one because right now we are talking Kenyan politics and we're in a different forum. If we were in American politics, I would have indulged in, you on that one. But I'm gonna pass. Maybe someone else will touch it since I'm holding this chair. Kama singekuwa nimekalia kiti hapa, hii kiti ya moderator, maybe we would have had one-on-one, me and you. But when I always tell everybody, when I'm given this opportunity to sit on this chair, I try much not to argue and not really argue, but differ with people or my ideas and everything. I can see there's a hand before Jackson comes. I hope it's a question or a follow-up, because Jackson has been waiting for a long time, and I would really want him to contribute so that we can move on. So, okay, Eli, you have your hand up. What's up?
Yeah, mine's it's very quick because I'll be retiring to bed in about 20 minutes. I'm busy multitasking here on deadlines, and it's not even funny. But sorry, Miss Morar, I think you mentioned that you haven't seen me here before or something like that. I think we haven't met here before. I've been here for quite some time. I always listen to the discussions, and then maybe I bring myself to the forum. And yeah, I've been here for maybe 2 or 3 years, something like that. Can't remember the precise dates. But I wanted to say something. I always try to look forward. What is it that we can do? And this is in relation to all our comments here about the elections. And I still have a conviction that I believe if we ask a political party in Kenya to sponsor a bill at some stage to change the electoral system that we currently have, because we're a conflict society. The massive conflicts that have happened, especially 2007, that was buried under the carpet. No one was imprisoned by or convicted. So we're a post-conflict society. So in such societies, there's always a post-conflict constitutional referendum or repairing of the constitution once in a while. It doesn't stop us from going back to it and reviewing it again. My suggestion has been, for the longest time, because of the society that we are, that we have a proportional representation system. It is very simple. It might be a bit more expensive in terms of ballot papers and things like that. But in a proportional representation system, in a post-conflict society,
Eli,
there are things
you know the rules, Bwana. Was this a question or a reminder?
No, I am talking about the elections, because every day here we sit here talking about the elections.
You lifted your hand. It was not your time. There was somebody else's time.
No, but I need to go. I need to go, and I need to make this point. So if you just let me, please.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Martin. I'm sorry for breaking one of the rules, yeah? But I'm serious about this, yeah? This post-conflict society that is Kenya, if we have a proportional representation system, in most of these kind of constitutional agreements, what happens is the party that wins the majority votes forms the government, and the number 2 party is part of that coalition, so that person becomes a deputy president or something like that. It's a bit like what Kibaki and Raila did, but not exactly like that. But the mode of election, the proportional representation system, gives smaller parties a lot of leeway and power as well of representation. It's for me to you to say that please just go and Google how proportional representation works, go and look at case studies, and in the future, we ask a political party to present a bill in parliament for constitutional change, because I cannot see a Kenyan election without rigging in the future. It will be there. The presidential vote will be rigged for the longest time. So I'm talking about what is it that we can do in the future. So I am saying that a proportional representation system, like we have here in Northern Ireland, here in the UK, Northern Ireland. So those two parties, they don't like each other at all because of the 35-year conflict that was here. But when whichever one that wins, that one will be the first minister, which is equivalent to prime minister, and the deputy will be the number 2 political party. It's as simple as that. And I think that will solve this permanent problem that we have. What I foresee, I swear, this one I have been thinking about for some time. It will happen. If it doesn't happen, I will be surprised. If this kind of instability, this peace without war that we are in Kenya continues with this kind of regimes that we've had for all these years, there is going to be a military coup. I think they know that even when they have their daily briefings with the intelligence community in Kenya, they know it's going to happen. Most African countries, after all this has been ignored, they have a military coup. But in Kenya, we are afraid to be open enough to talk about these things. Yeah? And it's unfortunate that that will happen at some day if we don't resolve our problems. It will happen. And unfortunately, if we don't resolve our problems, I think it will happen, which is quite unfortunate. And that's why I brought in the issue of Uganda next door, because we're not too far off from what they're doing, Kenya itself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eli. I really appreciate everybody that is on the panel today. It takes a lot to come to the panel because, you know, we come here and have a conversation that we talk about our country. It shows that we love our country so much. The people in the comment section, we also appreciate you so much. The people out there, Pamela, Kageni, Margaret, Isa, and the regulars who are always there. Geoffrey Ruto, endelea kugonga tu, lakini bado utakuja kuelewa where we are going with our country and why we have this conversation and where we have this, forum to come and talk and understand our country. We do appreciate so much the people in the on the comment section. We do appreciate you, even though you don't agree with us or you do agree with us, because the moment we stop talking, we start fighting. We want you being there with your diverse and different opinion and everything that we have. The people on the on the panel. Thank you so much. If there's anybody that wants to come in, I think we are tuko kwa kipindi cha lala salama, unless other people come in wale wako nyuma. But I believe, ladies and gentlemen, this is the time to listen to Jackson. Pole sana bro, kukuweka sana. This is your time. And then after Jackson, we'll go to Mulumbu, and then we'll start taking our closing comments. Thank you. Unmute, brother.
Mnanisikia?
Now you're good.
Okay. Kwanza wacha nisalimie Mary hapo, nisalimie unajiita laugh what I don't know wewe. Alafu nani huyu anaitwa Mosa. Sawa, nakusalimia. kuna Mamulupu hapo, kuna Roda. Sasa hapo wako sawa, tunasalamiana Roda, tuko na the same country, I'm not sure. So what I am tell you guys, listen very carefully. I have a very different opinion. Nimesikia watu wanaongea sijui nini, sijui Raila. But in real sense, it is the same thing. Kama ningekuwa hata Kenya, ningeenda hiyo maandamano. Mimi naona hao watu tunaongea hapa, sisi nyinyi wote tuko outside. Everybody is outside. Yani everybody is wanted to be in Kenya tuende hiyo maandamano. Yani ni ile tu hatuna chance tungeenda hiyo maandamano. Because you guys, you don't understand. Was it the Philippines or I don't know which country? Uliona hao watu walienda mpaka kwa president nyumba, wakaenda kwa swimming pool.
Sri Lanka.
Yeah, Sri Lanka. So, because those are the things we have to show up that, you know, people are very strong than a president. You know? Unajua watu wanachukuanga sana, they think that president akona power. Ana power, president ana power. Acha niwaambie. So watu wakiandamana na tuange hii kabisa. Unajua tutatuanga hii serikali ya Ruto mpaka ajue what is happening, you know? Lakini tukisimama alafu tuseme okay sawa, Ruto ni mwe president. Hatuwezi kaa nyuma na tuone things is going bad and just tunasimama. No, we cannot do that. No. Lazima we have to do something. I think of course I think Raila and of course Raila ameseeka ana fight, lakini you have to support that man. Vile amesema huyo Mama Roda, amesema we have unajua sisi tuko na watoto huko nyumbani Kenya, lazima tu fight. Hatuwezi wacha Ruto agwe anatawala like that. No, hatuwezi wacha. You cannot do that. We cannot do that. Unanielewa? Kenyan with love, sawa, take over.
Yako imekuwa hiyo imedunga mzizi. Hata Mama Roda hata Mama Mora anacheka hapa. Umedunga haraka sindano ya nasi. You know, Kenyans are trying to say something, yeah? Because normally when I'm trying to moderate, I try to talk in between. Kenyans, I think you heard what Jackson said.
Hey, you guys, can you guys mute if you're not talking? We are getting an echo.
Jackson, mute.
Okay, let me mute. Okay.
Mora, are we okay now?
Yes, you are okay now. Because both of you had your mics on, and so whatever noise that comes on from the background, we hear it. So yeah, we are good now. And just to touch on what Jackson said, it's amazing that you're supporting Baba. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We need.
Mora, this is what I was trying to say earlier, that and I think I said this even last week, that You know, it's so funny when you come over here because you actually understand what where Kenya is. And it's the very first time, and I was saying this earlier before you came in, my dear sister. I said, this is one time that we are very united as Kenyans, because we have Kikuyus, Kalenjins, and everything, every tribe together. What this man just said right now, did you hear what he just said? That shows us in Kenyans that there are people who are really looking at the sovereignty of our country, regardless of the tribes. We have the Kikuyus who come over here too. So it's not just a tribal thing right now. We're moving in as a Kenya.
That's all. Let me ask Jackson a quick question. Okay, Jackson, I know you come from Ruto's backyard, you know, the president's backyard. So whatever is going on right now, I know, like, he got most of his votes, he got them from the Rift Valley, that's for sure. And the majority of the people that voted for Ruto are like younger people, you know. No, let me ask you a question. You're gonna answer. So my question is, have you gotten in touch with people like from your home area, people that voted for him, people that expected him like to deliver, you know, even if it's the Hustler Fund, you know, I was like, Hustler Fund, people are getting 500, unga is 250. You're supposed to eat that unga and return that money in 2 weeks. So please, what are people saying? Even people that voted for this government, what are they saying? Can you please answer me?
Jackson, the floor is yours. Unmute.
Do you listen to me? I want to answer my sister, Mona Rosa.
Sasa Mona Rosa ametoka wapi? Wewe anaitwa Mora.
Well, let me tell you something. A very good. I can tell you, I am a Mukale. I live in Europe, and I tell you, we are, in fact, the people who are suffering right now. Ni sisi Wakale. Hata tuko na serikali, we are suffering. That's why we are fighting. You see, the president now, the other day announced that, there is maize is coming in Mombasa, and we have our own maize. We have grown our maize. Somebody is bringing in GMO. How do we feel? Really?
So Jackson, so do you feel like Ruto cheated you guys? He lied to you guys. He lied to the masses, the many people that voted for him. Or do you still, okay, hold on.
For sure, he cheated to us, he lied to us, he prayed, alituchukua ufala, and that is it.
Are there people like hustlers who voted for Ruto that still have a hope that things will change for the better, like things are going to change to be positive, like good things are going to come out of this government? Those are questions I ask myself. And
listen, my dear, we fought for this government to have hope in life. Sasa, we unapewa Hustler Fund ya 500 euros, 500 shillings. What do you do with 500 shillings? Sure, really, tuongee tu kweli. 500 shillings. What do you do with 500 shillings?
I'm honestly so sad for the people that voted for Ruto, and he is an awacheza. He's playing with our young people. He is playing with them. I mean, give them even if it's 2,000, anunule watoto unga, anunule mboga, alafu achukue 1,500. Unajua, unga is 250 a pack. Mtu ako na watoto, like I saw that Baringo family where that woman died. She died, alikuwa anapatia watoto wake uji because they could not afford food, you know, and then she died. She was breastfeeding a kid. She died. Surely, someone like that, unampatia 500 shillings for crying out loud. Hiyo ni matusi. That
What is
hiyo ni matusi.
Anyways, hizo ni soda mbili. Hizo ni soda mbili.
Jackson needs to mute when he's not talking. That's where we are getting the echo.
Okay, I'm a mute. Thank you, Jackson, for muting. Yes, at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank Adams for coming in. Mama Mary, asante sana kukaa na sisi hapa bado all this time. I'm going to go to Mulumbu. Mulumbu has not spoken about anything. Amekuwa tu hapa anatusalimia tu, anacheka tu kila kitu. You know, he's even doing it right now. But after Mama Mary, if you allow me, after Mulumbu, I'll go to Adams, and then we come to you, and then we start the closing remarks from you, Mama Mary, if that's fine. Come on, okay, thank you. All right, Mulumbu is you, then Adams, then we start our closing remarks.
Thank you guys, thank you so much. Asanteni sana mandugu na madada. It's a very great time for us to be here and discuss about our Kenya. You know, the only blind, even the blind can hear and use his ears. But Kenya will have those people who has eyes, who has their mouth, their nose, they can smell, they can eat and see the taste. They can see. They can touch and feel. But they still don't get it. They don't. And this thing we said here before when the Mutembe TV started. Most of the people that I was studying with in this Mutembe TV, I don't see them. Some get annoyed and they left forever. Some who think that you are telling the truth, they left forever. But what I used to say here is what's happening right now. I said and I told them, when you steal Ruto, you will get it. And now right now we are getting it. Pesa kwa wazee imezama. CDF yenye ilikuwa nasaidia watoto huko nyumbani baada nini TNA kuingia president, kwa sababu Kibaka alikuwa anasaidia watoto wote walikuwa naenda shule. TNA ilipoingia sasa wakawa ni CDF, kama unasaidia watoto waende shule, wao wengine wakakwama, imezama. Pesa ya wanawake imezama. Ile pesa yote ilikuwa nasaidia wananchi chini imezama. Do you know how many people are dying right now? Watu wanakufa huko vijijini because they can't afford treatment, they can't afford food. Watoto hawaendi shule because no kid can go to school. Iwe secondary, iwe primary. And hiyo imeingia sasa university pia wanataka kuingia ndani. Hiyo pesa yote jamaa nakusanya. Pesa kwa vijana imeenda. So tell me, wale vijana walikuwa maacha wizi, wanaamka asubuhi wanaenda kusafisha river, wanafanya nini? Wanapata haki yao, wakitoka kwa mechoka, wanalala, wanaamkia asubuhi. Now they are on the street stealing. Then somebody comes here tells us that's the government that does not think about people. We told them, this guy, somebody who is a mafia, somebody who has a red eye on his president, telling his president red eye, and the president kept quiet, will not do that thing. Think about when this person can be on the president. What can you do? Is you just a mere person, nothing for you. What can you do? Kama aliweza simamisha the president, previous president, damu na akafanya chochote, akishika uongozi, what can you do? So let those people who walikuwa nakimbia akasema, oh yeah, hasa, let them face. I really nilikuwa nasema ngoja ifike. Unajua kinavunda ndio kilivunda, kikitoboka ndio kinanuka. Sasa kimetoboka. Let them face it. Wazee wakose pesa wakufe. Wamama wakose pesa wakufe. Vijana wakose pesa wakose kufanya kazi, waende kuiba wawawe. Sasa yeye mwenyewe amesema yeye ni sio Uhuru, yeye ni ye ni Ruto anaenda kuleta bullet live na tear gas. Afadhali Ruto ajua wote ni Wakenya kama yeye. He's not up to watch them with the tear gas na bullet because trying the disorder is not right. But amewaambia jaribuni muone, because in his life he has been killing and then ana feature. And you know what, when you waliweka Uhuru kwa uongozi, mwache hata kulilia western countries and the other countries. When you waliweka Uhuru kwa uongozi ni Judiciary, Kenya Armed Forces na KBC, not IEBC. Hao ndio alihonga. Because if you are really Kenyan, na unajua jamaa hajashinda, you couldn't have done that. Mkitaka kujua kwamba Raila alikuwa ameshinda, kumbuka mliona jamaa walikuwa na prepare red carpet ICC nini Kenya Conference Center, wakijua kwamba kila kitu kimekuwa clear. Did you see what they did? Walienda kwa armed forces wakahongana, kwa sababu the most corrupt people in Kenya is armed forces, judiciary, the business people, wale mafia, and then IEBC. That's the most corrupt country, the people in Kenya. Hao ndio naenda anashika naambia, oh, so unajua umeiba hii yote, jamaa akiingia wewe utatolewa, utakuwa ndani. Wewe umeibia, so unajua Ruto ndio alikuwa mwizi mkubwa, vice president. Sasa nakwambia wewe umeiba hii yote, huyu jamaa akiingia wewe uko out and you'll be in. So nisaidie tuendelee kukula. That's what Kibaki did. That's what Uhuru did when he was coming in. Ruto knew all this avenue. But once Uhuru alishikana Raila akasema, I'm going to block all this because we need a democracy country that kila kitu yafaa ifanywe clean and very well. Ukishinda uwe umeshinda, kama hujashinda iwe clean, because we need a clean country. But unajua walimpitia huko juu, akashutukia wamemfinya, hata akipiga simu hakuna mtu anashika. Hakuna mtu angeweza kushika simu. Watu angefanya nini? Because na Raila kama angepiga tu mdomo ya kwamba hii kitu imeenda kiasi fulani, hatungekuwa na Kenya sahi. Because aliona uongozi unakuja na Mwenyezi Mungu, uwezi lazimisha kama kitu.
Mulumbu.
Yes.
Tafadhali shikilia tu hapo kidogo tu. Backstage kuna mtu anaitisha link. I think I can take one more and that will be the all. I think Pink Road anaitisha link. If you can, if not possible, that's fine. We can close the way we are. Aya, Mlumbu endelea pole.
So my dear brothers and sisters, let's be truthful, tuseme ukweli uliopo. Hii kiti ilipeanwa armed forces, judiciary, you can see yourself. And hivi tulisema hapa kwanza, mwanzo kabla hata kabla election bado. Na mwenye alisupport hii kiti ni Museveni. We said fear because I know very well Museveni what he does. Mimi ni mtu wa nchi mbili, Uganda and Kenya. I come from Busia. I know Museveni very well, what he does. So, wacha wenye walisupporta waonje. Saa hii vile inauma nani? Inauma Mkikuyu peke yake, ama inauma Mjaluo peke yake, ama inauma Mrendile peke yake. Wakati wamechagua cabinet, wamechagua namna gani? The secretaries. Kwani Kenya we are only two tribes in Kenya. We are 45. Ni kama kuna nafasi 51. Why can't he speed every tribe? Zenye amebakisha ndio apeane kwa tribe zake. Let me talk about Roda alikuwa naombea mambo ya Trump. Roda, don't talk about Trump. Do not even talk about it. Yeye hata haendi kusimama. Mtu alitaka kuangusha America life na Ruto na Putin. Don't even talk about it. You are very far away from it. Just forget about it. Let's talk about hii kupu watu wanaongea about it. Nafikiria what Raila is doing in Martha Karua is the right way. What lazima kama kuna kitu ambayo ifurahishi wananchi, they have to go and talk to wananchi, kwa sababu Ruto alikubaliwa for 5 years akizunguka Kenya mzima akikubaliwa kuongea na wananchi. Why is he now want to gas people that want to talk to their people? Let's see how he gonna do it, because nasikia wamwambia usikubali, let him try and do it to see, because he says a smart killer. Let's go to send the soldiers and kill. We are waiting for that. Aya, okay. Tukienda sasa kwa jambo la mwisho, mimi siongeangi mengi, naongeanga mambo machache. Jambo la mwisho, Kenyans, let's be together, let's speak the truth. Kenya inazama. Our country is dipping down to the deep of the ocean. Let's speak out, say the truth. Wacha kama tungekuwa nyumbani sisi wote tungeenda hiyo maandamano. Sio maandamano kusikiliza, maandamano bado kusikiliza what they are saying, because people are suffering, people are dying. The CGMO sasa hii imekuwa ile pesa kwa vijana ifuliza, imegeuza sasa ni pesa kwa vijana. Mafuta imepanda, chakula imepanda, na hiyo pesa yote inaenda wapi? Where that's money going to? Hii pesa ilikuwa na peano yote, pesa ya vijana, where that's money going? Jamaa ana collect everything, anaweka pamoja ili akungoja 2027. Ndio sasa kuja honge nyinyi vizuri. So guys, let's open our eyes. This is our country. Let's tell Kenyans they stand up. Let them go out Kamukunji to listen to their leaders. Tell them what is supposed to be done. Kama ni celebration 2012 watoke nje waende. Ni kama ni siku inafika ni maandamano, a man or a woman dies only once. Siku moja. They don't die twice. Siku moja. Na kama Kenya in Africa, this is the problem that Africans have. We have everything. But the problem, because watu mandugu zako wakishakaa pale, they forget about your sister and brothers, wanachukua ile chakula yote wana accumulate to their stomach. They don't think of tomorrow of their country. That's the problem we're having with the Africans. Not only in Kenya, the whole Africa. Africa is the richest country in the world. But it's the poorest country in the world. Hata wazungu wenyewe wanakuja na waambia tafadhalini, hii kitu mnafanya hii, Waafrika viongozi wenu ndio wanawauza. The white people wanakuja na waambia the reality. You are supposed to do ABCD. Still when these people get to the leadership, they don't do it. Na waraia ni mnafuata. Let's be like Sri Lanka. There's a country here, I don't know if some of you kama mulikuwa, how old were you? If you can remember a country called Romania. I think some of you can remember. Romania, there was a president who was in Romania for years. But alisumbua wa Romania mpaka wa Romania walikata. That day they killed 20,000 people. But the Romania said they can't die on their knees. Alikuwa anaua, but they went for him mpaka wakashika yeye na everything. It was stand till today. Mpaka sahi Romania hajakuwa na vita. If I'm lying, misanani chairman, hebu Google uniambie kama I'm lying. By the time I was in the primary school. But what Romania did, it changed Romania until today. Afterwards, tulikuwa tunaona magari ya kutoka kuchimba maji ikija Kenya, ikiletwa wa Kenya kuchimba maji. After reviving their country. Let's stop this nonsense to support what's not right for the people. You are not living here forever. Wazungu wametengeza nchi zao kwa wajukuu wao na wale wanaenda, wanatengeza nchi zao for the future of their kids. But we are killing our kids and the grandkids. Because on one person, the greedy person, or the one family, the greedy family. Asante sana, Mungu abariki.
Thank you, Mr. Mulumbu. I think that's a very educative thing that you've told people, and I think we do appreciate that, because people are watching this, and I hope the people that are watching can actually understand what we are talking about. Again, I still thank the people that are still here. Normally, I don't host so many times. Miss Mora, thank you so much for still being here with me. Don't leave. Let's close together. Mama Mary, asante, hata sijui venye naweza kushukuru. Nashukuru sana mkiwa hapa nyote. Mulumbu pia weka hapa, tunafunga sisi wote. Let's have Mr. Chaka. Baba, vipi mambo, vipi pwani bwana? Kokonati umetutolea, hujatutolea?
Kwanza niwashukuru ama nikushukuru zaidi kwa kunipa hii nafasi, lakini zaidi ya yote kwanza nimsalimie Mama Mary Wanaina, mama ambaye ni mzalendo, mama ambaye ni wa busara. Napenda sana nikimsikiza akizungumza.
Sauti dadi, kwani uko na homa ama umekunywa nini kokonati mingi?
Machungu kiasi. Si unajua tena situation yenye tuko nayo sasa hivi ndio hivyo, haimpi mtu raha. Yule ambaye ni mzalendo wa hakika na anayependa nchi yake kama Chaka na wengine. Alafu pia vile vile salamu zangu kwa Mulumbi, Miss Mora. Nimeona pia Roda hapo, sometimes naona ameingia mitini. But for real, kile ambacho naweza zungumzia Mato ni kwamba serikali ama judiciary imemezwa zaidi na serikali, kiasi kwamba na wasiwasi kwamba haki hapo tunaweza ipata, kwa sababu the way walikuwa nilivyowaona jana, especially rais wetu wa mahakama Mama Kome, ni ishara wazi kwamba haki itakuwa ngumu zaidi endapo mwananchi ataweza kwenda popote pale kwenda kuweza kushtaki serikali aidha kwa makosa fulani hivi. So ni jambo ambalo nilizungumzia kipindi fulani hapa mwanzo tu wa hii panel, kwamba kile ninavyoona serikali hii ina sehemu kadhaa ambazo itakimbilia zaidi, na nikagusia masuala na judiciary, nikagusia masuala na parliament, nikagusia masuala na churches na vile vile na security, kwamba wakisha capture hizo sehemu nne kuu, basi mwananchi atakuwa hana jinsi bali kukubali yale ambayo serikali wataweza kufanya, asauya kwamba tunarudi ule wakati ule wa Moi era. Kwa hiyo kile kilifanywa jana na judiciary mimi sijapendezwa nacho, na wala sitapendezwa nacho, kwa sababu mahakama iliteuliwa kuweza kutekeleza haki, kuweza kumulika haswa na kutoa mwongozo ambao utakuwa ni wa kuijenga nchi bila kusimamia upande wowote ule. Lakini the way tunaiona ni ishara wazi kwamba imeshamezwa na serikali. Kwa hiyo ni sisi wananchi tujipange, tuungane na baba na mama Martha KARUA katika ule mkutano ambao utakuwa Kamukunji, tuyasikize vizuri yale, sababu jana alizungumzwa kipande tu, lakini tuwape nafasi ya kuwasikiza vizuri na tufanye maamuzi ambayo yatakuwa ni ya haki, kuweza kuinusuru hii nchi yetu kutoka kwa mikono ya wanabiashara wala si viongozi, kwa sababu hii imemezwa sasa hivi na wanabiashara wala si wale ambao tuliwapa uongozi ili waweze kutuongoza kule juu kwa mambo fulani. Kwa maana hiyo ni jukumu letu sote tuungane pamoja kama Wakenya wazalendo wenye kuipenda nchi. Tusiadaliwe na kurambishwa hasali kwa mdomo, kumbe ndani yake kuna shubiri. Kwa hiyo ni sote tuungane kwa pamoja, tushikane mkono na tuseme hapana, hapana, hapana bila uoga. Kwa sababu kama ni security, wao washazungumza, tunasubiriwa watu waandamane mambo ya chache, lakini ndani ya hayo maandamano na I believe kwamba ndio imeleta mageuzi katika Kenya hii. Na jambo ambalo linanikera zaidi Mato, heshima si utumwa jamani. Kwa kweli baba si kikaragosi, Raila si kikaragosi kwamba yeye hajielewi atokako wala endapo. Roho aliyojaliwa nayo ni roho ingine ambayo hakika ni wachache kwenye hii nchi, na naweza nikasema ni wachache ama ni mmoja tu mwenye roho kama hii, ambao ni yeye mwenyewe, kwamba anaweza acha na akavumilia maumivu kwa minajili ya taifa na kuweza kuisimamia hii nchi kuweza kusimama ili kusonga mbele. Ni mambo mengi aliyopigania ambayo sasa hivi tunayafurahikia na tunayaona yakizaa matunda, lakini kuja kutukanwa, kuja kusimangwa kwamba hajielewi, ni mtu wa usingizi, mara sijui nini, yani vitu ambavyo viko nje, kwa kweli inanikera. Na ndiposa mimi katika hiyo tarehe 12 fikapo, basi wenzangu wakaenda kwa madaraka, mimi nitaenda kwa Wazalendo Day kuweza kusherehekea pamoja na wenzangu wale ambao hakika na enzi wale wenye wameleta mageuzi hapa kabisa, kwa sababu ni jambo ambalo linaumiza zaidi. Huyu mzee ni vitu vingi ametupigania, na hajapigania kwa binafsi, kwa sababu kama ni pesa za kula na wanawe na kufanya mambo yake yuko nazo, lakini kwa sababu ni mwenye kuipenda nchi yake, kisha kwamba imesimama na imo miongoni mwa mataifa yaliyo bora zaidi, basi kajitolea muhanga kuweza kuzungumza ukweli panapokuwa kuna kosa. Kwa hivyo haya mambo anayopigwa nayo kwamba wao ndio waliobwaga uchumi wa nchi kwa sababu alipewa nafasi kwa serikali, kwa mshauri wa serikali, na wakadidimiza nchi, mimi nakana na kupinga hii hulka ambayo inazungumzwa haswa na deputy wetu wa rais wa sasa, kwamba alipewa nafasi na kaweza kusambaratisha uchumi, ili hali mahakama hiyo ndio ambayo imeweza kuwafutilia makesi ambayo walikuwa nayo yenye ambayo ilikuwa inahusiana na mabilioni ya pesa. For instance, yeye mwenyewe haswa kama deputy wa rais kwamba alikuwa na hiyo scandal ya bilioni 7 ngapi zenye sasa hivi alifutiliwa na zikaregeshwa back kwake. Sasa kama yeye mmoja tu alikuwa na bilioni 7 na hii timu yote ilikuwa na madoadoa wakati ule, waona ni pesa ngapi zenye walizia kuzizamisha. So waliobwaga uchumi ni wao. Kwa hiyo wasisingizie watu wengine, ili hali wanaijua kwamba ni nini haswa wale kile ambacho walikifanya. Kwa maana hiyo nashangaa wakirudi tena wakisema kwa sababu amesema nitaenda kwa maandamano, nitaenda kwa wananchi, rais nani baba amesema nitaenda kwa wananchi kuwaeleza ule ukweli, wanaanza kumuita tena kwamba wafanye mazungumzo na yeye, wakati wao walisema kabisa mbele kabisa ya vyombo vya habari kwamba hatutaki mazungumzo yoyote, hatutaki mazungumzo ya handisheki, hatutaki mazungumzo ya nusu mkate, wala hatutaki ushauri wowote, hatuhitaji ushauri wote kutoka kwa upande mwingine wa opposition. Kwa hivyo watu wache tufanye kazi yetu, jambo ambalo mimi linanikera, kwa sababu nchi lazima iwe na hizo pande mbili, minority na majority, ili waweze kupigana msasa na kuweza kuisongesha nchi yetu mbele. Sasa nashangaa tena wakirudi tena wakisema kwamba wanahitaji tena baba asiende kwa maandamano wala asiende kukutana na wananchi, bali waende wakajifungia kwa chumba pamoja na rais wazungumze ili wakutoka wawe na suluhu. Ni jambo ambalo linanikera zaidi, kwa sababu hii hulka ya double speech hatujaianza leo, tumeanza tu muda mrefu, since kipindi kile cha uongozi wa bunge la 12 kwamba watu watajengewa stadium, hatukuziona. Watu watafanywa hili, hatukuziona. Masuala mengi ya ufisadi yalijitokeza wakati ule, na wao ndio walikuwa katika serikali. Hivyo ni wakati wa kumuunga mkono baba na mama Martha na kuwasikiza vizuri na kuwapa sikio wa Kenya. Tusihadaiwe na hii tonge la mkononi hili la hasa la fani, lisitupoteze na kuona labda ndivyo tunafanyiwa. Hii tunarambishwa asali, lakini nyuma yake kuna shubiri. Ile wakati katiba itaingiliwa na kuchakachuliwa kwa minajili yao, hapo ndo tutajua kweli hakika Kenya imefika wapi. Ile wakati wabunge wa majority watapitisha miswada mingi ambayo itakuwa ni ya kumkandamiza mwananchi kiaina, hapo ndipo tutakuja kujua. Kwa tusisubiri tumeharibikiwa alafu ndo tuanze kulalamika. Ni wakati wetu sasa hivi kuchambua magugu na mbegu ili kusimama imara kuhakikisha kwamba nchi yetu inaendelea katika hali ya maendeleo na hali ya kwamba Mkenya yeyote anajivunia kwamba yuko Kenya hii. Tusijali kabila, tusijali mrengo wetu ya kisiasa, tusimame pamoja. Asante brother. Yes,
no, waweza endelea. Ni ile nilikuwa nataka kuambia, nilikuwa nataka mara mingi Mwanaingo amekuwa akikuja napotea, sasa amepotea tena. Ningependa kumsikia Mwanaingo, kama bado uko huko nyuma, njoo tutakupa muda ya kwanza, alafu ndio tuanze kufunga. Kama waweza kuja, kama utakuja, lakini chaka maliza, alafu mimi dada zangu hapa wamenikubalisha, wamekaa na mimi. I'm very grateful. Msiende mahali nyinyi, kaeni hapa, tunafunga sisi wote pamoja. Chaka, endelea. Pole.
Kwa hiyo ni wakati wa kushikana wote, jamii zote za Kenya, ili kuweza kusimama vizuri na kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba vizazi vyetu vinavyokuja vimeishi katika nchi ambayo ni nzuri, nchi ambayo ni ya maendeleo, nchi ambayo ni ya wenye kupendana sisi. Lakini kama hatutajitokeza na kunyamaza na kusema hapana, baba alete watoto wake kwa sababu aongoze watoto wake wawe mbele ya maandamano, kwa sababu maandamano ni kuhujumu uchumi wa nchi, ni kuharibu nchi. Haya maandamano haya ndio yaliozalisha haya yote, na amani hii tulikuwa tunaona kwa ajili ya maandamano. So for real, haya mambo ya kuuziwa uoga na sisi tusiyakubali. Sisi tujitokeze haswa hiyo tarehe 7 watu wajae Kamukunji, ili waone kwamba rais ambaye alichaguliwa kihalali ni Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga. Tarehe 12 wao wakienda kule watafanya masherehe yao. Watu wajitokeze Jacaranda kwa wingi, ili kumuonyesha kabisa na kuonyesha ulimwengu kwamba hakika huyu ndio rais ambaye alikuwa tumemchagua. Na endapo haya maneno ya tarehe 7 yatazungumzwa na ijitokeze wazi, kwa sababu I believe kwamba hawa watu hawakupita, waliiba uchaguzi. Kwa sababu kama hawangeiba uchaguzi, hawangewatoa hawa makomishna. Na lengo la kuwatoa hawa makomishna ni kuhakikisha kwamba pia wasije wakaenda wakadengua ile server iko pale, na kwanza kutoa waibu wote ambao uko ndani ya ile server. Kwa hiyo lengo ni kuwafurusha na kuweza kutengeneza tume mpya ambayo itamsupport rais, na itakuwa chini yake kwamba yeye vyovyote vile atakavyofanya, wao watakuwa hawana usemi, ni kufuata sheria tu, ni kufuata amri, hata si sheria, ni kufuata amri tu. Kwa hiyo kama hiyo mambo itazungumzwa tarehe 7 na kuwe na ushahidi mzuri, hao watu waache ngazi, watilie ngazi. Hakuna tena baba kubembelezana na handshake, hakuna baba tena kubembeleza hati na nini. Kama uongozi na imejitokeza wazi kwamba baba alishinda, apewe mamlaka yake. Hakuna kingine, hakuna cha kubembeleza tena hapa. Kwa sababu wenzako akimwaga mboga, we mwaga ugali tu, hakuna shida. Nyote mkilala njaa sawa, lakini huku kwamba tunatengeza imani kwamba hapana. Mimi ndeto kwa kweli hakika imefikia roho yangu mwisho kabisa. Kwa kama lendapo tutapata kwamba kuna makosa fulani yatajitokeza zaidi kutokana na vile ambavyo walikuwa wanazungumza Mama Martha jana, na ushahidi utoke vizuri, watu waachilie ngazi. Ushindi huu upewe mwenye husika kabisa, mwenye alipata huu ushindi, hakuna kingine. Na tuhakikishe tulimesimamia vyema hili. Sapoti yote ya haya mazuri ni sisi wananchi kuhakikisha kwamba tumesimama na hawa viongozi ambao wako na nia njema na Wakenya, wako na mipango na Wakenya. Si ambao tunakuta elimu ambayo sasa hivi elimu imesambaratika, harama ya maisha iko juu, kila vitimbi vipo, 100 days zimeisha na hatuna kitu ambacho tumeweza kiona tukajivunia zaidi. Kwamba hii serikali imeingia iko na lengo kweli hakika na mwananchi yule wa kawaida waliomtangaza na kumrai wakati wa kampeni. Kwa hiyo mimi ndio nitakwamia pale, lakini kile ambacho nawaomba Wakenya wenzangu, tusimame na viongozi ambao tunawajua hakika hawa wana nia njema na hii nchi yetu. wako na mipango na hii nchi yetu, na wako na track record ya ile ambayo wamepigania na walioyapigania na kuyatenda. Tusishahadaiwe na hawa na hii grupu ya wafanyabiashara, maana hii grupu iko hapa ni ya wafanyabiashara, na mwisho wa siku tutarejeshwa kama vile Uganda inavyotawaliwa kule. Hatutaki enzi za dictatorship.
Baba Chaka.
Asante.
No, usiende mahali utakuja kumaliza. Mwanaingo unajua huwa anakuja alafu anapotea. Nilikuwa nataka tu Miss Mora, do you want to say something? Ama we let Mwanaingo. Unajua ni mzee.
No. That's okay. Let him talk. Yeah, that's fine.
Mnanisikiza?
Yeah. Asante baba.
Do you hear me?
Yes, Daddy.
So can I go ahead?
Yes, Daddy, it's your time.
Okay. Ningependa kuwasalamia nyote, Mama Mary, Chaka, Mora na Kenya with love. Ninawashukuru sana jinsi vile mnachangia mjadala huu, kwa sababu nchi yetu inaelekea mahali pabaya na inatakana tuunge mzee Raila mkono. Na mimi sizungumuzi tu, mimi nataka kusafiri kutoka DC kuelekea kwa hiyo mkutano ya tarehe 7. Kesho naondoka hapa, naelekea kule kusimama na mzee, kwa sababu nchi inaelekea mahali pabaya, na sisi watu ambao tuko nje inatakana tusaidie nchi yetu, kwa sababu nakumbuka maisha imekuwa mabaya mno, kwa sababu ni jambo la kusikitisha sana. Mtu anapea wa Kenya shilingi kitu kama dola tatu, karibu dola tatu, alafu tena anasema anawawekea, anakata hizi pesa. Hata mimi sielewi kabisa. Hii ni kuchekelea watu. Sijafurahi hilo jambo. Mimi naenda kwa mkutano na ningeomba mtembei kabisa, inimulike kabisa. Naenda kusimama na mzee. Kama ni tear gas tutakula pamoja na mzee, kwa sababu hii demokrasi haikukuja kwa raha. Hii demokrasi haikukuja kwa raha, imefanya Washington tuko na citizen mbili, kwa sababu mzee Raila alisimama tukapata hii. Lazima niende nisimame na yeye, siwezi tu kuongea nikiwa mbali. Sasa amenunua kila kitu, idara zote ziko mikononi mwake. Hata nashangaa tutaelekea wapi? Hakuna mahali penye tunaweza kukimbilia. Na nilionya watu nikasema, hizi pesa ambazo mnasema kwamba mtakuwa na shida. Ruto atakuja kuchukua mashamba yetu.
Baba, unaweza kama alipa moja tu tukusikie vizuri, unakatika kidogo. Kama unaweza kama alipa moja tukusikie vizuri, manake tunataka kusikia mawaidha yako.
Amunisikii?
Unakatika kidogo.
Kama unaweza tena ama nitoke niingie tena. Mnanisikia?
Hapana, tunakusikia lakini unakatika. Kama ungeweza simama mahali tu ama ukae chini mahali, isiwe ya ukitembea inapotea.
Okay, wacha nitafute nikae mahali basi.
Sasa mahali huko sasa inasikika vizuri. Kama unaweza kaa tu hapo. Ongea dadi.
Okay. Mnaweza kunisikia sasa?
Uko sawa, uko salama. Kila mtu anamsikia?
Mnanisikia?
Yeah. Kila mtu ameinua mikono. Uko sawa?
Nilikuwa najieleza nina huzuni sana kwa nchi yangu ya Kenya, kwa sababu mimi hata sipendi kukaa hapa. Nilikuwa napanga nielekee nyumbani kabisa. Nimekaa hapa Amerika, nimetosheka. Nimetosheka, miaka 20 imenitosha. Nataka kurudi nyumbani, nikae na wajukuu wangu. Lakini vile vitu vinaendelea, mimi kesho naondoka hapa, naelekea kwa mkutano nyumbani. Sitaki tu mzee akisimame huko peke yake, nataka niende nisimame na mzee na mtuunge mkono, na Wakenya wengine ningewaomba tuwe kitu kimoja. Nashukuru sana hawa mama ambao wako hapa kama wakina Mary, wanaongea mambo mazuri sana, wakina Mora, wakina Roda, mzee Chaga na kijana yangu huyu Kenyan with love. Nashukuru sana, kila wakati huwa nawasikiliza. Nawasikiliza, lakini huwa siwezeshwi kuingia kwa studio kwa sababu mahali ambapo huwa nafanya kazi pako sensitive. Unajua tu mahali pa World Bank ni mahali ambapo ongei tu hivi. Inatakana tuongee, tunapoongea tunamulika, na watu wengi huwasikiliza sana. Niko na mjukuu wangu hapa, huwa anasikiliza hii Mtembe hii, hata mkifunga studio anaenda kwa archives, anasikiliza mpaka asubuhi, anawasikiliza na anaandika notes, ananisomea kama secretary. Anasema babu, Temba alisema hivi, fulani alisema hivi, kanaandika kabisa, kananisoma, kananiambia Bernard alisema hivi, inatakana tulipe. Ya Wakenya nawafurahia sana, nyinyi ni wazalendo kweli, na nashukuru kwa sababu hii forum yetu kuna Mkikuyu, kuna Mkisii, kuna Mjaluo, kuna Mkamba. Hii inaonyesha kwamba sasa tumepita mipaka ya ukabila. Mimi mwenyewe ni mzaliwa wa Butere, lakini huwa nafurahia sana vile tunakuja hapa kutoka sehemu mbalimbali. Ni kama maua ya kijani kibichi, maua meupe, nyekundu. Yaani ni ya kupendeza sana. Kama tungechukua hivyo kwa nchi yetu, nchi haingeenda kwa maumbwa, kwa sababu hata koti imekuwa bure kabisa. Na nashukuru leo KARUA na baba wamesimama pamoja, na ninawaheshimu sana. Ni watu ambao wanaona mbali kabisa na wanaongea mambo ya manufaa. Na Ruto anatetemeka kwa sababu ameanza kuleta propaganda kusema kwamba mtu wa mawe analeta vita. Hakuna mtu ametangaza vita. Huyu mtu haelewi sheria. Inatakana waweke sheria kwa billboard, labda imulike huko State House, awe anaona kila siku, ajue kipengele cha watu kukusanyika na kutoa maoni yao iko katika sheria ya Kenya. Iko katika sheria ya Kenya. Na kama anafanya kitu sawasawa, inatakana awache watu wazungumuze. Raila aenda azungumuze na watu, na tutazungumuza na watu. Naenda Jacaranda, tutazungumuza na watu. Saa 4 kesho nitakuwa nyumbani, na niko hapa kufunga studio na nyinyi. Wacha nisikilize, niko hapa kufunga studio na nyinyi. Niliona tu nikuje niwasalamie kwanza, nichemuke kidogo, ndio nirudi tena mara ya pili. Na wasaluti nyinyi nyote kabisa, mnafanya kazi mzuri sana, wa mama, wa ndugu na wa baba na vijana, muendelee, kwa sababu nyinyi vijana ndio mtalinda nchi yetu. Asante sana.
Asante sana dadi. Kama unataka kufunga studio na sisi tutafurahi sana. Mora, Mama Mary, asante sana kutushikilia hii time yote umekuwa ukitushikilia. Tunashukuru sana. We are really appreciative of your time that you give us. We know it's not easy. Miss Mora, even you, I'm really appreciative for you being here tonight. I appreciate because Kenya si ya wanaume pia peke yao. Kenya pia iko ni ya wamama ndio wanatuleta, unaona. Those are the people that make us be people. So with you guys here, we do appreciate. I do really appreciate. Chaka ulikuwa unamaliza, ni ile nilikuwa nataka mzee kwanza aseme kabla aende, manake nishamuona siku moja akikuja hapa anapotea, na unajua mzee akiingia ndani lazima pia mumshukuru, ile heshima ya wazee, unajua. So I wanted to give him a chance to say what he had to say. Chaka, kama unaweza maliza, alafu nitakimbia kwa Mama Mary after that, alafu Mora, alafu turudi tufunge na our dad. Pole Chaka kukatiza.
Haina shida brother, kwa sababu kwanza heshima ni muhimu zaidi. Na heshima lazima tumpe mzee wetu huyu. Nijema tu sikuwa nimeengelea screen saa zile, lakini yenyewe hakika ni haki yangu kuweza kumsikiza mzee wetu. Sababu hapa ndipo tunapojivunia na sisi kukua kutokana na maneno ambayo.
Hebu angalia sound yako, kaka. Hebu angalia sound yako.
Unanipata sasa hivi?
Unanipata sasa hivi? Bas, sasa umekuja.
Yes. Nilikuwa nasema nimeshukuru. Sikuwa nikiangalia screen saa zile mzee wetu yuko hapa. But yenyewe hakika ni lazima tuwape heshima wazee wetu. Ndipo tuweze kupata mawili matatu kutoka kwao na tusimame. Kwa haya yote tunazungumza kwa sababu yote tumepita kutoka kwa wazee wetu. Kwa hivyo kile ambacho nitamalizia hapa Maka ni kwamba mambo haya si ya Martha peke yake. Mambo haya si ya Raila peke yake wala Kalonzo peke yake. Mambo haya ambayo wanayazungumzia ni kwa manufaa yetu wote kama Wakenya. So ni jukumu letu kuhakikisha tumewapa full support. Na wale ambao bado wako katika hali ya usingizi na kuona kwamba labda pengine mzee yeye amekaa ni wa kushindwa daily. Mzee hajashindwa. Hata asipokuwa ndani ya serikali, bado sisi tunaona effort yake yenye iko pale. Tunaona manufaa yake yenye iko pale. Kwa sababu hii katiba tunayojivunia sasa hivi yenye imeshaingia wajanja ambao baada tu ya hii vurugu ikishaisha wanaanza kuingia pale kwanza kuyaamend. Imetoka mbali. Na effort ni hawa viongozi tulionao. Huu ugatuzi tunaojivunia Kenya, kuna ugatuzi kama si hawa hatungekuwa nao. Uhuru pia wa kuzungumza na mtembee kama tunavyozungumza, kama si hawa hatungekuwa nao. Huu mfumo haswa wa vyama vingi haswa tulionao sasa hivi, kuna UDA, kuna Ford Kenya, kuna kina nani, kila mtu ni mahali ulitoka. So kwa kweli namuunga mkono Mama Martha aliposema hawa viongozi waliopo mamlakani kwa sasa hivi hawajui Kenya mahali ilipotoka. Laiti wangekuwa wanajua mahali ilipotoka hawangetupeleka hivi. Kwa wasituletee nchi ya Mafia hapa. For real, haya maneno yalinigusa jana. Ingawaje nikaona uchungu baada ya kuona kina Cherera wametoka na ni watu ambao walikuwa tunawatetea, lakini baadaye nikapata moyo mpya kuona kwamba hawatoke wasitoke, sisi bado haki ya kuwatetea tunayo kama Wakenya, kwa sababu ni maonevu haya. Ni haki yao kuzungumzia uchafu uliokuwa pale. Huo ndio uzalendo. Kwa kweli pesa isiwe kisingizio cha kuweza kuharibu nchi. Kwamba nitanunua nitakaye, nitafanya nitakavyo. Nchi nyingi ambazo ziko na desturi hiyo zimeanguka. Na hatutaki kuangusha taifa letu ambalo tumekuwa na amani tangia mwanzo. Kwa hivyo kama Wakenya wazalendo tujitokeze tarehe 7 tumuunge mzee mkono. Full support. Uwanja ujae, wakuje na matia gas, wakuje na nini, lakini lazima tutaizungumza hii sauti.
tarehe 12 tumuunge mkono baba mahali popote atasema, hata kama ni wapi. Let's according my full support. Kwa hivyo mimi sitakuwa mrefu Mark, but bado mapambano.
Asante sana Chaka, twashukuru sana. I am very grateful to have this conversation with all of you, the people in the comment section, and everyone that is on the kwa part at Dadi. Thank you so much. Asante, umesema utafunga na sisi, but we really appreciate because we need your input, because unajua wazee ndio huwa wanatuambia zile vitu ambazo tunafaa kujua, and twashukuru sana. You've gone through a lot, and baba pia tukimuita baba, hatujamuita tu baba manake he never deserved that name. He deserved. Si watu wengi a whole country can call them baba. Unajua kuna sababu tunamuita hivyo. Na tusipofanya, if we don't do what we need to do in our country, no one else is gonna do it but us. But we are supported by Mama Mary, we are supported by Miss Mora, we are supported by Chaka, and we are supported by you. And that's how today when people are listening to us and when they watch this, they one day realize that we have a country. Luckily, in our country, we don't have to get arms to go fighting with the guns like Ukraine is doing. But we have arms of Mutembe TV where we can sit here and talk about our things, our country, much as our country. Those are our arms. And so, Dad, usijaribu kuenda mahali because we need your input at the end of it. Nisamee tu kidogo, kuna ka protocol lazima nifuate hapa. Wacha nikimbie kwa Mama Mary, nikuje kwa Mama Roda, nitarudi tena kwa Chaka, alafu utatufungia. Kama hiyo ni sawa. So Mama Mary, sisi Roda, Mora, sorry. Unajua glasses zimeanza nimekaa hapa sana, nimechoka. So sorry Mora. Mama Mary, kazi kwako, alafu tutaenda kwa Miss Mora, and then we'll come back to Chaka, and then Dad atufungie, and then I'll close the whole thing.
Thank you. Namsalimia mwana Waingo, huyo ndio amekuja nyuma, na Chaka Mdume. Nashukuru sana kwa kuungana na sisi jioni ya leo. I see Kenyans now, they know what happened to have this corrupt government that is on the table. Wakenya, nataka mjione vile shida huwa inakuja na mnaletewa na watu ambao wanafanya ni kama it's like a movie. Watu wanakuja, wanawasha moto, wanatoroka, wanaenda kwao, wanaketi, they start watching what they did. So it is sad, our country is like that now, lakini lazima tutafufuka. Na hii nchi yetu itakuwa imara na tutaendelea kuwa na nguvu. Me, I can say, Baba does not need money. Baba does not need anything. Baba does not need to campaign. Baba does not need lobbyists.
Mama Mary?
Yes.
I'm so sorry. Backstage, can you bring Mora back? I think she ametoka kwa by mistake. If Mora can come back, can you bring her? We wanted to finish the 5 of us. Thank you.
Baba does not need special interest helpers. Baba is only that he wants to do the right thing for the country. Let's support Baba in prayers, in all what you can do. You can stand with him, as Mwana Waingo had promised that he is going to Kenya to be next to our Baba. Give him our greetings. Tell him we are behind him. Whether we are not there physically, spiritually, we pray for him, for his long life. Luckily, we have Baba and Mama, Raila and KARUA. Our country can survive, and it will. We are praying and looking forward. Let this not be a movie for those who are bad wishers that our country go down. It will not go down. We are standing, and the pillars that we are going to construct, they will be strong forever. It's very emotional when I think that is where I want to go home. How do I go home? How do I find those whom I left? Will I know the way? Will there be an open way for me to get home? Will I find a clean way of how to get home? Will I find peace that I had before? It's a bleeding country, but God is gonna do all for our inhabitants. People are dying because of hunger, while others are throwing food because they have enough, more than enough. What they are doing is an insult to the poor. And when I see people running up and down with nothing, what do you think in their mind? What do you think they're gonna do if only the leader who they depend on doesn't care? Our country, let's join hands. Let's pray, ceasing, so that we can rescue our country. Many will laugh at us, but in the end, we'll be the winner. Let's pray for Baba. Baba is our pillar for now. Let him be. Let him be. Thank you for this evening.
I feel your pain, Mama Mary. Sorry. I do feel your pain. The funny thing is that Mama Mary, to give you some solace in your soul, is that there was a time that Kenya was not united. Today we are more united, unfortunately, and I talk this with a deep part of my heart. I have been in politics for a long time, since I was a kid. My grandmother was a councillor. And when I was a kid, 5 years old, I remember going to Moore Hills to go campaign for my grandmother. Well, I didn't campaign anything. I was just riding along. And one thing I remember is what you used to say. And I know a road in Ukambani, where I come from, a road that has been built 7 times in the books until it finally got built. This is a road from Komarok, Keno to Komarok, to join Kangundo Road. That road had been built in the books for a long time. And that's the nasty, Dad, forgive me, that's the nastiness of the Kenyan politics. And that's what we have fought for a long time. to get rid of. And that is what Ruto is trying to take us back. And some of us will not let. Like Baba, like Dada amesema hapa hivi, even me, I need to have a taste of that, that tear gas. I am trying as much as I can right now to be home when this mandamano inaanza. They said it's not mandamano. Because what else then did you live in? Did you live for in this world? If you did not make a change of your country for your kids. And that is what I'm asking people, even the UDA people. Can we stop looking at Kisi, Mkamba, what? We are Kenyans. Can we really live for what is right? Are we really willing to be led by mafias? I've said it here time and time again. The man is a mafia. Everything associated with him dies. Yebe, dead. Should I count or leave it? Everything, Kimwarel, done. The man came from, we don't even have a place where we can say that he went to, he worked. He came straight from, from Nairobi University, straight into politics. And people started disappearing. Hata to ICC, wote gone. Are you guys understanding what is happening? The man was against the constitution that we have. He's bringing back the old days of our constitution. But what he's affecting, talking about dynasties, he's not affecting any dynasty. He's affecting me, you, your kids, and your kids' kids. That is what is affecting. Dynasty is what? Raila is not a dynasty. The father had nothing. So now, should we tell her, his child, the daughter that is walking around, should we tell her that she's a dynasty, that she cannot be anyone? And by the way, where is this chicken farm that he keeps on talking about? There's no chicken farm. The man just got and started doing business with government. That is what he does even today. That is what it is. That's why today Kenya has been turned to be a Shylock, a loan-giving country. Which country have you ever seen that gives loans to their people, works as a business? A country should not be a business. You pay your taxes so that you can be taken care of. You don't pay your taxes so that you can loan from your own taxes and so to pay with an 8% increase. Kenyans, stand up. Open up your minds. Unazaji patia mtu nikupatie chaka pesa yangu, tena nije nikope hiyo pesa, uniambie nipe 8% of hiyo pesa na ni yangu, na bado nakulipa mshahara wewe. Until the day that Kenyans realize that we do not have rulers or leaders, we have public servants. And a public servant is someone who you're paying them to serve you. We are not going anywhere. And we'll be calling them Waheshimiwa for the rest of our lives. And Kenya will never go anywhere. You know why? Because you will meet them with the biggest Prado. with you eating mutura kwa Njoroge. And Njoroge will always vote against your man because he's Njoroge's man. I think Dad utafafanua vizuri. I think it's about time Kenyans we take advantages of what we have, especially a talking forum like this, and look at our country. Mali Uhuru, though I never voted for Uhuru in any way, ajiipatata kura yangu hata moja, and I've been voting for a long time. But I saw what Uhuru did in his second term. And do you remember what Uhuru told us? Uhuru said, wewe mimi nikikimbia hivi, wewe unakimbia nyumba, unakimbia nyuma kuja kuchukua mti. Badala ukimbia hivi ni relay, badala uende mbele, wewe unakimbia nyuma kuja kuichukua. What was Uhuru trying to tell us Kenyans? This man is not good for our country. He's not. Na ndio maana saizi unapata tumeshikana Wakalenjin, Wakikuyu, hata kwa show. You look at it. Utapata Wakikuyu, Wakalenjin, Wajaluo, Wakamba, kila mtu wako hapa. And they are saying this is not good. So, Kenyans, let's think about it. Daddy, tufungie kitu. Tuambie yako tatu. Alafu tufunge tu. Msiende mahali, wacha tufunge. Dad, tuambie. Unmute, Daddy.
Do you hear me now? You can hear me. Oh, yeah. I want to thank you all for the contributions on this panel. And I really appreciate you all. And I thank you for your time. And I'm always proud of you each day. As you started this program, I've been listening to you all the time. And I have learned a lot of things. And what I urge you all, let us stand together to support Raila. Mama Mary amesema jambo mzuri sana hapo. Raila atafuti mali, atafuti mashamba. Kazi ya Raila tu anataka nchi yetu iwe na good governance. Anataka maisha yawe mazuri kwa Wakenya. Kama kuna mtu ambaye hana ukabila, mimi siungi Raila kwa sababu yeye mimi si Mjaluo, lakini namuunga mkono kwa sababu ana kitu kizuri kuhusu nchi yetu, na nimemfuata kwa miaka mingi sana kumwangalia, si leo peke yake. Na tumuombee Mungu sana ampe nguvu, na nashukuru sana sana nyinyi kila wakati huwa mnaongea vizuri kuhusu nchi yetu, na huwa naona ndani ya mioyo yenu mna kipande ya nchi yetu ndani yenu. Kuna sehemu ya Kenya ndani yenu, si sehemu ya ukabila, sehemu ya Kenya. Na hiyo huwa najivunia sana nikiwaona nyinyi, huwa mnapendeza sana kwa ajili ya hiyo, kwa sababu naona tuko watu kutoka sehemu mbalimbali na tunaongea lugha moja kutetea nchi yetu. Na nashukuru sana wapendwa kama Kenya with love. najua lile jina lingine, lakini sasa nitaheshimu lenye liko kwa panel. Nawashukuru sana. Hata mwenzangu pale, ndugu yetu Chaka, amechangia mambo mazuri sana, yamenijenga. Hata nikitoka hapa nikiendesha gari kurudi nyumbani nafurahia, kwa sababu nilikuja wakati mzuri ambapo sasa nataka kufunga kazi na nielekee nyumbani, na nawaombea Mungu awabariki sana. Sina mengi, mulale salama. Na hata wale wenzetu ambao wako nyuma kule wanatusikiliza, na washukuru sana, wapendwa kama wakina Julia, wakina Mise, wakina Black, sisi zote ni Wakenya, sisi zote ni Wakenya. Wakina Pemba, wote na washukuru. Wakina Bena vile huwa wanajitolea kutusaidia ili tujue nini inaendelea. Hii TV imekuwa ya maana sana. Mungu awabariki sana ndugu zangu, mlale salama. Mungu akitujalia fungu, kesho tena nitakuwa nawasikiliza. Nikifika nyumbani nitakuwa nawasikiliza. Hata kama kipindi imepita, nitaenda kwa archives niwasikilize, na nitakuwa huko uwanjani. Mtuombee. Nitasimama na baba na mama. Na Kenya ni with love. Wacha nikurushie kwa umoja. Wapi ndugu yangu Kalonzo? Simuoni.
Kalonzo ako sawa. Ako sawa huyo achana naye. Huyo ako sawa. Si unaona tulileta Ukambani mzima.
Najua mlisaidia baba sana. Nashukuru hiyo, naheshimu hilo. Naheshimu.
Huyo ako sawa mahali yuko. Utamuona tu kesho. I promise you in the next 3 days.
Asanteni sana.
Either kesho ama kesho, the next 3 days atasema kitu.
Tutakuwa huko hata kama ni kuchangia tutachangia.
Asante sana. Tunashukuru. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I really appreciate so much for you guys being around here. I really appreciate watu wenye wamekuwa hapa, msipotee bado, kaini tu hapa. Mama Mary, there's no way I can thank you so much for you holding this conversation and being here. Chaka ameenda I think, lakini unajua alikuwa pia huko anatembea huko. Huyo ni mtu wa beach. Mwana Waingo, my dad, thank you so much for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are coming to the close of the show, I want to thank a couple of people. Mama Mary, kama kuna watu sijui kama unaangalianga comment section, kama kuna watu unataka kuthank, I can on the comment section I can give you that opportunity, ama muniambie nitembee kama mimi, but nyote na washukuru. Mama Mary, do you have anyone that you want to thank on the comment section? Or anyone that has been on the show that you want to thank?
Well, I thank everybody, all Kenyans that are on the comment section, and I appreciate all what we are doing. We are all Kenyans, and we should join hands to build our country. It is not for one Kenyan. Sisi wote ni wa Kenya, wazalendo. Msijitoe hapo, kwa sababu hakuna hata vile unaweza jibadilisha uwe wewe si Mkenya. Wewe ni Mkenya, isipokuwa sasa wewe ndiwe utaweza amua. Lakini mimi na wale wengine ambao wanakubali kabisa sisi ni wa Kenya wazalendo, tuendelee kuwa pamoja. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana. Dadi, kuna mtu unajua huko kwa comment section ama mtu alikuwa hapo unataka kuambia thanks and any closing parting shots? Ongea Dadi, huko mute. Ongea. Karibia simu Dadi, atukusikii.
I know sometimes we might not agree, but we are all Kenyans. We have to pull the same direction. If we are doing the right thing, we have to do the right thing all the time. We should politics to separate us or to create enemy between us. Let us stick together as a family because we are the Kenya under God. So of our country. Because if down, we who children will blame us that we didn't do day. In the next 30 years, our children will go to the archives, our grandchildren, and they will say, yeah. So you that my brother
Okay.
I hope wananisikiliza wakina Makied, wakina Julia, wako wapi? Muko wapi?
wako huko nyuma, It's been hard to hear you. Lakini
Wabarikiwe sana, huwa nawaadmire sana wakiwa kwa studio, huwa nabarikiwa sana, all of you and others.
Leo ameamua acha nikule, wacha mimi na Mama Mary tukule moto hapa sasa, lakini wacha tufunge. So at this point I'm about to just mention a couple of people on their comment sections. Nikikuona, yes, thank you. Kama sijakuona, pole sana, si ati nimekataa kukutaja. I see Patrick Cheptioek. Does anyone believe Museveni has power to change Kenya election? This is crazy. We have Pamela Kageni. Pamela Kageni, you've been here since the show started. Thank you so much for your support. We really do appreciate. Na unasema unamwahadi huyu at pen here saying UDA. Okay, sijui umesema nini hapo. Pole sana Pamela Kageni, but I do really appreciate you. I know you'll be there. Margaret, mambo vipi? Sri Lanka Jackson. Penyagaka, always. I still remember your December 13th. Penyagaka again. Let's go, Margaret. Tena, let's do Benjamin Mais. We know you lost election. Hey, elections Gani. We know you lost elections, Mutulie, for 20 years, please. There's nothing you will do, Vumilieni too. We'll see about that, my brother. It's okay. Badwe Mkenya ka mimi. It doesn't matter. Infamous somebody, thank you so much. Here comes Pamela Nyagaka again. Let's go. Agri Lugayi. Anaomba link. It's too late. Sorry. Simba Amar Said. Kama Ruto sio rais, kwa nini tumfuate? Okay. Pamela tena, Pamela. Here we got Emmanuel Muzumba. Tinga na mama fanya kazi, wapi Kalonzo? That's what the daddy alikuwa anauliza hapo. We're going back to Francis Njeru. I don't care. I don't know what you don't care about, but that's fine. John Jenga. Simba Said, tena Pamela. Anyways, at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to our closing end at this time, and I personally want to thank Mama Mary Wainaina so much for being around. I normally don't close this show even if I get a chance to host. I normally host just for a few minutes, and then people come in and help me out. I know the backstage, we really appreciate you. Whoever is back there, you've done a good job. Everyone that is listening to us, listen, ladies and gentlemen, this country is ours, or that country is ours. When you have ladies like Mama Mary coming here to tell us that we have to take care of our country, we are the younger people, and we have to listen to what they're telling us. This is a lady, and a lady who's old enough to tell a lot of people that come to this show what to do. They know what they're talking about. And the fact they're not even on the Kikuyu side, and they're not looking on the tribal side, but they're looking at our country, we need to start thinking. Wale bado mmekwama, tafadhali. Listen, and listen. Stop crying, because some of us actually told you before it happened. We are here, but we are there as a Kenya. Now, we have to move on from here. But then we also have to talk Because once we stop talking, we start fighting. And it's at this time that I'm going to give the big honors, even though the moderator always closes. Today, I don't want to close. I want Mama Mary to close it for us, whether she wants to pray for us or she wants to tell us the national anthem, because I believe she is blessed and she has Kenya and us in her heart. So, Mama Mary, however you want to close the show, you're the moderator now. Funga venye unataka, kama ni maombi, ama ni national anthem, ama ni kitu unataka kuambia wa Kenya, don't worry, there's people behind the stage. Watafunga once you're done saying. Today, I'm not closing, you're closing. This is your show. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. I appreciate it. God bless you. And God bless Kenya. Close it. However you want to do it.
Okay, after what I do, then how does it close?
It's yours.
I've never
You can even do the national anthem, you can pray, you can do whatever, and you can ask the people in the backstage, fungeni, or you can tell Kenyans whatever you want to tell them, however you want to close it. Funga venye unataka. Ni yako. You're the moderator now.
Okay. E Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu. Haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na umoja, amani na uzima, raha tupate na ustawi.
Hapo umenicheza kidogo. I think ulikuwa na kidogo.